Chapter 4267. Rumble. The mountain in the sky was filled with violent shockwaves. Xian was born for battle, so his battle intent was simply too high. The battle saint technique was extraordinary and rare. Wang Lin's expression changed. Even though his cultivation was one level higher than Xian, even though he was ranked third in the middle region, Wang Lin couldn't help but reveal a serious expression when Xian made his move. If it was an ordinary cultivator at the fifth layer of heavenly source, Wang Lin wouldn't care at all. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. However, Xian gave him, who was ranked third, a great amount of pressure with his cultivation at the fifth layer of heavenly source. Even the first and second ranked cultivators in the middle region couldn't give him this kind of pressure. I want to see just how powerful a damn monkey like you is. Wang Lin's competitive spirit was aroused, and his heart was filled with indignation. Jiang Chen's ability to kill enemies that were 4 levels higher than him was already shocking enough. Now Dragon Xian had appeared out of nowhere, and he was still a monster among monsters. Wang Lin didn't believe that there were so many monsters in this world. Wang Lin's hands danced as he used Resplendent. A blazing sun appeared and collided with Xian's battle saint technique. Everyone's gazes fell on the battle in the sky. Today's battle would have an extraordinary meaning. Wang Lin had taken the initiative to pick a fight, so he couldn't lose. If he lost, and to a new disciple whose cultivation was lower than his, he would lose all his face. He wouldn't be able to survive in Kirin province anymore. Rumble. The sky above Kirin province trembled. This meant that the entire Kirin province was covered in layers of restrictions, including the sky. Otherwise, the commotion would have been even bigger. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the blazing sun Wang Lin had created was destroyed by Xian's battle saint technique. The domineering aura filled the sky and Wang Lin was forced back several dozen meters. His face also began to turn red. It was clear that Wang Lin had received quite a bit of shock from the collision. This kind of shock made him feel very uncomfortable. Powerful. This Xian is too powerful. Yeah, he defeated Wang Lin in one move. It has to be said that senior brother Wang Lin is one of the best among the middle region disciples, a genius among geniuses. He's ranked third, but he's still not a match for Xian. This Xian is a monster. One is Jiang Qin and the other is Xian. Where did these two come from? They're too monstrous. Don't worry. Senior apprentice brother Wang Lin is also someone with hidden cards. He won't be defeated so easily. Otherwise, wouldn't he be ranked third among the mid-ranked disciples? Countless disciples were restless. Xian's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. It was just like when Jiang Qin battled Zhang Kun. The result was always unexpected. Ranked third among the middle region disciples is only Esu. Xian mocked. After reaching the 5th heavenly layer, he really didn't consider Wang Lin a threat at all. Xian, don't be happy too early. My methods are not something you can imagine. Heaven and Earth Cauldron. Wang Lin was completely enraged. Being defeated in one move was a great humiliation for him. He let out a roar and a large golden cauldron appeared. It quickly grew until it was the size of a small mountain. The giant cauldron rotated and almost tore the void apart. The cauldron seemed like it was going to contain the entire sky. Buzz, buzz. Wang Lin continued to inject origin energy into the Heaven and Earth Furnace. The Heaven and Earth Furnace let out a buzzing sound and a violent tearing force came from the Heaven and Earth Furnace. It had the power to kill gods and Buddhas. What a good weapon. Xian's eyes lit up. With his eyesight he could naturally see that the Heaven and Earth Cauldron was a truly good treasure. In essence, it had already reached the level of a grade 5 Genesis weapon. Although there were some flaws, it was still at the peak of grade 4. When used by Wang Lin, its battle power would be raised to the limit. Xian, let's see how you block my Heaven and Earth Cauldron. Wang Lin's hair danced in the wind as he raised the Heaven and Earth Cauldron high and charged at Xian. Xian was naturally not afraid. With a wave of his arm, the black and gold rod appeared in his hand. The huge metal rod contained supreme Tao intent. Xian raised the metal rod high in the air. Its power was even greater than the Heaven and Earth Cauldron. At this moment, Xian was like a giant. With the rod in his hand, he smashed it down on the Heaven and Earth Cauldron. Rumble. This was a true battle between the strong. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a collision of pure strength. The collision of two divine weapons caused a loud boom that spread across the sky. Many people below felt their ears go deaf. It was an indescribable discomfort. Crack. Under countless horrified gazes, a cracking sound came from the heaven and earth cauldron as a crack appeared on it. I don't care what cauldron you are. Break it for your father. Xian was too domineering. The metal rod smashed down once again. Ruthlessly smashed. The heaven and earth cauldron finally could no longer endure. Under the heavy blow from the metal rod, it shattered into countless pieces and fell from the sky. What? Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and even his eyes were bleeding. But compared to the shock on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. The heaven and earth cauldron was a Genesis weapon passed down to him by his master. He had always treated it like a treasure. It was a Genesis weapon that was infinitely close to a grade 5 Genesis weapon, which was also a Lord-level Genesis weapon. But now, the indestructible heaven and earth cauldron had been smashed into pieces by the terrifying guy before him. How could Wang Lin accept this? What the fuck, this is too savage. What kind of weapon is that metal rod to be able to destroy the heaven and earth cauldron? This is too explosive. Seems they are not on the same level at all. Wang Lin's heaven and earth cauldron has already been smashed. How can he fight against Xian? The entire crowd was restless. No one wasn't shocked. This scene was too shocking and the result was unacceptable. Wang Lin, accept your death. Xian didn't let Wang Lin off. He continued to smash the metal rod toward Wang Lin. Bang! The metal rod landed squarely on Wang Lin's body, sending him flying hundreds of feet away. Wang Lin coughed out blood and the arm he used to block the metal rod was almost shattered. Swish! In the next moment Xian caught up. Without any surprise he smashed down with the metal rod again. Wang Lin was truly afraid now. How could he block Xian's metal rod in his current state? But looking at Xian's unrelenting attitude, it seemed like he would only be satisfied after Wang Lin was beaten to death. Stop! Wang Lin shouted. Stop your sister. Xian had always been unforgiving. Even if Wang Lin knelt down and begged for mercy, Xian's metal rod would still smash down. Chapter 4268. Bang bang bang. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Xian swung the iron rod at Wang Lin. How could Wang Lin, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, be a match for Xian? He was beaten to death by Xian. When Wang Lin's body fell from the sky, there was not a trace of life left in him. He couldn't be any more dead. Bang! Wang Lin's body mercilessly smashed into the ground, creating a large hole. The entire place was silent. No one spoke, only heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected such an outcome. That Xian had killed Wang Lin. This was a major event in Kirin province, or at least in the middle tier region. My god, he really killed Wang Lin. Xian really killed Wang Lin. His guts are really big. He's too ruthless. He beat Wang Lin to death without any mercy. When Wang Lin was alive, Elder Wu was a Star Lord level expert. How could he let this go? Yeah, but I really admire Xian. Such guts is really admirable. Also, Wang Lin was very arrogant. He tried to kill Xian the moment he attacked. If Xian didn't kill him, he would have killed Xian. Too domineering, too fierce. Xian was only at the 5th heavenly source layer, while senior brother Wang Lin was ranked 3rd among the middle tier disciples. He was killed just like that. In other words, Xian's strength is enough to rank 1st among the middle tier disciples. A fierce person. I've seen a fierce person today. This guy killed a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp as soon as he came to the capital, and now he killed a genius of Kirin province. He has become famous after one battle. Everyone became excited. They had seen many fierce people, but it was the first time they had seen someone as fierce as Xian. Bastard, how dare you kill my disciple? At this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of Kirin province. A monstrous wave of air, carrying with it an endless amount of anger, covered the sky and covered the earth. The violent black whirlwind reached the sky in the blink of an eye and turned into a black-robed old man. The old man was fat and looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He exuded the aura of a celestial lord. It's Elder Wu. Elder Wu really showed up. Elder Wu has reached the 2nd sky of the Star Lord realm. Long Shan is done for. No matter how powerful he is, he's only at the 5th heavenly layer. The difference between him and the planet lord isn't small. Elder Wu has always been protective of her children and doted on Wang Lin. Now that Long Shan has killed Wang Lin, Elder Wu will definitely not let him off. Heis. Long Shan is way too arrogant. He doesn't leave any leeway for himself. Elder Wu's appearance brought the situation to a peak. The punishment from a Star Lord was not something an ordinary disciple could bear. Bastard, how dare you kill my disciple? Die. Elder Wu glared at Long Shan angrily. Without saying a word, she waved her hand and sent a wave of air at Long Shan. If Long Shan was hit by the attack of a Star Lord, he would die for sure. He would not be able to fight back at all. No matter how talented he was, no matter how monstrous he was, it was useless before the absolute difference in strength. Elder Wu, stop. Mu Yibai made a move. She was like a fairy descending from the heavens. She sent out a stream of icy flames to block Elder Wu's attack and stood in front of Long Shan. Although Elder Wu was at the 2nd sky of the Star Lord realm, which was 1 level higher than Mu Yibai, the aura Mu Yibai gave off was not weak at all. She had also blocked Elder Wu's attack perfectly. After all, Mu Yibai was at the peak of the 1st sky of the Star Lord realm. If they really fought, Elder Wu might not be her match. She might not even be her match. The eldest miss wants to stop me? Elder Wu was infuriated. Today's incident was arranged by him. He was told to find a way to get rid of Dragon Shan and Xianxia. Then he would let his disciple do it. He thought that it would be an easy task, but he had never thought that things would turn out this way. Because of Elder Wu's underestimation, not only did he fail to injure Xianxia and Long Shan, but he also lost a beloved disciple. How could Elder Wu not be angry? He had to act now. First, he wanted to get revenge for Wang Lin, and second, he had to complete the task given to him by the higher-ups, which was to get rid of Long Shan and Xianxia. Elder Wu, I know what happened today. Wang Lin was the one who started it. He wanted to kill Long Shan, but Long Shan killed him because he was too weak. You can't blame Long Shan completely. Elder Wu, as a Star Lord Elder, attacking a mid-tier disciple is a bit embarrassing, Mu Yibai said. He didn't budge an inch. Standing behind Mu Yibai, Shersan's eyes almost popped out when she saw Mu Yibai standing up for her. Great, Mu Yibai is indeed interested in me. It looks like I'm not far from taking down this woman. Long Shersan's heart had started to swell. At this critical moment of life and death, this bastard wasn't thinking about how to sign up, but how to pick up a girl. Perhaps only he, Long Shan, could do something like this. Eldest miss, I'm just getting revenge for my disciple. Please don't stop me. Elder Wu's palm was filled with energy, ready to attack at any moment. I understand that Elder Wu is eager to get revenge for your disciple, but I'm also doing this for the sake of the rules of Kirin province. Even if Long Shan is at fault, he doesn't deserve to die. After all, Wang Lin was the one who wanted to kill Wang Lin. If Long Shan killed Wang Lin, you as his master will avenge him. If Wang Lin kills Long Shan, then who will avenge Long Shan? Mu Yibai said loudly. As the eldest miss of Kirin province, if she wants to protect someone, she needs to have a reason. Of course, Elder Wu is an elder of Kirin province. Your position is very high, so you have to consider Yibai's feelings. I will now punish Long Shan and Xianxia to go to the Glass Sea for a month. If they are not strong enough and die in the Glass Sea, then that is their fate. If they are lucky enough to survive, then this matter is over. Elder Wu, I believe that this punishment is enough for the Glass Sea. Mu Yibai said loudly. What? The Glass Sea? With their strength, entering the Glass Sea is no different from sending them to their deaths. That's right. The Glass Sea is a sea of death. Even a Star Lord might not be able to come out unscathed, let alone a heavenly source expert. How is this a punishment? This is simply an execution. Is Eldest Miss helping them or harming them? When the punishment for the Glass Sea was announced, the crowd became restless again. In their eyes, this was no different from killing Xianxia and Long Shan. Chapter 4269. How could this be called a punishment? They were going to the colored Glass Sea anyway. However, Mu Yibai's punishment was reasonable. No matter how you looked at it, he was on Elder Wu's side, making it hard for anyone to refute. Okay, I'll give the eldest miss some face. Elder Wu withdrew his aura. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. As the eldest miss of Kirin province, Mu Ibai's status was higher than his own. Even though Mu Ibai was a Star Lord Elder, he still had to give Mu Ibai some face. It wouldn't look good if things got out of hand, and if they really fought, he might not be Mu Ibai's match. Also, the punishment for going to the Colored Glass Sea was very heavy. It was almost a death sentence. Anyone below the Star Lord level would die without a doubt if they entered the Colored Glass Sea. Elder Wu's aura surged as he left with Wang Lin's body. Today's matter was really a double whammy. Thank you, eldest miss. Long Xian clasped his hands at Mu Ibai. Go to the Colored Glass Sea in 3 days. During these 3 days, don't cause any more trouble. Mu Ibai helplessly looked at Jiang Qin and Long Xian. These two were really troublemakers. This was only their first day in the capital and they had already caused such a ruckus. However, after today's events in Kirin province, Mu Ibai's view of Jiang Qin and Long Xian had completely changed. Both of their talents were above his, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to surpass him in the future. Each was more abnormal than the other. More importantly, the two of them were very decisive in their actions. They didn't care about worldly rules and wouldn't be threatened by others. There was no need to talk about Jiang Qin. He didn't even bat an eye when he killed Zhang Kuan. Long Xian knew that Wang Lin had the support of a Star Lord, but he still beat Wang Lin to death. With this kind of mentality, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Such a person wouldn't even be afraid of the Heavenly Emperor. They simply couldn't force him. Such a genius could only be cherished by the Qilin Manor. If they forced him, he might just turn around and leave. To the Qilin Manor, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss. Don't worry, eldest Mississippi. We won't take the initiative to cause trouble, but if we do, we won't just sit and wait for death. Jiang Qin said faintly, expressing his attitude. He wouldn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. Mu Ibai didn't say much. Today's matter couldn't be blamed on Jiang Qin and Long Xian. It was Wang Lin's group that started it. Jiang Qin and Long Xian were just passively fighting back. In the following days, Jiang Qin and the others stayed at their residence and cultivated in seclusion. Jiang Qin had already understood the crisis facing the human race in the imperial capital. What happened today had explained everything. However, there was nothing they could do right now. They had to increase their cultivation base as soon as possible. If they didn't increase their cultivation base, everything would just be empty talk, let alone changing the human race's crisis. After the incident with Wang Lin, the courtyard in the middle region became the focus of attention, but no one dared to cause trouble. On one hand, the people inside were not to be trifled with. On the other hand, the people inside were friends of the second miss. Even the eldest miss had come out to protect them. Even someone as important as Wang Lin had died here, let alone the others. Moreover, the eldest miss had already punished them to go to the Glass Sea in 3 days. It was a journey of death. Who would make things difficult for a dead person? In his room, Jiang Qin was cultivating in seclusion, attempting to break through to the second heavenly layer of heavenly source. To him, breaking through to the second heavenly layer in 3 days was a very easy matter. There were almost no obstructions at all. Long Xian was the same. He chose to go into seclusion in order to completely stabilize his cultivation at the 5th heavenly layer. There were too many variables in the Glass Sea and danger lurked everywhere. Only powerful strength could allow them to survive in the Glass Sea. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The capital was filled with danger and they were in the eye of the storm. If they did not increase their cultivation as soon as possible, they would not be able to deal with the danger that could befall them at any time. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong were both at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer. With their strength, reaching the 3rd heavenly layer in 3 days was very easy. 3 days was just too short for people who were cultivating in seclusion. It passed in the blink of an eye. On this day they pushed open their doors at the same time early in the morning. Kirin province was built in the mountains. The morning mist permeated the air, making it cool and refreshing. Jiang Qin had successfully reached the 2nd heavenly layer, taking another step forward in his strength. Long Xian's cultivation had completely stabilized at the 5th heavenly layer, while Xiaolong and De Huang Dog had reached the 3rd heavenly layer. Probably only these people possessed such terrifying cultivation speeds. Each one was more monstrous than the last. De Huang Xiaolong, be careful when we're not around. Don't cause trouble in Kirin province. If you encounter any trouble, go find Ozzy. Hosey and I are going to the Glass Sea. We'll be back in a month. Jiang Qin said. He was not afraid of going to the Glass Sea. Instead he was rather worried about De Huang Dog and Xiaolong. If they came together, it would be hard for people with ill intentions to target De Huang Dog and Xiaolong. Of course, Jiang Qin was not particularly worried with Azi around. Although Azi's cultivation was not high, her status in Kirin province was not low. As the second young mistress of Kirin province, it would be very easy for her to protect the two of them if she wanted to. Don't worry, big brother. I'll beat up whoever comes looking for trouble. Xiaolong waved his little fists as if he was unwilling to submit to anyone. De Huang Dog wagged his thick tail, completely ignoring Jiang Qin and Long Shan. It seemed that he was still brooding over the fact that he had not been invited to the Glass Sea. Damn dog, I'll catch a few fire demons for you to eat. Long Shan said. Catch a few more. There won't be enough to eat. De Huang Dog was unperturbed, not letting go of any opportunity to show off. Let's go. First young mistress is waiting for us on White Cloud Peak. Jiang Qin patted Long Shan's shoulder. With a sway of their bodies, the two disappeared and soon arrived at White Cloud Peak. At the top of White Cloud Peak, Mu Yibai was still standing solemnly like a fairy. When he saw Jiang Qin and Long Shan appear, Mu Yibai waved his hand and a fiery token appeared in his hand. The token looked extremely mighty, but it also had a hint of demonic nature. Source energy was imbued into the token by Mu Yibai, causing it to let out a buzzing sound. Rays of fiery light shot out from it and formed a flaming door on top of White Cloud Peak. This is the door to the Glass Sea. Are you ready? Once you enter the Glass Sea, even I won't be able to protect you. Mu Yibai looked at Long Shan and Jiang Qin and reminded them one last time. Chapter 4270. These two fellows. Mu Yibai was taken aback for a moment before she couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time she had seen two people so excited about the Azure Sea. Others feared the Azure Sea like a tiger and many wanted to avoid it at all costs. Yet these two fellows were so excited that they advanced forward as if it wasn't the Azure Sea in front of them, but a paradise. Mu Yibai didn't dare to be negligent. She knew how terrifying the Azure Sea was, and she was afraid that Jiang Qin and Long Shan would meet with an accident. She hurriedly followed them into the fire door. Inside the fire door was a blazing path in space. Mu Yibai led Jiang Qin and Long Shan forward. She was initially worried that the blazing environment would negatively affect the two of them. After all, the temperature in the Azure Sea was too high for ordinary cultivators to bear. Even though they hadn't reached the Azure Sea yet, the temperature in the space passage was already extremely high. But looking at Jiang Qin and Long Shan, they looked completely fine. It was as if this was not the Azure Sea but a comfortable hot spring. The two of them felt as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was a very comfortable feeling. Naturally, Mu Yibai didn't know that these two fellows had extremely strong resistance to fire. Just their physical bodies alone were indestructible. The temperature of the Azure Sea was naturally high, but it was impossible to burn their physical bodies. Eldest Miss, tell us about the Azure Sea. Long Shan said. The Azure Sea has existed for at least 10,000 years and is a true sea of fire. It is said that the origin of the Azure Divine Fire exists in the Azure Sea, hence the name. However, in the past 10,000 years, countless experts from the Crimson Afterglow star boundary have entered the Azure Sea in an attempt to find the Azure Divine Fire, but all of them returned empty-handed. Until now, the Azure Divine Fire only exists in legends. The Azure Sea has a radius of 1,000,000 miles, and many fire tribute creatures are born within it. The most terrifying among them is a type of fire demon that can be found throughout the Azure Sea. It loves to eat humans, or rather all living creatures with flesh and blood are loved by fire demons. There is a powerful Star Lord level fire demon in the Azure Sea that is so powerful that even I can't compare to it. Therefore, after you enter, you must be extra careful. If you really encounter danger, I may not be able to protect you. I've already told you that if you insist on entering, then life and death will be determined by fate. Mu Yibai explained the situation of the Azure Sea to Jiang Qin and Long Shan. Jiang Qin and Dragon Shan nodded as if they understood the situation. However, there was not the slightest trace of worry on their faces. They naturally didn't have anything to worry about. A mere colored glass sea was nothing compared to some of the life and death situations they had experienced before. The temperature in front suddenly rose and the void trembled violently. Even more dazzling flames could be seen floating in the distance like many fire dragons. We're almost there. Muibai reminded them. Her handsome face was also filled with anxiety. Even though it was not her first time coming to the Azure Sea, Muibai could not help but feel nervous every time she came. After all, entering this place was dangerous even for a Star Lord like her. Muibai's goal in coming to the Azure Sea this time was very clear: to make use of the environment here to make a breakthrough and reach the second heaven of Star Lord. As for the legendary origin of the colored glass divine fire, Muibai did not even dare to think about it. After all, no one had been able to find it in 10,000 years, let alone herself. Moreover, Muibai had tried her best to find the colored glass divine fire before coming here, but it was all in vain in the end. The colored glass divine fire was a true supreme flame that countless people coveted. The strength of the colored glass divine flame could be seen just by looking at the existence of the colored glass sea. The origin of the colored glass divine flame had created a sea of fire that spanned millions of miles. This was no joke. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Jiang Chen was very interested in the colored glass divine fire that had been difficult to find even after 10,000 years. He had several types of divine fires in his body, and their levels were no lower than the colored glass divine fire. Given his sensitivity to fire, unless the colored glass divine fire was just a legend and did not exist, Jiang Chen was confident that he could find it as long as it existed. Boom! The end of the tunnel was blasted apart by a powerful wave of fire energy. Endless waves of heat surged over, but the three of them did not dodge. They allowed the waves of heat to land on them completely unharmed. The space suddenly changed, and the three of them found themselves in an endless sea of fire. Flames filled the surroundings, and when they probed with their soul sense, they found that it was truly a sea of fire. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a bone-chilling roar suddenly sounded out from the sea of flames. In the next moment, a 30-meter tall fire devil appeared and lunged toward Jiang Chen with its mouth wide open. The fire demon was extremely excited to see a human. When it saw Jiang Chen, it was like it had seen its long-awaited prey. Eating a human's flesh could truly increase the fire demon's strength. "Be careful, it's a fire demon," warned Muibai. Muibai called out, but he did not move to help. Instead, his gaze landed on Jiang Chen. His intentions were very clear. He wanted to see Jiang Chen's true abilities. The fire demon before them was already at the 5th heavenly layer of heavenly source, 3 whole levels higher than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression did not change when he faced the incoming fire demon. A smile even appeared on his face. Asterisk roar. Asterisk Jiang Chen copied the fire demon and opened his mouth, producing a dragon's roar. His head instantly turned into a dragon's head. The dragon's head was extremely powerful, devouring the fire demon in a single gulp. The dragon's head was not a big deal. Jiang Chen burped. "Tastes pretty good." Muibai was dumbfounded. He had come to the colored glass sea many times and seen countless experts fight with fire demons. He himself was extremely experienced in fighting fire demons, but this was the first time he had seen someone treat a fire demon as food like Jiang Chen. Tastes pretty good? This guy had really treated the fire demon as food. Moreover, he had swallowed the 5th heavenly layer fire demon in a single gulp without it being able to resist at all. Muibai would never have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. In the colored glass sea, when cultivators fought with fire demons, they would kill the fire demons and extract the fire spirit within their bodies. Then they would refine it to increase their strength. However, Jiang Chen had devoured the fire demon in a single gulp as easily as drinking water. His relationship with the fire demon had been completely reversed. "Little Chenzi, how do you feel?" Long Shan asked. "The danger zone is a good place. I've eaten a 5th heavenly layer fire demon and my cultivation has increased quite a bit. If I eat a few more 6th heavenly layer fire demons, I'll be able to reach the 3rd heavenly layer. It's a blessed land." Chapter 4271. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the colored glass sea surged, filled with waves of fire. The place had become a giant alchemy cauldron, making one feel like they were in agony. Generally, those who came to the glass sea for training were those who had a greater need for fire. They either had a fire-attributed physique or cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. Otherwise, coming here would be a true torture and it would be meaningless. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen disappeared from the spot, flying towards the depths of the colored glass sea. That guy has no idea how terrifying the colored glass sea is. His life will be in danger if he barges in like this. Muibai said in a bad mood. Don't worry, young miss. Taking little Chinzi's life in such an environment is harder than ascending to the heavens. Long Shisan said. You're pretty confident. Muibai glared at Dragon Shisan. Of course, Jiangqin was more familiar with fire, and the flames he could control were even more magical. However, this was because his cultivation base was too weak. Sometimes, no matter how big an advantage he had, it was useless in front of an absolute gap in strength. Asterisk roar. Asterisk in front of him, the fire devils were roaring. Jiangqin held the combat sword in his hand and rushed into the group of fire devils. Because of the absolute advantage and suppression of the flames, these fire devils were completely suppressed. They could only unleash half of their combat strength. Jiangqin and Long Shisan slaughtered their way through, killing countless fire demons. Jiangqin had only used half a day to reach the 3rd heavenly layer of heavenly source, while Long Shisan was half a step into the 6th heavenly layer. Muibai was stunned by their terrifying cultivation speed, as if he was looking at two monsters. This was the first time she had seen someone devour a fire demon to advance. To Jiangqin, this azure sea was an absolute paradise. After cultivating here for a month, Jiangqin's cultivation realm would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Once he gets out of here, he would definitely be able to fight against Zhu Chongqing. Young miss, little Chinzi, there seems to be a treasure up ahead. Long Shisan suddenly said. Where? Muibai looked at Long Shisan. There were many treasures in the glass sea, but it wasn't easy to find them. He didn't expect Long Shisan to appear so easily. Long Shisan's eyes trembled. 2 beams of golden light darted out of the fiery waves and landed on a mountain 100 miles away. There's a mountain in front, and behind the mountain is a valley. In the valley there's a fire coral. It's definitely a treasure. Long Shisan said. Fire corals, are there really fire corals? Muibai's expression flickered. The words fire coral immediately tugged at her heart. That's right, I'm not mistaken, it's the fire coral. Long Shisan said firmly. Come, let's go check it out. The fire coral is a rare treasure of the glass sea. 1 fire coral is enough for all 3 of us to raise our cultivation by a level. Muibai said. She couldn't help but be excited. The fire coral was a treasure among treasures of the fire attribute, especially for those with the fire attribute. It was a treasure among treasures. Muibai glanced at Long Shisan with admiration. Only now did she realize that the 2 she brought weren't burdens but real helpers. Long Shisan's fiery golden eyes were magical and could see through anything. Even the fire coral that was separated by a mountain couldn't escape Long Shisan's eyes. Be careful, there seems to be a fire beast guarding the fire coral. Also, there are 2 experts rushing over. They're preparing to fight the fire beast. Long Shisan said. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Muibai took the lead and flew out. Jiangqin and Dragon Shisan followed closely behind him. The fiery beast that was guarding the fiery coral had reached the Star-Lord realm, and the 2 great experts that appeared were also at the Star-Lord realm. Jiangqin and Dragon Shisan couldn't handle these experts, so they could only rely on Muibai. In front of them was a tall mountain that existed in the glass sea. It was blood red, and the entire mountain had turned into a fiery crystal. On the other side of the mountain was a valley. Inside the valley, a blood-soaked fire coral was growing on a boulder. Next to the fire coral was a ferocious-looking fire beast, which was roaring at the 2 people on its left and right. Both of them were Star-Lords at the 1st heaven of the Star-Lord level, the same as Muibai. One of them was a winged human. Jiangqin could tell at a glance. He was too sensitive to the aura of a winged human. The other one had azure eyes and long narrow ears. He was an elf. Interesting. The winged race, the elf race and the human race have their eyes on the fire coral at the same time. Looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. Jiangqin smiled. That fire beast isn't easy to deal with. With the advantage of the environment, even a 2nd heaven of the heavenly source realm would have a hard time killing it. Long Shisan said. It's the great beauty Muibai of the human race. Nice to meet you. The winged human's eyes lit up when he saw Muibai. Muibai and the others didn't hide their auras on purpose. It was useless to do so in front of a Star-Lord. Muibai glanced at the winged human Lung Lung but didn't say anything. Interesting. The experts of the 3 races have gathered. Looks like everyone has the same goal, which is the fire coral. However, this fire beast isn't easy to deal with. In my opinion, the three of us should work together and kill the fire beast first before dividing the fire coral. What do you two think? The elf race man said as he looked at Mu Ibai and the winged human. Very well. I have no objections. The winged human agreed. I want the fire coral. You guys don't deserve to work with me. Mu Ibai will not work with the winged human and the elf race. Mu Ibai was arrogant and didn't even look at the two. As the young mistress of Kirin province, she wouldn't cooperate with outsiders. Damn, this young mistress is quite headstrong. Long Xian said. If it were him, he might have agreed. After all, it was the best choice for the three of them to work together and kill the fire beast first. Mu Ibai has her own pride. Xianxia said. However, she has offended those two guys by doing this. It won't be good if they work together to deal with us first. Their strength doesn't seem to be any weaker than Mu Ibai's. Long Xian said worriedly. Let's just wait and see. Xianxia said that he would let the Black King out if it didn't work out. The Black King had already reached the 9th sky of the heavenly source realm and was only one step away from becoming a Star Lord. Mu Ibai, I've heard that you're arrogant, but it seems that you're ridiculously arrogant. The elf race man was immediately enraged. His blue eyes glowed and he didn't hide his killing intent at all. Let's work together and take down Mu Ibai first. I'm going to make this arrogant woman submit under my crotch. Chapter 4272. Move your eyes away and show some respect. Otherwise I'll smash your head in. Long Xian said to the winged man with his fiery golden eyes spewing flames. Hearing this, the winged man was clearly stunned. The smile on his face froze before he shifted his gaze to Long Xian. When he saw Long Xian's cultivation, the winged man almost vomited blood. Brat, say that again. The winged man stared at Long Xian coldly. I said move your eyes away. Long Xian emphasized every word, not giving him any face at all. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a violent rage erupted from the winged human youth's body. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated. He was a genius of the winged race, a powerful Star Lord expert. Ordinary Star Lords of the same level wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. This bastard was only at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, not even at the 6th heavenly layer, yet he dared to insult him. This was ridiculous. I'll kill you first. The winged man was enraged. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, causing the void to distort. Boundless waves of fire spread out, grabbing towards Long Xian. If he was caught, he would definitely die. You think I don't exist? Mu Ibai coldly snorted. He appeared in front of Long Xian with a sway of his jade-like hand covered in ice-cold flames, colliding heavily with the winged man's palm. Asterisk bang. Asterisk waves of fire surged. The winged man was pushed back by Mu Ibai's palm. Xianxia saw everything. He had to admit that Mu Ibai was indeed powerful. At least he was slightly stronger than the winged man. Mu Ibai definitely had the upper hand in the previous exchange. My friend from the elf clan, are you just going to watch the show? Let's get rid of them together and then deal with the fire beast. The winged man's face was filled with fury. He turned his head to look at the male elf. All right. The elf nodded, and without any visible movement he had already closed in on Mu Ibai, one on the left and one on the right, along with the winged man. You two leave first. Mu Ibai said without turning his head. Little Chinzi, what should we do? If it's 1 against 2, I'm afraid First Miss won't be their match. Long Xian frowned, a worried look on his face. Not necessarily. Let's wait and see. Mu Ibai's methods aren't simple. Even if the two of them work together, it won't be easy to take down Mu Ibai in a short time. I'll take a look at Mu Ibai's methods first. She's already at the peak of the 1st sky of Star Lord. If there are any flaws in her methods, I can give her some pointers so that she can reach the 2nd sky of Star Lord in a short time. Xianxia said that he could tell from Mu Ibai's attack just now that Mu Ibai had great potential. He was at the peak of the 1st sky of Star Lord and only 1 step away from the 2nd sky. What Mu Ibai lacked now was an opportunity to break through. She was at a bottleneck, and as long as she broke through this bottleneck, she would be able to break through instantly. Therefore, as long as Mu Ibai fought the two of them with all her strength, Xianxia would be able to see through Mu Ibai's shortcomings and help her break through the bottleneck. This was the only way for them in their current situation. He and Long Xian were too weak after all. At least, it was impossible for them to fight against a Star Lord at this moment. They could only rely on Mu Yibai to fight against a Star Lord. Alright, this is the only way. Long Xian nodded. He understood what Jiang Chen meant. In front of them, the 3 Star Lords' auras were surging in the waves of fire, each more powerful than the last. Endless killing intent permeated the air. This was undoubtedly a battle of life and death. Not to mention the fire coral, the human race and the other 2 races were sworn enemies. They would only fight to the death when they met. Finish it quickly and take down Mu Yibai. But don't kill her, I still want to enjoy her. As the young man spoke, a fiery red war spear appeared in his hand. The man from the elf clan had an illusory body and an extremely strange movement technique. Furthermore, he was good at disguising and sneak attacks. Especially in the Glass Sea, he relied on his own physical attributes and the innate talent of the elf clan to do the same as the fire demon. He moved silently in the sea of fire. 3 absolutes of Li Fire, Hurricane Fire. Mu Yibai attacked first. The white seal cold fire in his body rippled, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Endless white seal cold fire condensed into a hurricane, one on the left and one on the right, attacking the 2 at the same time. Mystic Fire Divine Spear. Unparalleled King. The winged man and the elf attacked at the same time. The 2 of them struck out shocking waves, turning the sky and earth upside down. Their momentum was no weaker than Mu Yibai's Hurricane Fire. Together with the 2 of them, they were even stronger than Mu Yibai. Rumble. The sky and earth were spinning and the mountains below were about to collapse. The 3 Star Lord geniuses fought back and forth in the sky. The battle soon became white-hot. Li Dragon Fire. World Annihilation Fire. Mu Yibai used the other 2 of the 3 absolutes of Li Fire. Flames filled the air, but unfortunately Mu Yibai's control of the 3 absolutes of Li Fire was still lacking. He hadn't reached a perfect level of control and he hadn't unleashed his true power. The elf was good at camouflage and sneak attacks, catching Mu Yibai off guard every time. The winged man was also unparalleled. He was invincible with his spear. Soon Mu Yibai was at a disadvantage. He could barely hold on and didn't have much strength to fight back. Moreover, the 3 absolutes of Li Fire consumed too much energy. It was a main combat skill. Even a Star Lord would consume a lot of energy to use it. Mu Yibai, you're dead. Surrender. I won't kill you. The winged man had an evil smile on his face. Mu Yibai's face was pale. She was in a difficult situation. She had come to the colored Glass Sea several times, and the current situation was the most dangerous one. She could choose to run away. With her ability, it wouldn't be a problem for her to run away. But if she brought Jiang Chen and Long Xian with her, it would be impossible. Mu Yibai couldn't run away by herself. Mu Yibai started to regret bringing Jiang Chen and Long Xian. They had really become her burden. Miss, your 3 absolutes of Li Fire isn't perfect yet. Why don't you try one of them? You can use the chant of the Li Dragon Fire to cast the Hurricane Fire, turning the hurricane into a dragon. This is the essence of the 3 absolutes of Li Fire. Chapter 4273. Mu Yibai was excited. He was extremely excited. Mu Yibai had studied the 3 absolutes of Li Fire for who knew how long. He had studied it day and night, especially now that he was at a bottleneck. The 3 absolutes of Li Fire could not advance any further, which also hindered Mu Yibai's path to the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord. The longer he studied the 3 absolutes of Li Fire, the more he understood the importance of Jiang Chen's words. As the saying went, one would be enlightened. That was what Mu Yibai was feeling right now. The wall in front of him had been destroyed, and the darkness in front of him was illuminated by light. So that's how it is. So this is the true essence of the 3 absolutes of Li Fire. I've cultivated for so many years, but I didn't even get a few words from Jiang Chen. But how does that guy have such a clear understanding of the 3 absolutes of Li Fire? The 3 absolutes of Li Fire originated from an ancient book in Kirin province. It's an existence that goes with Baishi's cold flames. There's no one else in the entire Kirin province who's proficient in it apart from me, let alone spreading it. Mu Yibai's expression changed a few times in shock. That's right, he must have seen through the 3 absolutes of Li Fire when he saw me use it. But isn't that a little too terrifying? He's only at the 3rd heavenly layer of heavenly source, so how can he have such keen eyes? Even a superstar emperor can't have such keen eyes. It must be a coincidence, but he gives me an unfathomable feeling. I can't see through him even with my cultivation, so he must be extraordinary. Jiang Chen's understanding of the three absolutes of Li Fire had a great impact on Mu Yibai's heart. At the same time, his opinion of Jiang Chen underwent a complete change. I've learned something. Mu Yibai clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. Then his gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. At that moment, Mu Yibai seemed to have opened some kind of door. His originally weak aura suddenly skyrocketed and a powerful wave of air soared into the sky. At this moment, Mu Yibai seemed to have opened up a dam of source qi, his aura rising endlessly. Bai Shi's cold flames howled, filling the air with an icy aura. The winged man youth and the elf man couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Mu Yibai did not immediately break through to the next level, but her cultivation level was visibly rising. More importantly, the transformation of the three absolutes of Li Fire had increased the might and damage of this combat skill by at least 3 to 4 times compared to before. What's going on? How did this woman's strength suddenly increase? The elf man's face was filled with shock and disbelief. It's that guy. Who is he? He gave Mu Yibai some pointers and increased his strength. Let's hurry up and attack. Don't give Mu Yibai a chance or we'll all be doomed. The winged man's expression also changed. The sudden change in Mu Yibai was too shocking. However, it was too late for them to make a move now. Mu Yibai wouldn't give them the chance. Hurricane Dragon World Annihilation Flame. Mu Yibai activated the new three absolutes of Li Fire, combining the three absolutes into one. This was the true essence of the three absolutes of Li Fire. This was the true power of this technique. Roar! The dragon roared angrily. The violent flaming hurricane formed a fire dragon that soared into the sky. It was vivid and lifelike, as if a real fire dragon had descended to the world. Its might was many times stronger than before. The dragon attacked. For the first time, Mu Yibai unleashed the three absolutes of Li Fire with the power to destroy the world. The sea of fire was stirred and the hurricane dragon wreaked havoc. The winged man and the elf man who had charged forward felt a strong impact. Two screams resounded in the sky above the valley. The spear in the winged man's hand flew out of his hand and fell to the valley below. The elf man was in an even more miserable state. One of his arms was destroyed by the fire dragon and he vomited blood. Go and get the spear back, Jiang Chen said. Needless to say, Long Shisan had already turned into a shadow and flew out. He grabbed the spear and returned to his original position. This spear was a main-grade combat weapon. It was priceless. Even if they didn't use it, they could exchange it for source stones. Run! The elf man gritted his teeth and shouted. Without saying a word, he turned around and dashed into the sea of fire, dragging his broken body. On the other side, although the winged man was unwilling to give up, he knew that he had lost the upper hand. If he continued to stay, he would be killed. Mu Yibai had suddenly become stronger. He was no longer on the same level as them. It would be a piece of cake for Mu Yibai to kill him now. Kill the winged man and leave the other one to us, Jiang Chen shouted at Mu Yibai. Then he and Long Shisan dashed into the sea of fire and chased after the elf man. The elf man was already at the end of his rope. He had lost one of his arms after being injured by the hurricane dragon. His origin was also injured to a certain extent. He had almost no strength to fight anymore. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan could kill him if they worked together. Okay. Mu Yibai made a sound of acknowledgement. Unknowingly, he didn't refute Jiang Chen's orders at all. Whoosh. Mu Yibai was so fast that he caught up with the winged man in the blink of an eye and blocked his way. Mu Yibai, let me live. I'll repay you in the future. The winged man begged for mercy. I'm disgusted to see you. Mu Yibai's tone was cold. A fire dragon sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the winged man. Ah! The winged human youth didn't have the slightest ability to resist and was beheaded by Mu Yibai's sword. After killing the winged man, Mu Yibai turned to the other side. The elf man was a star lord after all. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Mu Yibai was a bit worried about Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. However, when Mu Yibai looked over, his expression changed again. Under the joint attack of Jiang Chen and Long Shisan, the elf man could only resist in frustration. Jiang Chen unleashed endless waves of fire. Even Mu Yibai felt endless pressure from his flames, which suppressed the elf man. Long Xian bombarded the elf man with the art of victorious fighting, causing him to vomit blood continuously. Jiang Chen's flame is too strong. I can feel the qi of several divine flames of the heavens and earth. His flame is actually the fusion of several divine flames. It's terrifying. What's more terrifying is that I can feel that none of the flames are weaker than the divine glass flame. Mu Yibai sighed. As a fire elemental physique, he had a certain perception of flames. Even Sky, a peerless genius of Kirin province, felt terrified by the flames inside Jiang Chen's body. When she summoned the White Seal Cold Fire, she found that the White Seal Cold Fire was trembling. Damn it, how can this bastard's flame be so tyrannical? My flame has been ruthlessly suppressed and I can't use its power in actual combat. Moreover, his perception is too sharp. My elf clan is good at hiding and changing, but I can't escape his perception. At this moment, the male elf was close to despair. Chapter 4274. What made the male elf vomit blood even more was the fact that he was going to die in the hands of two heavenly source experts. This was a great humiliation. Even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. You should be proud to die under Master Monkey's rod. The male elf, who was already sullen, vomited a mouthful of blood when he heard Long Xian's words. Fuck, I'm a Star Lord expert, a peerless genius of the elven race. How can I be proud to die in the hands of a heavenly source expert? Bastard, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't humiliate me. The male elf vomited blood continuously. His chest heaved up and down, unable to conceal his anger. As you wish. Long Xian raised his metal rod high and smashed it down. The male elf seemed to know his fate, so he toughened up and didn't dodge, allowing Long Xian's metal rod to smash down. In fact, the male elf knew that it was useless even if he tried to hide. He would definitely die today. Even if the two heavenly source realm shrimps couldn't kill him, Mu Yibai wouldn't give him a chance to escape. The winged youth had already been killed by Mu Yibai. In his current state, he couldn't even defeat two heavenly source experts, let alone Mu Yibai. If Mu Yibai wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Bang! Long Xian was extremely cruel. He didn't hold back when he attacked. The metal rod that weighed 100,000 kilograms smashed down, smashing the male elf into a bloody mess. He died on the spot. Not far away, Mu Yibai saw all of this with his own eyes. His heart was filled with shock. These two men in front of him were too monstrous. Even a Star Lord was killed by them. One should know that even though the elf was severely injured, it wasn't easy for him to kill a Star Lord. After all, Jiang Chen and Dragon Xian were just too weak. Haha, nice. Long Xian put away his iron rod, feeling indescribably carefree. Mu Yibai came to Jiang Chen's side and sized up Jiang Chen again. He was eager to see if Jiang Chen was real, but he failed in the end. When he looked at Jiang Chen was like a bottomless pit, a bottomless abyss. In the end, Mu Yibai could only look away helplessly and said to Jiang Chen, thank you for what you did just now. Eldest miss, you're too polite. We're on the same side now. Helping you is the same as helping ourselves. After all, we don't want to die in this endless sea of fire. Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Chen, there's one thing I don't understand. Why are you so clear about the three absolutes of Li fire? Mu Yibai asked the question in his heart. Eldest miss, it's not just the three absolutes of Li fire. Let me tell you about this. If you encounter any bottlenecks or puzzles in your cultivation, you can ask little Chenzi. He can answer them for you. Long Xian smiled proudly. In fact, he could see many things, but in terms of cultivation comprehension, he was still not as good as Jiang Chen. There was a fundamental difference between Long Xian and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was an existence who had comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth and could be called the ancestor of cultivation. On the other hand, although Long Xian had his own great Tao, it was only his own great Tao. His strength mostly came from his bloodline. Without reaching the heavenly Tao level of Jiang Chen, he naturally could not have such amazing insight. What? Mu Yibai's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. If Long Xian had said this before, Mu Yibai would definitely have snorted disdainfully and even treated it as bragging and sent him flying with a slap. One must know that he was a powerful Star Lord and had his own comprehension of cultivation. Let alone a puny heavenly source expert. Even the governor of Kirin province or the emperor of the Great Lin Empire would not dare to say that they could give him pointers. However, after experiencing what had just happened, Mu Yibai believed in Long Shisan's words a little more. After all, it was a fact that Jiang Qin had given him pointers on the three absolutes of Li Fire. Furthermore, it had allowed him to achieve extraordinary results and break through the bottleneck that had been hindering him for a long time. Eldest miss, why don't you tell me your doubts? Jiang Qin smiled confidently. He was willing to help Mu Yibai. In the future, when the Great Lin Empire descended into chaos, Mu Yibai would definitely be a great force for the human race. In other words, the stronger Mu Yibai was, the happier Jiang Qin would be. All right, then I'll ask. Mu Yibai did not stand on ceremony and told him all the problems she had encountered in her cultivation over the years. When Mu Yibai had asked these questions, she had only wanted to give it a try. She had never thought that Jiang Qin would be able to answer all of them because it was unrealistic. However, what she thought was unrealistic had really happened. Jiang Qin did not even think about it and gave Mu Yibai a perfect answer. It was as if what he cultivated was exactly the same as Mu Yibai, and his comprehension was much deeper than Mu Yibai's. He was truly proficient and could not be faked. Impossible? How is this possible? You're only at the heavenly source stage, so how can your comprehension of cultivation be so powerful? Even a powerful Star King wouldn't be able to answer all of my questions. Mu Yibai was utterly shocked. She looked at Jiang Qin as if she was looking at a ghost. This was too unbelievable. What had just happened had already surpassed Mu Yibai's knowledge and imagination. Miss, don't think too much. All you need to know is that I won't harm you. Jiang Qin said like a teacher lecturing his disciple. Master, you're a genius. Yibai admires you very much. Mu Yibai bowed towards Jiang Qin. She had completely retracted her arrogance and indifference as a young miss. Her attitude towards Jiang Qin had undergone an earth-shattering change. Even the way she addressed Jiang Qin had become respectful. In Mu Yibai's mind, it was no longer important whether Jiang Qin's cultivation was strong or weak. What was important was Jiang Qin's comprehension of martial arts. He had surpassed the great saint stage and Mu Yibai had to respect him. More importantly, she had received unprecedented benefits from Jiang Qin. After many of her questions were answered, the source qi in Mu Yibai's body became restless. She was about to break through to the second sky of Star-Lord. You should break through first, Jiang Qin said. He did not take Mu Yibai's change of attitude to heart. At his level, he had already become detached from worldly affairs. In his eyes, Mu Yibai was a junior. Okay. Mu Yibai turned into an obedient child and started to break through. Boom, violent energy rippled out of Mu Yibai's body. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yibai's cultivation had risen to the second sky of Star-Lord. His aura did not stop after reaching this level. It was still rising. All the bottlenecks in Mu Yibai's cultivation had been broken through. This time he would only stop after reaching the peak of the second sky of Star-Lord. Chapter 4275. In fact, just as Jiang Qin had said, Mu Yibai had too many problems after reaching the Star-Lord level at such a young age. Jiang Qin's help had opened up the path of cultivation for her and removed the knot in her heart. For a cultivator, once the knot in their heart was removed, their explosive power and potential would be extremely terrifying. Take Mu Yibai for example. His cultivation had reached the peak of the second sky of Star-Lord before stopping. Moreover, given Mu Yibai's current state, he could reach the third sky of Star-Lord at any time. The benefits he got from Jiang Qin's guidance today were much better than any natural treasures. It could be said that he had undergone a complete transformation. This was a true transformation. Mu Yibai had ushered in the second stage of cultivation. His future achievements would be limitless. Huff! Mu Yibai let out a breath and looked at Jiang Qin with bright eyes. Apart from shock, there was more respect in his eyes. Yes, respect, the respect a junior would show to an elder. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I feel like I've been reborn. Mu Yibai was extremely excited. Anyone would be excited about this. It would be abnormal if they weren't. Not bad. Your potential is limitless and so is your future achievements. This crimson cloud astral won't be able to trap you in the future. Jiang Qin praised. He rarely praised people, but Mu Yibai was indeed a genius. I'll definitely cultivate hard and live up to Master's expectations. I hope I can leave the crimson cloud astral one day and cultivate on the heaven-awakened planet. Mu Yibai's eyes were filled with longing. He felt that being praised by Jiang Qin was an extremely glorious thing. It would be best if he could leave the Crimson Cloud astral one day and cultivate in a bigger place to broaden his horizons. Compared to the entire Heaven-Awakened star zone, the Crimson Cloud astral was only a small astral realm. The Heaven-Awakened planet was the center of the Heaven-Awakened star zone and the peak of the entire star zone. It was said that even powerful star emperors were nothing on the Heaven-Awakened planet. Everyone wanted to climb higher. Who wouldn't want to see a bigger place? What the F***ck little Chinzi, you F***kings stole all the limelight. Why didn't you leave some for me? What if Mui Bai fancies you? Long Xian muttered in a low voice, his eyes like a resentful wife. Although his voice was soft, Mui Bai heard him clearly at such a close distance. He looked at Long Xian. His gaze also began to become complicated. Don't worry, Mui Bai only admires and respects me. He doesn't have any romantic feelings for me. Try your best. He also spoke in a low voice, but he still purposely let Mui Bai hear him, which could be considered as helping Long Xian to confess his love. Mui Bai couldn't help but blush. This was the first time in her life that the young mistress of Kirin province had shown such shyness. However, what Jiangchen said was right. Mui Bai only respected Jiangchen, just like how students respected their teachers. It wasn't because Jiangchen wasn't charming enough, but because Long Xian had a strong first impression of him. Long Xian had shown his affection for Mui Bai, and Mui Bai could naturally feel it. Previously, when the winged youth had profaned him, Long Xian had stood up for him regardless of the consequences. Although he wasn't strong enough, he still wanted to be a protector. This caused Mui Bai to have a good impression of Long Xian. Which woman didn't want a man to protect her regardless of the consequences? Although this was a small matter, it still left a strong first impression in Mui Bai's heart. In Mui Bai's eyes, Jiangchen was too terrifying and unfathomable. He was a senior among seniors and Mui Bai could only respect him. Long Xian was different. If she had to choose one person, Mui Bai would undoubtedly choose Long Xian. Of course, this was just a metaphor. Mui Bai wasn't thinking about relationships at the moment. She only had a good impression of Long Xian, but didn't dislike him. Roar. The roar of a fire beast came from the valley. The fire beast was very fierce, but there was a layer of fear and anxiety in its roar. The fire beast wasn't stupid. It was a Star Lord since it could protect the fire coral here, so it was naturally very smart. The reason why the fire beast was anxious and scared was because it had sensed Mui Bai's presence when he reached the second sky of Star Lord. Moreover, it had seen Mui Bai kill 2 Star Lords with terrifying methods. Of course it was panicking. Master, I'll kill the fire beast and collect the fire coral first in case something happens. Mui Bai said. All right. Jiangchen nodded. The fire coral was good stuff. If they could obtain it, it would be enough for the 3 of them to increase their cultivation to the next level. It wouldn't be a problem for Jiangchen to reach the 4th heavenly layer of heavenly source. Jiangchen needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible since the battle of life and death with Zhu Chongqing was getting closer and closer. Zhu Chongqing was at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer of Star Lord. It was basically impossible for him to reach the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord in a mere month without a fortuitous encounter like Mui Bai's. If Jiangchen wanted to defeat Zhu Chongqing of the 1st heavenly layer, he would need to reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer at the very least, or even the 8th heavenly layer. After all, Zhu Chongqing was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp. He was not someone ordinary cultivators could compare to, so he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Mui Bai's aura shook and he turned into a streak of fire as he charged into the valley. Roar. In the next moment the fire beast let out an earth-shattering wail, a miserable shriek of pain. Inside the valley, Mui Bai shot out a fire dragon that wrapped tightly around the huge body of the fire beast. No matter how much the fire beast struggled, it was unable to break free. The fire dragon pulled with all its might, and the fire beast howled once again. Its huge body suddenly shattered, torn to pieces. At the same time, a fiery red demon spirit floated out and was grabbed by Mui Bai. This was a Star Lord level fire beast demon spirit. It contained extremely powerful fire-attributed energy, which was especially beneficial to someone with a fire-attributed constitution like Mui Bai's. In the colored glass sea, a Star Lord level fire-attributed demon spirit was a true treasure. The fire coral glowed brightly on the red rock. With a wave of Mui Bai's hand, it landed in his hand. Without any hesitation, Mu Yibai split the fire coral into 3 parts with a crack, then turned around and arrived before Zhang Chen and Long Shisan. This fire coral has been split into 3 parts. They're yours. Mu Yibai handed 2 parts of the fire coral to Zhang Chen and Long Shisan. In the face of a treasure like the fire coral, Mu Yibai was able to maintain his composure and take the initiative to give it to someone else. This kind of courage wasn't something that just anyone could do. Mu Yibai wasn't greedy. Just this point alone was enough for him to achieve great things. In fact, Mu Yibai knew very well that without Zhang Chen and Long Shisan, it would have been almost impossible for him to obtain the fire coral. Chapter 4283. The elder looked at Zhang Chen with great interest. He wanted to see if Zhang Chen was brave enough. One should know that the Nether Lion was the strongest among all the demonic beasts at the 2nd heavenly layer of the bestial battle arena. Ordinary human cultivators at the 3rd heavenly layer of the bestial battle arena might not be able to defeat it. However, Zhang Chen's next words almost caused the old man to fall off his seat. Are there any stronger ones? Zhang Chen asked. He didn't even look at the Nether Lion. Fuck. The elder rolled his eyes. He had really met someone who didn't know what to do today. Kid, I won't hide it from you. You're the first person to be so arrogant in the bestial arena's history. Logically speaking, I should respect the wishes of the disciples who come to challenge you. After all, life and death is your own business. However, for the sake of the bestial arena's profits, I can only let you challenge someone 1 level higher. If you can defeat the 2nd layer Unity Origin Realm Nether Lion, then the bestial arena will consider letting you fight stronger demonic beast. Do you understand? The elder said. Zhang Chen nodded. He understood what the elder meant. Every match was related to the bestial arena's profits. There would be many people betting on every match. If the difference in cultivation between the person and the demonic beast was too great, then everyone would bet on the demonic beast. Wouldn't the bestial arena suffer a great loss? For example, Zhang Chen, who was at the 1st heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, against the Nether Lion, who was at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. In the elder's opinion, it was a one-sided battle. The brat with the bronze mask had no chance of defeating the lion. Of course, the old man had never seen Zhang Chen before, so he didn't know who he was. Since he dared to challenge him, perhaps he really did have some skills. In the history of the beast fighting arena, there had been some extraordinary geniuses, and it wasn't like there had never been someone who could kill a demon beast that was 1 level higher than him. Therefore, although it was very risky for Zhang Chen to fight a 2nd heavenly layer Unity Origin Realm Nether Lion, there were still other variables in the arena. After all, most people would bet on the Nether Lion to win. If Zhang Chen were to fight a 3rd heavenly layer Unity Realm demonic beast, the outcome would be obvious. Wouldn't the bestial Colosseum suffer a great loss? Therefore, there was a rule in the beast battling arena, and that was that those who came to challenge were absolutely not allowed to cross 2 levels to battle a demonic beast. They could only cross 1 level, and if they were able to win, then they would have the qualifications to battle a more powerful demonic beast. Alright, let's arrange this then. Zhang Chen said. Kid, you better think it through. This Nether Lion is not easy to deal with. I'll give you another chance to back out. The old man said. Make the arrangements. Zhang Chen said impatiently. This Nether Lion was nothing in his eyes. Alright then. In an hour, go to the 3rd beast dueling arena. Make your preparations. Also, if you win, the reward for challenging someone of a higher cultivation realm will be incomparably generous. A total of 10,000 grade 2 origin stones. If you can defeat the Nether Lion's demonic spirit will also belong to you. The old man said, bring him to the 3rd warbeast stage and wait. A muscular man walked in and brought Zhang Chen away. Zhang Chen snorted disdainfully at the reward. Right now he was a true tycoon. 10,000 grade 2 origin stones was nothing in his eyes. Of course, for something like origin stones, the more the better. There's going to be a good show to watch tonight. It's been a while since someone has challenged someone of a higher cultivation realm. The old man chuckled. Old Wang, is this kid reliable? Did you test his strength? If he doesn't have the strength, then we might suffer a terrible loss. Another old man walked over and asked with a frown. Yeah, every time someone challenges someone of a higher cultivation realm, it's always the busiest time in the beast battling arena. Moreover, it's against the Nether Lion. If nothing unexpected happens, many people will bet on the Nether Lion. The others also said. It's hard to say. This kid is wearing a mask, so we can't see his true appearance. Also, with my eyesight, I can't see through his cultivation. I hope he doesn't disappoint us. Wang Xian said. The screen in the room switched to the third war beast stage. The huge war beast stage had a circumference of 30 meters. The stage was at the bottom while the top was 20 meters high. It was a place for spectators. At this moment, the third war beast stage was still empty. There wasn't a single person around. However, it could be imagined that once the news spread, the third war beast stage would become the main character of the night. Very soon, the news of Xianxia battling the Nether Lion began to spread in the beast battling arena. In an hour, the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, the Bronze-Masked Man, will battle the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm on the third stage. A voice similar to a broadcast resounded throughout the entire beast battling arena. The voice repeated over and over again, reaching every corner of the beast battling arena. For a moment, the entire beast battling arena was in an uproar. He's going to challenge someone of a higher cultivation realm. It's been a long time since someone of a higher cultivation realm has appeared in the beast battling arena. It's not interesting at all. Looks like it's going to be crazy tonight. Who is this bronze-masked man? How come I've never heard of him before? He actually dares to challenge the Nether Lion of a higher cultivation realm. He's quite courageous. He probably doesn't want to reveal his identity. He's just using a random name. Come, let's go to the third war beast stage and see who this bronze-masked man is. The entire beast battling arena was in an uproar. It just so happened that the battles on the other war beast stages were about to end. A large number of people were heading towards the third war beast stage. As the highlight of the night, no one was willing to miss it. Zhang San and Li Si also mixed into the crowd and followed. When the three words bronze-masked man were heard, they already knew that the bronze-masked man was definitely Xianxia. However, they didn't expect that Xianxia would choose to challenge someone of a higher cultivation realm. This caused a commotion in the entire beast battling arena. Very soon, under the guidance of the burly man, Xianxia arrived at the third war beast stage. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people standing on top of the stage. The surroundings of the stage were surrounded by a circle of fences. These fences were dark and shiny. They were made from some kind of extremely tough rock. They could withstand the attacks of a fifth heavenly layer Unity realm expert, ensuring that the people and demonic beasts fighting inside would not be able to break through the fences and charge out. This was to avoid harming the people outside. Creak. The fences were opened and Xianxia strode in. He stood there calmly and looked at the fences on the other end of the beast battling arena. If there were no surprises, the Nether Lion would enter from there. Is this the bronze-masked man? He looks very ordinary. He's wearing a mask and pretending to be profound. There's nothing special about him. He's not tall or mighty either. How can he be the Nether Lion's opponent? The Nether Lion is cruel and has the nickname of the Nether Grim Reaper. Even a second heavenly layer Unity realm expert might not be able to survive under the Nether Lion's attacks, let alone this bronze-masked man who's only at the first heavenly layer. I don't think the bronze-masked man will win. The bets are about to open. I'm going to bet on the Nether Lion. Chapter 4289. Asterisk Roar. Asterisk After the fusion, the twin Hell Pangolin became extremely violent. The Hell Pangolin was an incomparably brutal demonic beast, but it had just been defeated by a kid at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. This was a great humiliation. Now that it had fused with the Hell Pangolin, its strength had skyrocketed. It seemed that it was determined to tear Xianxia into pieces. Asterisk Dong Dong Dong. Asterisk The Hell Pangolin moved. It walked towards Xianxia step by step. The beast battling stage let out a deep rumble. Even from the outside, one could feel the vibration of the beast battling stage. Monstrous demonic chi filled the entire arena, suffocating everyone. The Hell Pangolin wanted to use its powerful aura to put immense pressure on Xianxia. Unbeknownst to it, Xianxia didn't feel any pressure at all. Under the mask there was a smile on his face. An invisible battle intent began to ripple. For Xianxia, the Hell Pangolin at the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm was still a challenge if he didn't use the Draconic transformation. Moreover, Xianxia didn't plan on using the Draconic transformation. He didn't even plan on using any combat skills. This time he would completely rely on his physical body to fight against the pangolin. Zhou Xian had been stuck at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm for some time. It was only because he hadn't completely fused with the eternal world that his body was slightly lacking. This was why he came to the beast battling arena. This time he wanted to take advantage of the Hell Pangolin to fully stimulate the potential in his body. The potential of the eternal world. Once it was stimulated, his cultivation would directly break through to the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He would also completely adapt to this world. From then on, his path of cultivation would be completely smooth. Because of the Origin Dragon, it was very easy for Zhou Xian to achieve this. All he needed was an opportunity. Right in front of him was an opportunity. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the pangolin moved. Both of its heads opened their mouths at the same time, revealing their ferocious fangs. They bit at Zhou Xian. The arena suddenly became quiet. Everyone knew that the real battle was about to begin. Both of Zhou Xian's arms trembled. Dragon Qi surged out from his body. With a sway of his body, he leapt into the air and stretched out both of his hands. With lightning speed, he smashed both of the pangolin's heads. Boom, boom. However, it was obviously impossible for him to destroy the nether lion's head with one punch like he did with the nether lion. The pangolin's head was incomparably hard. When it smashed into the pangolin's head, sparks immediately appeared. Moreover, the pangolin's tyrannical charge caused Zhou Xian's arm to go numb, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When he looked at the pangolin again, it was safe and sound. Not bad. The corners of Zhou Xian's mouth curled into a smile. The Hell Pangolin could be said to be a pinnacle existence amongst Yao beasts. It possessed a powerful bloodline, something that the average human cultivator could not hope to match. Additionally, its fleshly body was incomparably strong. Fighting against an existence like this was exactly what Zhou Xian needed. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Xian took a step forward and stretched out his hands once again. Without any fancy moves, it was purely the strength of his fleshly body. There was no battle skill, nor was there the support of a combat weapon. Fighting against the Hell Pangolin with his fleshly body, just this courage alone was enough to make the crowd admire him. The pangolin was incomparably violent. It stretched out its sharp claws. These claws were glowing with a dark light and were extremely sharp, capable of splitting mountains. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, grabbed at the sharp claws with his bare hands. Bang! Zhou Xian's hands collided with the pangolin's claws, but neither of them moved a single inch. Zhou Xian's body tilted, and his hind legs supported him as he channeled all his strength into his hands. On the other side, the pangolin and the mountain-plucking she were fighting each other. Both of them were like wild beasts, and neither of them was willing to back down. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. The scene was too shocking. A giant beast was competing with a puny human in terms of strength, and they were equally matched. Heavens, what the hell is this guy? Just how strong is he? He's like a monster in human form. After fusing with the twin Hell Pangolin, this bronze-masked man didn't even use any battle skills. He's just fighting against the pangolin with the strength of his fleshly body. How is this possible? The strength of the pangolin's fleshly body can be said to be unparalleled. It's not something a human can fight against. Even a 5th heavenly layer Unity Origin human cultivator would have to rely on a combat weapon or a combat skill to defeat a pangolin. It's impossible for him to rely on his fleshly body. This is too ridiculous. Everyone was shocked. This bronze-masked man had shocked the crowd once again. The entire Colosseum was in an uproar. Not only the spectator stands, but the inner hall of the Colosseum was also in an uproar. This guy, who is he? Check the new disciples and see if there's someone like him among them. Yang Luan said excitedly. This guy's fleshly body is definitely not any weaker than the pangolin. Most importantly, he's only at the 1st heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He's a real monster. Up until now, he still hasn't used any combat skills, and he hasn't even revealed his combat weapon. If he goes all out, even the fused Hell Pangolin might not be his match. Wang Xian said. No wonder he wants to challenge the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He's not being arrogant. He's really capable. However, the stronger he is, the better it is for our Colosseum. This time, almost everyone bet on the pangolin to win. If the bronze-masked man wins, we'll make a huge profit. An elder said, his face full of excitement. The Colosseum's gamble this time was the right one. In the Colosseum, the contest of strength was still going on. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the pangolin roared crazily and exerted force with its sharp claws, trying to crush Zhou Xian's palm. Unfortunately, the pangolin's claws, which were sharp enough to crush rocks, didn't even leave a scratch on Zhou Xian's palm, let alone crush it. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the pangolin was furious. It couldn't suppress Zhou Xian with its fleshly body, so it began to use its origin energy. A powerful force suddenly rippled out from the pangolin's body, rushing towards Zhou Xian like a storm. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Zhou Xian was sent flying by this sudden force and his back hit the iron fence. This wave of powerful supplies had truly left Zhou Xian befuddled. Zhou Xian shook his head forcefully, causing his body to emit cracking sounds. Again. Zhou Xian was completely excited. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. He liked the feeling of facing a powerful opponent, and the feeling of constantly charging under pressure. Zhou Xian could already feel his potential bursting out. He could feel that he was about to reach the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. All of his origin energy was about to completely fuse with the eternal world, and he was about to adapt to it. The source dragon in his dantian couldn't help but roar excitedly. Chapter 4296. The crowded square suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at Zhou Xian in a different way. He was too powerful. The disciples of the Hualyan gang were all inner disciples of the martial pavilion. Every one of them was a talented genius. Their strength could no longer be compared to ordinary cultivators. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm expert would not be able to kill the genius disciples of the Hualyan gang as easily as Zhou Xian did. However, Zhou Xian did it. Seemed to be very easy. The genius disciples of the Hualyan gang were like chickens and dogs in front of Zhou Xian. They could not even withstand a single blow. There were 4 people of the Hualyan gang left in the square. Apart from Qin Feng, there was another third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm expert. The other 2 were obviously Tan Fan and Hua Wuxian. These 2 guys had suffered losses from Zhou Xian before. Now that they saw Zhou Xian's true strength, they were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. At this moment the 2 of them were extremely regretful. After all, the difference in strength between them and Zhou Xian was too great. Even with such a difference, the 2 of them still tried to make trouble for him. Weren't they looking for death? Now it seemed that if it was not for Zhou Xian showing mercy, they probably would not even have the chance to stand here. A casual attack from Zhou Xian could make them lie on the ground for half a month. Come at me together. Don't waste time. Zhou Xian crooked his finger at Qin Feng in a provocative manner. I'd like to see how strong you are. The third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm disciple Lung Lung said. He released his full aura and took a step forward. He punched out with the force of thunder, attacking Zhou Xian with lightning speed. Bang! The terrifying scene appeared again. Just like in the beginning, Zhou Xian once again threw out a simple kick. The speed was too fast and the strength behind the kick was too great. The disciple didn't even have the chance to react before he was kicked in the stomach, sending him flying away. The disciple let out an anguished howl, fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, no longer able to stand up. Is this a human? How can this guy be so powerful? Where did this monster come from? I've never heard of such a person in the 99 cities of the Red East region. He's a level higher than him and his opponents are completely vulnerable in front of him. With such strength, could this guy be the Bronze-Masked Man? Bronze-Masked Man? Oh my god, that's possible. If he's the Bronze-Masked Man, then the Hualyan gang has kicked an iron plate. Even the boss of the Hualyan gang is no match for the Bronze-Masked Man. That's impossible. The Bronze-Masked Man should be more imposing than him. It's hard to say. I heard that the Bronze-Masked Man is also at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. For a moment, people began to associate Zhou Xian with the Bronze-Masked Man. Of course, this was only a preliminary connection. After all, the Bronze-Masked Man was too powerful. Although Zhou Xian was also powerful, he had yet to display the Bronze-Masked Man's aura. It's your turn. Zhou Xian looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed. He clenched his fists tightly, but he did not have the courage to make a move. Among the disciples just now, he was the strongest. Although he was slightly stronger than him, if he wanted to completely defeat him or even injure him, he would have to use a lot of effort. Zhou Qian's current strength was terrifying. Qin Feng was not an idiot, nor would he be blindly confident. At this point, Qin Feng would not be confident that he was still a match for Jiang Chen. Almost without thinking, even if he were to rush up, he would definitely end up the same as the others. Not only would he be injured, he would also be humiliated. If you don't dare to make a move, go and call the boss of the Hualien gang over. I'll wait here. Just like what I said just now, from today onwards, the Hualien gang will no longer exist in the martial pavilion. Go. Jiang Chen waved his hand at Qin Feng. He did not take Qin Feng seriously at all. Removing the name of the martial pavilion was too domineering. If it was said at the beginning, everyone would definitely scoff at it. However, after witnessing Jiang Chen's strength, perhaps Jiang Chen really had the strength to do so. Of course, Feng Wei was not so easy to deal with. He had a strong enough backing. To put it bluntly, the main reason why the Hualien gang was not to be trifled with was because of Feng Wei. Feng Wei's backing was too strong. Second brother, what should we do now? Tan Fan looked at Qin Feng and could not help but ask. What else can we do? We can only inform the boss. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. God knew how difficult it was for Qin Feng to say these words. After all, it was a way to show that he was afraid. That's the only way. Tan Fan nodded. He did not expect to kick an iron plate today. Jiang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. At this time, only the boss could deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, just you wait. Our boss is here. You can only kneel and beg for mercy. Hua Wuxian threatened. If you say one more word, I will make sure that you won't be able to speak in the future. Jiang Chen glared at Hua Wuxian. Hua Wuxian immediately stopped talking. He was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, but he really did not dare to say another word. Looking at Jiang Chen's means, if he really attacked him, he would only be able to regret it. Qin Feng and the others left, but the crowd did not disperse. Everyone knew that the real show had not really begun. The actions of the Hualien gang directly alarmed the boss, Feng Wei. This was extremely rare. Jiang Chen stood there calmly. Since the Hualien gang had continuously harassed him, he would spend some time today to play with them. This time he would correct them so that in the future when they saw him, they would have to take a detour and not disturb his cultivation. Jiang Chen was very clear that if he did not subdue the Hualien gang this time, it would become an extravagant hope for him to cultivate in peace in the future. How strong-willed. I have never seen such a strong-willed person, challenging the entire Hualien gang alone. Sometimes learning to lower one's head is also a good thing. That Feng Wei is really not easy to deal with. Feng Wei's cultivation is already at the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. I heard that he is not far from the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Not to mention that he has a powerful grandfather as his backing. Just his own strength alone is not necessarily a match for Jiang Chen. I think that Jiang Chen cannot be a match for Feng Wei. If he can defeat Feng Wei with the cultivation of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, then we can basically conclude that Jiang Chen is the bronze-masked man. That's right. Although there are many geniuses in the martial pavilion, I have never heard of anyone who has the ability to defeat an opponent 2 levels higher than him, except for the bronze-masked man. Chapter 4297. Not long after Qin Feng and the others left, they rushed back again. However, this time they were much more imposing and arrogant than before. This was because a young man had come along with them. The young man was wearing an azure robe. He had an imposing appearance and was rather handsome. The arrogance on his face couldn't be concealed at all. His aura was much stronger than Qin Feng's. He was at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm and had already stepped into the intermediate Unity Origin Realm. The leap from the 3rd heavenly layer to the 4th heavenly layer was not a small one. It's Luo Yuan, the boss of the Hualien gang. His aura really is extraordinary. His cultivation is already at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. He's only a step away from the 5th heavenly layer. With this level of cultivation, I'm afraid Jiang Chen is no match for him at all. Unless he's the bronze-masked man, he has no chance against Feng Wei. The real show is about to begin. Whether or not Jiang Chen is the bronze-masked man will be revealed soon. Many people began to get excited. The existence of the bronze-masked man was a surprise to everyone in the martial pavilion. Ever since last night at the bestial battle arena, many people had been guessing who the bronze-masked man was. After witnessing Jiang Chen's amazing display of power today, the people could not help but associate him with the bronze-masked man. Of course, it was hard to say whether Jiang Chen was the bronze-masked man or not. Once he fought Feng Wei, he would be able to tell for sure. Who's Xianxia? There was a loud shout. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. Soon Feng Wei strode to the center of the plaza. When he saw his disciples strewn all over the ground, he could not hide the anger on his face. In the martial pavilion, no one had ever dared to go against the Hualian gang like this. This was not only a disgrace to the disciples, but also to Feng Wei himself. Are you Xianxia? Feng Wei said as he looked at Xianxia, who had his arms crossed across his chest. That's right. Xianxia said lightly. Are you the one who said that you want to remove my Hualian gang from the martial pavilion? Feng Wei said coldly. Yes. Xianxia nodded with a relaxed expression. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. It could be said that he did not take Feng Wei seriously at all. You talk big, but I don't know if you have the strength to back it up. Feng Wei clenched his fists, which gave off cracking sounds. A powerful battle intent was unleashed from his body. Get out of the way and make room. Qin Feng shouted and then pulled the disciples of Hualian gang who were lying on the ground to the side. Voila! Everyone dispersed and cleared out a large area for Feng Wei and Xianxia to fight. Make your move. Let me see what gives you the right to remove my Hualian gang from the martial pavilion. Feng Wei said arrogantly. All right. Xianxia nodded. Under the gaze of countless shocked gazes, Xianxia disappeared from where he was like a ghost in a flash. His speed was so fast that no one could stop him. The next moment, Xianxia appeared beside Feng Wei. What? Feng Wei exclaimed, and his expression changed drastically. Xianxia's speed was so fast that even a Unity Origin 4th Heavenly Layer expert like him did not have the chance to react. Feng Wei raised his palm in a hurry and hit Xianxia. Unfortunately, Xianxia's movement was much faster than his. He grabbed Feng Wei's raised arm and forcefully interrupted Feng Wei's attack before it could even be completed. Feng Wei's aura fluctuated again, but unfortunately he still did not have the chance to attack. Xianxia grabbed Feng Wei's arm and lifted him up, then smashed him heavily on the ground, creating a big hole. Damn the bronze-masked man. That's right. It's this move that smashed the Hell Pangolin. I saw it with my own eyes. It's exactly the same. It's definitely the bronze-masked man. He's too powerful. Even Feng Wei is no match for him. He's 2 levels above him. Who else could it be other than the bronze-masked man? That smashing motion just now was simply too cool. It's really the bronze-masked man. Xianxia is the bronze-masked man. The Hualian gang has really kicked an iron plate this time. No wonder he's so powerful. He's the bronze-masked man. However, since he hit Feng Wei like this, Feng Wei's grandfather will definitely not let it go. Everyone knows that Elder Feng Tianhua is famous for being protective. That's right. Even if Xianxia defeats Feng Wei, I'm afraid this matter is not over. If Elder Feng Tianhua comes forward to cause trouble, Xianxia will not have an easy time in the future. Xianxia's aura was too strong. He directly exposed his identity with one move, especially when he smashed Feng Wei. It was exactly the same as when he smashed the Hell Pangolin last night. It was the same vigor, the same domineering aura, and the same hair-raising aura. The appearance of the bronze-masked man made everyone's blood boil. After all, after last night, the entire martial pavilion was guessing who the bronze-masked man was. Xianxia did not intend to hide his identity. He had only one goal when he first went to the Beast Colosseum, and that was to improve his strength. He did not want to be ostentatious, so he wore a mask. However, Xianxia also knew that with the ability of the higher-ups of the Beast Colosseum and the Martial Pavilion, it was too easy to find the bronze-masked man in the Martial Pavilion. Even if he did not expose himself now, he would still be exposed when he fought the Three-Eyed Panther 3 days later. Since the Hualian gang was determined to make things difficult for him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. As for whether or not his identity as the bronze-masked man would be exposed, Xianxia really did not care. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. They stared with wide eyes at Feng Wei, who had been smashed into the ground. Feng Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Unity Origin realm, was not a match for Xianxia. Cough cough, Feng Wei, who was in the deep pit, coughed violently and struggled to get up from the ground. The fact that he was able to crawl back up on his own meant that Xianxia had already shown him mercy. If Xianxia had given Feng Wei a good thrashing like he'd done to the pangolin last night, Feng Wei would have been crippled as well. Xianxia, if you dare to hit me, my grandfather will not let you off. Feng Wei's eyes were red, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth and face. He looked at Zhang Chen fiercely and threatened him. Hearing this, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. In the end, he still had to rely on his grandfather. It seemed that even though he had gotten rid of the Hualien gang, the trouble was still not over. Zhang Chen, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now, I will consider letting you continue to cultivate in the martial pavilion in the future. Feng Wei said. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen kicked out and landed a heavy kick on Feng Wei's lower abdomen. You've lost to me, yet you still dare to threaten me. Chapter 4305. Zhang Chen glanced at Xie Ting and saw that his cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of the Unity Source realm. He could not help but nod. At the very least, this person's talent was not bad. To be able to advance in 2 days was enough to show that he was a talent that could be molded. You've broken through. Very good. Zhang Chen patted Xie Ting on the shoulder and then strode out of the kernel. Teacher, please wait. Xie Ting hurriedly chased after him. Is there anything else? Zhang Chen frowned and looked at Xie Ting. The martial pavilion actually has such an extraordinary person like teacher. Xie Ting really admires teacher. If I still don't know teacher's name after receiving such great help from teacher, wouldn't that be a great disrespect to teacher? Xie Ting said. His posture was very low and his tone was unprecedentedly gentle. The 2 disciples of the martial pavilion behind him were stunned. How was this the usual arrogant and despotic young city lord? He was simply a little lamb. Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen reported his name, stepped forward and left straight away. Zhang Chen? With Zhang Chen. This name sounds so familiar. A disciple said. Yes, I know. It's the Zhang Chen who killed the Hualien gang in the fusion source tower. It must be him. I heard that he seems to be the bronze-masked man. Even Feng Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Unity Source realm, was not his match. He's really terrifying, the other said. I heard that Elder Feng Tianhua is very respectful to him. Xie Ting murmured, looking at Zhang Chen's disappearing figure and sighing. He finally knew why even someone like Feng Tianhua had to respect Zhang Chen. After he left the Qingyuan Thunderpool, he heard about what happened in the Fusion Source Tower and knew that a monstrous genius had come to the martial pavilion. However, fights between disciples were common. Feng Tianhua, an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion who was famous for being protective of his disciples, was respectful to a new genius. This made him unable to understand. Even though this disciple was extremely monstrous, it was not enough to make a famous alchemist of the Purple Pill Pavilion lower his head. It was only at this moment that Xie Ting truly understood that Zhang Chen did have the ability to make people respect him. Senior brother Xie, why do you call him master? His cultivation level seems to be much lower than yours. Even if he could defeat Feng Wei, he is still not on the same level as you. That's right, senior brother Xie. You've already broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of Unity Realm, truly reaching late Unity Realm. Even if Zhang Chen's talent is extraordinary and he broke the record of the Martial Pavilion's clear source lightning pool, there's no need for you to call him teacher, said Xianxia. The 2 of them were very confused. Based on their understanding of Xie Ting, this could be said to be a miracle. What do you know? Master's ability is not something we can imagine at all. To be honest, it was because of his guidance that I was able to successfully break through in 2 days. Previously, in the lightning pool, he saw the problem with my cultivation with a single glance and gave me some pointers. After I went back, I cultivated according to his guidance and broke through in 2 days. You 2 bastards don't know how to grasp the opportunity. If you could get Master to give you a few pointers just now, that would be a real fortune. It would not be a problem for you to reach the 6th heavenly layer of Unity Realm in a short time, said Xie Ting. Xie Ting said. His admiration for Zhang Chen was like a raging river, endless and unending. What? The 2 of them exclaimed and looked at each other. Then they raised their palms at the same time with great tacit understanding and slapped themselves hard twice in the face. Motherf asterisk cur, I missed such a great opportunity just like that. Let's go after him now, said one of them. One of them said. They didn't doubt Xie Ting's words at all. Even Xie Ting admired Zhang Chen so much. This could only mean that Zhang Chen was truly amazing. Come back. Xie Ting scolded, you 2 idiots. Master has just come out from the clear source lightning pool. He'll definitely need some time to digest it when he gets back. Furthermore, he still has a battle with the 3-eyed panther tomorrow. Can't you see what time it is? If you disturb him now and make him unhappy, that would be a great loss. Yes, senior brother Xia is right. We were too reckless. If we disturbed Master and got kicked out, we might not have another chance in the future. It's all your fault. You almost made a huge mistake. Let's just follow senior brother Xia and ask him to put in a good word for us. Master can give us some pointers. The two of them came to a realization. They felt that they had almost made a huge mistake. You two remember this. Don't be disrespectful when you see Master in the future. Xia Ting instructed solemnly. Of course. The two of them said in unison. Even if Xia Ting had not made arrangements, they would not have dared to slight Zhou Xian. Not to mention how deep Zhou Xian's attainments in cultivation and whether he could give them pointers. Just the amount of time Zhou Xian had spent in the clear source lightning pool was enough to make them look up to him. It was almost certain that Zhou Xian would definitely become the focus of the martial pavilion in the future. After leaving the clear source lightning pool, Zhou Xian returned to the purple pill pavilion as quickly as he could. This time Zhou Xian had gained a lot from cultivating in the clear source lightning pool. Apart from his cultivation reaching the limit of the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, the divine lightning in his body had also resonated with the power of lightning in this world. In the purple pill pavilion in front of Zhou Qian's room, Feng Tianhua sat on a stone stool with his eyes closed. Beside him Feng Wei kept pacing back and forth. His face was full of impatience. At this moment Feng Wei's injuries had completely recovered. Even the bruises and swelling on his face had disappeared. Of course this was normal. After all, Feng Wei had only suffered a superficial wound. In addition, his grandfather was an alchemist. If he had not recovered after such a long time, he would be a little too weak. Grandfather, let's go back. It's already been 2 days and Zhou Xian hasn't returned yet. Feng Wei said impatiently. Shut up, you impudent thing. How can you call the ancestor by his name? Don't worry, Master will definitely return tonight. Feng Tianhua said. How do you know? What if he doesn't come back? Until now, Feng Wei was still somewhat disgusted with this ancestor of his. He didn't even believe that Zhou Xian had the ability to trick his grandfather into becoming his disciple. If he had the chance, he would definitely expose Zhou Qian's trickery. Feng Wei thought to himself. He won't. He still has to fight the three-eyed leopard tomorrow, Feng Tianhua said. He had also heard about the incident at the Beast Arena. Like everyone else, he was basically certain that Zhou Xian was the bronze-masked man. At this moment, a figure walked over silently. Feng Tianhua suddenly looked over. Who else could it be but Zhou Xian? Master. Feng Tianhua spoke and quickly looked around. After making sure that Zhang San and Li Si were not here, he respectfully called out to Master. Little B****, hurry up and greet your ancestor. Feng Tianhua kicked the back of Feng Wei's leg, causing him to kneel on the ground on the spot. Chapter 43-25. The Divine Guards were ready to fight. Captain Kong Ming looked at the Divine Guards who were wailing on the ground. His face instantly turned gloomy. He raised his arm and waved. Voila! Dozens of Divine Guards understood and surrounded Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog tightly. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. It seemed that they wanted to eat Zhou Xian alive. It seems that I shouldn't have come to the Divine Martial Villa. Zhou Xian said in an indifferent tone. You shouldn't have come. After all, this is not a place that anyone can come to. However, since you have come and injured the Divine Guards, don't think of leaving so easily. Kong Ming said indifferently. Who is this guy? He looks like a stranger. Is there such a person in the Divine Martial City? I've never seen him before. He doesn't even have an invitation. What kind of big shot can he be? He's not even in Xia Ting's invitation list. He must be trying to find some sense of existence in the Divine Martial Villa, but he was stopped by the Divine Guards. However, this guy is really arrogant. Or rather, he doesn't know what's good for him. He dared to injure the Divine Guards. How dare he? The Divine Guards are the symbol of the City Lord. He must be dreaming if he wants to leave unscathed after injuring them. Some people were pointing and mocking Zhou Xian. Because Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had arrived early, the genius disciples of the Martial Pavilion had not appeared yet. Even Xia Ting himself was not present. Moreover, Zhou Xian had not appeared in any other places in the Divine Martial City apart from the Martial Pavilion. Therefore it was normal that no one recognized him. If someone recognized Zhou Xian's identity, they would definitely rush to stop the Divine Guards. This was the person that Xia Ting wanted to curry favor with. If Xieting knew that the divine guards dared to stop Zhou Xian, he would definitely be furious. Little Chinzi, do you want to fight them? These guys look like they need a beating. De Huang Dog shook his head and said without any hesitation. Damn dog, what did you say? A divine guard shouted. Lord Dog said that you deserve a beating. De Huang Dog glared at the man, and it looked like he was going to hit him if he didn't agree. Boom, waves of anger were released from the bodies of these divine martial guards. As long as Kong Ming gave the order, the divine martial guards would rush forward without mercy. De Huang. Zhou Xian shouted, indicating for De Huang to stop. He didn't want to have an unpleasant relationship with the city lord mansion. After all, these divine martial guards didn't know about his relationship with Xieting. I won't be attending today's gathering. Goodbye. Zhou Xian said to Kong Ming before turning around to leave. Stop right there. Kong Ming shouted, Brat, where do you think this is? You think you can come and go as you please? No one can leave so easily after injuring a divine martial guard. What do you want? Zhou Xian turned around, squinted his eyes and said with a smile. I'll give you two choices. First, leave behind your legs and your dog. We'll use them to make soup. Second, leave behind 100,000 second-grade origin stones as compensation for the loss of our brothers. We'll let you leave safely. Kong Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang Dog howled and leapt out. If it weren't for Zhou Qian's quick reaction, grabbing onto De Huang Dog's tail, a huge battle would have immediately begun. *CK. You dare to eat this Lord Dog? Take a look at your own teeth first. De Huang Dog howled. It seemed like he wanted to tear down the divine martial manor to vent his anger. Don't be impatient. There will be a chance for you to vent your anger. Zhou Qian said indifferently, comforting De Huang. He wasn't afraid of Kong Ming at all. If Zhou Qian went all out, even Kong Ming, who was at the 8th layer of the Unity Origin realm, wouldn't be a match for him. Kong Ming's two conditions were extremely excessive. Needless to say, the first condition was almost impossible and the second condition was also excessive. One had to know that it was almost impossible for ordinary Unity Origin cultivators, especially those at the lower levels of the Unity Origin realm, to take out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones. Origin stones had to be used up on a daily basis. An ordinary cultivator would only have a few Origin stones left to support their cultivation. Even if they did have some left, it wouldn't be a lot. This was also why cultivators had to work hard for Origin stones their entire lives. This brat has hit an iron wall this time. How can an ordinary person take out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones? What do you think the Divine Martial Guard is? How can he not pay a price for beating up a Divine Martial Guard? I'd like to see how this brat who dares to injure a Divine Martial Guard will settle today's matter. The onlookers began to increase. They were all here to watch a good show. They all wanted to see how the man and dog before them would deal with the two extremely excessive conditions that Kong Ming had proposed. Kong Ming had a complacent smile on his face. He looked at Zhou Qian, waiting for Zhou Qian to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qian flipped his palm and a green interspatial ring appeared in his hand. He casually threw the ring to Kong Ming. Here are 100,000 second-grade Origin stones, Zhou Qian said. After that he turned around and left with the Huang Dog. He casually threw 100,000 as if nothing had happened. His calmness stunned everyone present. Kong Ming was stunned on the spot. With a thought, he found that there were indeed 100,000 second-grade Origin stones in the interspatial ring. Not one more, not one less. This is bad. Kong Ming stamped his foot and thought, this is bad. As an expert of the 8th firmament of the Unity Origin realm and the captain of the Divine Martial Guard, he naturally knew more than ordinary people. Among all the Unity Origin realm experts in the entire Divine Martial City, how many people could casually take out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones without any hesitation? It wasn't that there weren't such people, but they were definitely big shots. At the very least, they were big shots that a captain like him couldn't afford to offend. Who is this person? He casually took out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones. That's amazing. He's hiding his strength well. A person like that shouldn't have an invitation letter. That's amazing. 100,000 second-grade Origin stones. He threw it away like trash. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone's expression changed. Even the members of the Divine Martial Guard were dumbfounded. They all lowered their heads and didn't say anything. 100,000 second-grade origin stones seemed like a great deal, but in reality, they were very nervous because they might have offended someone they shouldn't have offended. De Huang Dog, who had already walked far away, was still mumbling, "Damn it, this Lord Dog is going to die from anger. Who does this Xie Ting think he is? And you, why did you swallow your anger and give them 100,000 second-grade origin stones? This Lord Dog is going to die from anger." Don't be angry. Anger is harmful to the body. Xie Ting probably forgot about the invitation. There's no need for us to make things difficult for the city lord over such a small matter. Moreover, you didn't lose anything. As for the 100,000 second-grade origin stones, do you think that bastard has the guts to accept my origin stones? Jiang Chen laughed. Chapter 4367. Little Chenzi, do you think it's true or not? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Jiang Chen understood the meaning of De Huang Dog's words. After all, a piece of last words couldn't prove anything, because what they saw was a winged person without the slightest aura of the human race. Empress Lin might be true, or it might be a lie left behind by the winged person. If the Empress of the Lin Kingdom was real, then Jiang Chen would be helping the winged person if he fulfilled the last words. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. He had his own judgment. In this world there was no lie that could confuse him. I have my own judgment. Jiang Chen picked up the storage ring from the brocade box. With a thought, he opened the storage ring. When he saw the treasures in the storage ring, even Jiang Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Inside the huge interspatial ring was a mountain of origin stones. 10,000 grade 5 origin stones and at least 100 million grade 4 origin stones. Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a little dizzy seeing such a huge amount of wealth. Damn, Little Chenzi, you're rich. So many grade 4 origin stones. That's for heavenly source experts to cultivate. Grade 5 origin stones are for star lords. With so much wealth, you're definitely the richest person in the entire Crimson East region. Even if all the heavenly source experts in the Crimson East region were added up, they still wouldn't be as rich as you. De Huang Dog jumped up. Such a huge amount of wealth was indeed a little scary. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was beaming. With so many origin stones, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivating to the late heavenly source realm. So, do you think a winged person would leave so much wealth to the descendants of the human race? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. Impossible. This wealth is too shocking. If it's taken out, it can help the human race raise a sect. Unless the winged person is crazy, why would he leave such wealth to the enemy? De Huang Dog shook his head. He didn't need to think too much about this. It was impossible. Inside the interspatial ring there was a battle sword. On the hilt of the sword there was a Lin character. This was a Star Lord battle weapon. In terms of Genesis weapons, it was a grade 5 origin weapon. To put it bluntly, this sword alone was priceless. In the Scarlet East region or even the Scarlet Middle region, if news of this spread, it would cause endless panic. It was unknown how much power a Star Lord soldier could unleash. Jiang Chen held the sword in his hand and looked at it casually. These are human weapons. I've studied the Harpy's weapons before and they are fundamentally different. After Jiang Chen said that, he picked up the jade pendant again. The turquoise jade pendant was very exquisite. One side of the jade pendant was still engraved with the Lin character, and the other side was engraved with a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It says that this jade pendant can prove its identity, which shows that this jade pendant is Empress Lin's personal belongings. In fact, jade pendants are also personal belongings. De Huang, let me ask you, it's not easy for others to take away a Star Lord's personal belongings. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. In other words, this is the real Empress Lin. The one in the Lin Kingdom is fake. She's a winged person. De Huang Dog said. That's right. An evil technique like the soul-shifting technique isn't rare, but it's extremely difficult to execute. Empress Lin must have been deceived, which was why she was attacked by this technique and had her soul and body replaced. I can basically conclude that everything written in the letter is true, but we'll have to wait until we go to the Red Mid region and the Lin Kingdom before we can be sure. Jiang Chen said that if he had a chance to meet Empress Lin in person with his eyesight, Jiang Chen would be able to see the truth at a glance. That's right, it's not a good idea to discuss the truth now. With our current strength, even if we go to the Scarlet Middle region, we won't be of much help. We can only be beaten. Let's solve the matter in the Scarlet East region first, and then go to the Scarlet Middle region. I believe it won't take too long. With our foundation we can improve our cultivation very quickly. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin nodded. He would naturally take Empress Lin's matter to heart. If it was true he would definitely help her fulfill her last wish. After all, he had obtained such a great opportunity from Empress Lin. If he couldn't fulfill her last wish, it would be a little unfair. Look at that blood spirit bead. De Huang Dog reminded. Jiang Qin nodded, then looked at the woman's face. Sorry. Jiang Qin flicked his finger and shot out a ray of light, which fell into the woman's mouth. The woman's mouth opened automatically and a blood-red bead jumped out instantly. Jiang Qin grabbed it in his hand. A bead left behind by a Star Lord after exhausting his entire life's cultivation. The energy inside is definitely extraordinary. This is a real treasure. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up and he began to lick his mouth. It's a pity that Empress Lin's final state was too weak. There isn't much energy inside, but if you and I refine it, it shouldn't be a problem for us to increase our cultivation by 2 levels. Jiang Qin looked at the blood spirit bead and said. 2 levels isn't bad. What are we waiting for then? This Lord Dog can't wait anymore. De Huang Dog shook his head. Alright, then let's refine this blood spirit bead before we leave. There are still 2 days left, enough for us to refine it. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog jumped off the bronze coffin and sat down cross-legged. The blood spirit bead floated between them and the man and dog began refining it. Strands of energy flew out from the blood spirit bead and entered Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's bodies. These two were super abnormal. Their foundations were too deep, and they could increase their cultivation as long as they had energy. There was no bottleneck at all. Although Empress Lin left the blood spirit bead in an extremely poor state, she was still a Star Lord after all. Even a little bit of energy left behind could benefit a Unity Origin expert greatly. Not long after the refining of the energy began, Jiang Qin was the first to make a breakthrough, successfully advancing to the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Soon after, De Huang Dog also advanced to the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. However, the 2 brothers didn't stop. With their foundations they could definitely continue to make breakthroughs. It wouldn't be a problem for both of them to advance another level. However, the 2 brothers would have to slow down a little. After all, the impact of the energy was too fast and it would more or less affect their bodies. If nothing went wrong, after refining the blood spirit bead, Jiang Qin's cultivation would reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, and De Huang Dog's cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Chapter 45-29. Jiang Qin and Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony. They took the fiery corals as they needed them to improve their strength as soon as possible. Jiang Qin in particular had a battle appointment in a month. Although Xianxia didn't have a special fire elemental constitution, fire was extremely useful to him. Although his Eyes of Fiery Truth was an innate ability, its source was also refined by nature. It was because his Eyes of Fiery Truth was an innate ability. Master, I saw that you were able to swallow a fire demon alive. Such an ability is truly heaven-defying. This fiery beast's demon spirit is perfect for Master. It can help Master improve his strength quickly. Mu Bai took out the demon spirit he got from killing the fiery beast and gave it to Jiang Qin. Mu Bai was now very respectful towards Jiang Qin. The sudden change in attitude was entirely due to Jiang Qin's ability. For Mu Bai, the questions Jiang Qin helped him answer were priceless. Not to mention 1 Star Lord level demon spirit, even 100 of them wouldn't be as valuable as Jiang Qin's help. Thanks. Jiang Qin didn't stand on ceremony and took the demon spirit. Nothing was more important than improving his cultivation. Jiang Qin wasn't shy. We'd better leave this place and find a secluded place to refine the fiery corals and improve our strength, said Mu Bai. Mu Bai said. There was too much commotion here just now and it would easily attract the attention of others. If someone found out that they were looking for fire corals, it would be some unnecessary trouble. The 3 of them moved and left the mountain. With their speed they were thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. In front of them was a place of dancing flames. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, and they were so dense that people couldn't even see what was inside. For Jiang Qin and the others, it was a good hiding place. The 3 of them found 3 different places and started cultivating in seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 7 days. 4 powerful cultivators, 7 days was just the blink of an eye. In 3 days, Mu Ibai made another breakthrough with the help of the fiery coral and reached the 3rd sky of Star Lord. This trip to the colored glass sea was definitely Mu Ibai's most valuable one. He had been to the colored glass sea 3 times, but he hadn't even broken through to the 1st heaven of the Star Lord realm. It had only been 7 days since he entered, but he had already broken through 2 realms, from the 1st heaven of the Star Lord realm to the 3rd heaven of the Star Lord realm. On the other side, Xian had reached the 7th heavenly layer and remained at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. He was only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. In his current state, Xian could already kill 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. The one who had benefited the most was Jiang Chen. With the addition of the fiery coral and the fire beast's demon spirit, Jiang Chen's cultivation had advanced by 2 realms, reaching the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. He was only a step away from the 6th heavenly layer. Moreover, Jiang Chen had not completely refined the energy of the fire beast's demon spirit, so a portion remained in his body. With Jiang Chen's current state, he only needed an opportunity to reach the 6th heavenly layer. "You two are monstrous," Mu Ibai could not help but sigh. Mu Ibai couldn't help but sigh. He had seen geniuses before and there were no mediocre geniuses in the Qilin mansion. However, he had never seen someone like Jiang Chen and Dragon Xian. Xian had only been in the capital for 10 days. In 10 days he had advanced from the 4th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer. Was he still human? There was no need to mention Jiang Chen. His cultivation had skyrocketed in the 7 days he had spent in the lapis glass sea. Advancing was as easy as eating. In just a few days his cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. Aside from being terrifying, what else could be described as? "Teacher, your strength has increased very quickly, but the further you go the more difficult it becomes. There's still 20 days until the battle between you and Zhu Chongqing. Still very worrying." Mu Ibai looked at Jiang Chen and said. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation had increased very quickly, there was still an insurmountable gap between Jiang Chen and Zhu Chongqing in the eyes of others. They were on completely different levels. "Don't worry. There's still 20 days. In an environment like the lapis glass sea, it's very easy for little Chenzi to increase his strength." Xian was not worried at all. The more he understood how terrifying Jiang Chen was, the less worried he would be. If anyone should be worried, it should be Zhu Chongqing. "I naturally admire teacher's methods, but the time is still a little short," said Mu Ibai. 20 days was the difference between the 5th heavenly layer and the 1st heavenly layer of Star Lord. Even if the fire-eating demon fought day and night, it would still be impossible for him to increase his cultivation by that much. Time is indeed a little tight, but it doesn't matter. There's a way. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. No matter the situation, confidence would always appear on his face. Absolute confidence. In 20 days, Jiang Chen needed to increase his cultivation by at least 2 more levels and reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Only then would he have a chance to defeat Zhu Chongqing, and that was under the condition that Zhu Chongqing had yet to reach the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord. Therefore, Jiang Chen needed to raise his cultivation to the 8th level of the heavenly source realm in order to have absolute confidence in his success. "Be careful." As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, his facial expression changed abruptly. He grabbed Dragon Xian and executed the Great Void technique to its limit. In almost a split second, he and Dragon Xian had already retreated 30 meters away from where they stood. Asterisk boom. Asterisk behind them, a rumble rang out from where they had just been standing. 2 rays of killing intent that resembled the Grim Reapers almost cut through the sea of flames. Shit. Xian shuddered. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If that attack had landed on them, they would not have been able to block it at all with their current cultivation. They would have most likely been split in half. "Who's there?" Mu Ibai's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly stood in front of Jiang Chen and Xian waiting for the attack. It had been too dangerous just now. The attacker was most likely at the 3rd heavenly layer of Star Lord, and he was extremely adept at concealment and sneak attacks. Even she, a 3rd heavenly layer Star Lord, had not sensed the attack at all. Mu Ibai's respect and admiration for Jiang Chen grew as she became furious. Even she had not sensed it, but Jiang Chen had. Furthermore, he had dodged a sneak attack from a 3rd heavenly layer Star Lord at the most crucial moment, and he had brought someone with him. The speed and movement technique he had displayed in that instant could only be described as a miracle. Even a powerful Star Lord would not have been able to do that. Brat, you actually managed to dodge my sneak attack. How did you do it? Chapter 45-30. The old man's blue eyes were very distinctive of the elves. His cultivation was the same as Mu Ibai's at the third heaven of the Star Lord realm. The old man was extremely shocked. The elves were experts in stealth and sneak attacks. With his cultivation at the third heaven of the Star Lord realm, 2 heavenly source realm cultivators would definitely die if he ambushed them. However, Xianxia was able to sense his presence in such a situation and successfully escape with Xian. It was a miracle. The old man would never believe it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Even Mu Ibai was shocked, let alone him. Even she, a genius of Qiren province, did not sense the old man's sneak attack. Xianxia did not say anything. His eyes were extremely cold. A third heaven of the Star Lord realm of the elves would not ambush 2 heavenly source realm humans. Even if he wanted to ambush them, he should have ambushed Mu Ibai. After all, Xianxia and Xian were too weak. They should not have caught the attention of a Star Lord, let alone ambushing them. The only explanation was that the old man had come with a clear purpose, and that purpose was to kill Xianxia and Xian. It had nothing to do with Mu Ibai. A third heaven of the Star Lord realm of the elves had come to the colored glass sea to ambush 2 heavenly source realm kids. Xianxia and Xian were no fools. They could easily guess the reason. Looks like he didn't get rid of us in Qiren province and came to the colored glass sea instead. We've become a thorn in someone's side. Xian sneered. He did not hide the anger on his face. Xian was obviously angry. He could not help it. It was so dangerous just now. If it were not for Xianxia's superb senses and movement skills, they would have died on the spot. A Star Lord expert of the Elven race actually launched a sneak attack on 2 heavenly source experts. Since when has the Elven race become so shameless? Mu Ibai was infuriated. He stared at the old man with his sharp eyes. Baishi's cold fire had been released and locked onto the old man. Mu Ibai still had a lingering fear when he recalled what had happened just now. If it wasn't for Xianxia's strength, Qiren province would have lost 2 exceptional geniuses. Humph. Consider yourself lucky that I didn't kill you this time. Next time your luck won't be so good. The old man snorted coldly. Without saying anything to Mu Ibai, he turned around and flew off into the distance. Where are you going? There was no way Mu Ibai would give him the chance to escape. If he did not get rid of a third Sky Star Lord, the old man would launch a sneak attack at any time. He might not care about such a sneak attack, but it was a real threat to Xianxia and Xian. Their lives could be in danger at any time. Although the elves were good at hiding, Mu Ibai was no longer the Mu Ibai from before. Ordinary people were no match for Mu Ibai when they were at the same cultivation level because of the difference in cultivation level. For example, Mu Ibai had already locked on to the old man. It was impossible for the old man to come and go as he pleased in front of Mu Ibai. If the old man's sneak attack failed and he left, Mu Ibai would lose all his face. Mu Ibai used the 3 ultimately fire. The hurricane turned into a dragon and engulfed the old man in a fiery domain. The old man's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Mu Ibai to be so powerful. He immediately shot out a blue flame to block. Unfortunately, the old man's counterattack was nothing in front of Mu Ibai's hurricane dragon. It was easily destroyed. Bang! Mu Ibai was extremely fast. He slammed his palm on the old man's chest. An arrow of blood shot out of the old man's mouth and he was sent flying. Whoosh! Mu Ibai followed closely behind, swinging out a sword in his hand. The old man was unable to dodge and one of his arms was severed by Mu Ibai. Miss, don't kill him yet. Xian hurriedly said. Mu Ibai's sword stopped an inch away from the old man's neck. She turned to look at Xian. Why don't you kill him? Humans and the elves were enemies. Usually they would fight to the death when they met. Mu Ibai did not need a reason to kill the old man. Ask him who sent him to kill us. Xian said. Who sent him? Mu Ibai was stunned. She did not understand Xian's words. In her opinion, it was normal for the elves to kill humans. It was just like how she wanted to kill the old man. Xian was asking an unnecessary question. Just kill him. He won't say anything. Xianxia waved his hand indifferently. The people involved were very important. The old man knew that he was going to kill himself, so how could he say that he was the mastermind? In fact, even if the old man did not say anything, Jiang Chen could guess that the mastermind was the fake Empress Lin. Whoosh. Mu Yibai did not hesitate. She swung her sword and killed the old man. Teacher, what did Zhou Xian mean? You seem to know something? Mu Yibai put away her sword and could not help but ask. As the young mistress of Kirin province, she was no fool. Little Chenzi, I think we should tell the young mistress the secret. I think she is trustworthy. Long Zhou Xian said. Secret? What secret? Mu Yibai's curiosity was piqued. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. It was not that he did not want to tell her the secret, but the implications were too great. Once the secret was revealed, it would definitely cause a commotion in the entire Lin country. Many people would not believe it and would think that the two of them were creating trouble. However, Mu Yibai did not understand. Through this period of contact, Mu Yibai was definitely a genius of the human race and was trustworthy. He would definitely be an important combat force on their side in the future. There was no harm in telling Mu Yibai about the fake Empress Lin. Once Mu Yibai knew about it, they would have an additional helper. Young mistress, this is not a small matter. It is very important. I can tell you, but you have to be mentally prepared. Also, you must not tell anyone else. Jiang Chen said solemnly. This secret could not be revealed for the time being. It could be said that he had already mobilized all his strength. Teacher, please tell me. Mu Yibai said. Young mistress, do you know Lin Chaofeng, Empress Lin? Jiang Chen asked. Of course I do. The Empress is highly respected and is the ruler of the Lin country. She is also a powerful Star Lord. Why did you suddenly ask about the Empress? Mu Yibai frowned. Sigh, it seems that Empress Lin's prestige is indeed great. She has already achieved great power. However, the current Empress Lin of the Lin country is a fake. Jiang Chen sighed. From Mu Yibai's admiration for Empress Lin, it was not difficult to guess Empress Lin's status in the Lin country. Chapter 45-31. What? How is that possible? Mu Yibai was shocked beyond words and her expression turned ugly. After a few days of interaction, she realized that Jiang Chen was not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Instead, he was very methodical. After all, this matter concerned the foundation of the entire Lin kingdom. The Empress of a generation was extremely noble and was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. If she was a fake, how could the people of Qizhong region accept it? In the depths of her heart, she believed in Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had helped her a lot in the past few days. He had also given her a lot of pointers. Moreover, she had long regarded Jiang Chen as her teacher. However, she still found it hard to accept that she was a fake empress. Teacher, Empress Lin is related to all aspects of the entire Lin kingdom. Although you are my teacher, you don't have enough evidence for this kind of thing. It's better not to speak carelessly. Mu Yibai woke up from her shock. Her expression was still ugly. She still could not accept this matter. She could not even convince herself to believe it. After all, Empress Lin's prestige was extremely high in the entire Lin kingdom. She was also deeply popular. She was also everyone's idol. Especially the women, they looked up to Empress Lin as a role model. Jiang Chen was not surprised by Mu Yibai's reaction. After all, Empress Lin's status was extraordinary. This news was too shocking for her. You should know why I followed you to the Glazed Sea, right? Jiang Chen said. I know. It's because you and Zhu Chongqing have a 1-month life and death agreement. You came to the Glazed Sea to seek an opportunity to break through. Mu Yibai said. He was a little puzzled. Why would Jiang Chen say that? What did this have to do with Empress Lin? It was normal for the disciples to have a conflict. However, Jiang Chen was too impulsive at that time. No matter how she tried to persuade him, she could not stop him. However, now it seemed that Jiang Chen was not spouting nonsense. Not only did he have extremely strong combat strength, but his cultivation speed was also extremely fast. Don't you think this matter is a little strange? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Any conspiracy in front of him was nothing to be afraid of. It could not escape his eyes. Strange. Mu Yibai furrowed his brows. He did not think too deeply about it. After all, the elf tribe was good at illusions. This kind of thing was unavoidable and happened from time to time. As for the trick behind this, he could not figure it out. Vermilion Bird Camp is the protector army of the Lin Kingdom and has a strong management style. Do you think it is normal for elves to infiltrate? Jiang Chen's face was brimming with a confident smile. He continued, also, after we killed the elves, do you feel the reactions of the Vermilion Bird Camp elders and Zhu Chongqing are normal? Jiang Chen's words made Mu Yibai's pupils shrink. Back then, the Vermilion Bird Camp had been investigating Jiang Chen for overstepping his authority, but they didn't mention anything about the infiltration of the elf race. The elf race and the feather race were the greatest enemies of the human race, but their attitude towards Jiang Chen was somewhat inconceivable. Who has such great power to control Vermilion Bird Camp? Jiang Chen's sole interrogation forced Mu Yibai to follow Jiang Chen's train of thought. At this moment she suddenly realized the severity of this matter. If what Jiang Chen said was true, then the human race was really in danger. This is not the most frightening thing. It's just a small Vermilion Bird Camp. I don't even put Zhu Chongqing in my eyes. However, our Kirin province has also been infiltrated. Jiang Chen's words caused Mu Yibai to become even more unsettled. This was not a joke. How is that possible? I grew up in Kirin province. I am very familiar with everyone. It is impossible for them to betray Kirin province. If it was Vermilion Bird Camp that had problems, she could understand. However, if it was Kirin province that was infiltrated, it was not possible, right? After all, no matter how familiar she was with Kirin province, as long as it was infiltrated, she would definitely be able to detect it. Do you still remember how I was picked on when I just returned to Kirin province? Do you think this is a coincidence? Jiang Chen smiled slightly, but it was enough to explain the problem. Mu Yibai was not an idiot. Moreover, she also found it strange at that time, but she did not think too much about it. Why would a disciple pick on her just because of a problem with her residence? Moreover, the elder's attitude was also thought-provoking. This kind of thing had never happened in Kirin province. This time it was indeed abnormal. But this does not mean that it is related to Empress Lin, right? Mu Yibai frowned. If Jiang Chen's guess was correct, then the power and methods of the person behind this was definitely terrifying. However, this did not prove that it was definitely Empress Lin's doing. Look at this. What is this? At this moment, a battle sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. On the sword hilt, the word Lin was engraved. This was a Star-Lord battle weapon, and also Empress Lin's personal battle weapon. Isn't this Empress Lin's battle weapon? Why is it in your hands? Mu Yibai could not remain calm after seeing this familiar battle weapon. No wonder Jiang Chen said that there was something wrong with Empress Lin. It seemed that he did have some evidence. Although Empress Lin did not use this battle weapon often, it was also her favorite battle weapon. Because it was given to her by the emperor, she treasured it and kept it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would not use it. However, it was not convincing enough to conclude that Empress Lin was a fake with just a battle weapon. Empress Lin is the mother of the world. I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince everyone to conclude that there is something wrong with her with just a battle weapon. At this moment, Mu Yibai completely believed in Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen must have other evidence to be so confident. At this moment, a jade pendant appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. It was a jade pendant that was very exquisite. On one side of the jade pendant, the word Lin was engraved, and on the other side, there was a picture of 100 birds worshipping a phoenix. You should be familiar with this, right? Jiang Chen said. What? Why do you have this jade pendant? Mu Yibai's jaw dropped. She was completely shocked. Her eyes widened as she walked toward Jiang Chen step by step. She was too familiar with this jade pendant. When the emperor married Empress Lin, the whole world celebrated. In order to express his love for Empress Lin, the emperor gave her a jade pendant in public. It was unique in the world and everyone in the country of Lin knew about it. As an admirer of Empress Lin, she had always hoped that there would be a man who loved her as much as the emperor loved Empress Lin. A jade pendant could promise a lifetime of love. Therefore Mu Yibai was too familiar with this jade pendant. She recognized it the moment Jiang Chen took it out. Even if I have the guts and ability, I can't steal Empress Lin's personal item, right? Besides, you know better than me how important this jade pendant is to Empress Lin. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen wasn't wrong. This jade pendant was more important than Empress Lin's life. This was the emperor's promise to her, and it was a unique item in the world. Who would have thought that it would appear in Jiang Chen's hands? At this moment, Mu Yibai was like she was struck by lightning. She couldn't remain calm at all. This was a huge secret. A person who could control Vermilion Bird Camp and reach into Kirin province was definitely not an ordinary person. Empress Lin must have done it well. There was a mistake at the beginning. Jiang Qin and Zhu Chongqing had a 3-month battle, but it was written as 1 month. It was my mistake. I have changed the first 3 months to 1 month. Everyone just treat it as a 1-month battle. Chapter 45-32. If she still had a little bit of doubt towards Jiang Chen's words before, then right now she had complete trust in Jiang Chen. She would believe whatever Jiang Chen said without a doubt. The Lin Kingdom was the supreme ruler of the Qizhong region and the only human race that had the power to fight against the feather race and the fairy race. There were many powerful cultivators there. Who would have thought that the Empress of the Lin Kingdom had been infiltrated by the feather race and replaced? To the human race this was a disaster. Once they worked together the human race would be doomed. Mu Yibai felt a chill run down his spine. This news was too shocking. Once it was made public it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The entire great forest would be shaken, and everyone's hearts would be shrouded in fear. What about the real Empress Lin? Have you seen her before? Where is she? Mu Yibai snapped out of her shock. As the top genius of Kirin Province, a Star-Lord level cultivator, and the Lady of Kirin Province, what had she not seen? She still had the temperament to do so. She knew how serious this matter was and did not dare to be careless. After all, if Jiang Qin could get Empress Lin's personal belongings, he must have seen Empress Lin and was the person she trusted the most. She was very concerned about the real Empress Lin. Where was she? After all, as long as the real Empress appeared, all the conspiracies would be exposed. The fake Empress would also be exposed and the crisis of the Lin Kingdom would be resolved. The real Empress Lin is actually dead. I discovered this secret in the tomb of a Star-Lord not long ago. There is a suicide note here. Jiang Qin took out the suicide note left behind by Empress Lin and handed it to Mu Yibai. Mu Yibai's hands trembled as she held the tattered piece of paper. She could no longer hold back her tears. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Empress Lin was her role model, her idol, and the heroine of the Lin Kingdom. She had never thought that she would die in the conspiracy of the fake Empress, and everyone else was an accomplice. I am not a feather person. I am Empress Lin of the Lin Kingdom of the Crimson Middle region. This body is what I hate the most in this world because this is the body of a feather person. My own body was occupied by a feather person, and they snuck into the Lin Kingdom to confuse the people. Back then, a feather person's spy snuck into the Lin Kingdom and bewitched my master. My master later bestowed her as a concubine, but no one in the Lin Kingdom saw through her lies. Even I was blinded and treated her as my sister. One day that B*TCH's ambition exploded. She used the soul transfer spell to frame me, took my body and left this feather person's body to me. No one in the Lin Kingdom believed me and tried to kill me. I didn't even have a chance to explain myself. I escaped desperately to save my life, but I was already a spent force. I know that I don't have long to live, so I left this ruin behind, hoping that one day, I will meet a fated person who can fulfill my last wish and return to the Lin Kingdom to clear my name and expose that B*TCH. Otherwise, the thousands of years of the human race in the Lin Kingdom will be destroyed in the hands of that B*TCH. The people of the Lin Kingdom will be plunged into misery and suffering. Every word was heartbreaking. Mu Yibai's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife as tears streamed down his face. Even in death, Empress Lin's heart still belonged to the Lin Kingdom. It was clear that the Lin Kingdom was everything to Empress Lin, and it was enough to prove that the Empress Lin in the palace was definitely fake. Everyone had misunderstood Empress Lin previously. This huge blow had completely crushed Mu Yibai. Yibai, don't be too sad. Since little Qinzi knows about this and has promised Empress Lin, he won't just stand by and watch. He will definitely return justice to Empress Lin. Long Xian walked up and patted Mu Yibai's shoulder gently, his heart aching for her. He pulled Mu Yibai into his embrace. This matter was too huge of a blow to her. Moreover, Long Xian could feel Mu Yibai's self-blame. Xian's comforting words had undoubtedly given Mu Yibai a lot of mental support. When she was at her weakest, a warm shoulder was enough to melt her frozen heart. F***ck, you've tricked another young lady's heart. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes at Monkey and said unhappily. Long Xian had a smug look on his face. When Mu Yibai stopped resisting him, it meant that he had already succeeded halfway. This was how women were. When they needed you the most, you just happened to appear and give them what they needed the most. This was not a promise, nor was it a battle weapon. All she needed was a shoulder. A moment later, Mu Yibai regained her composure and suddenly realized that she was in close contact with Long Shan. Her face flushed all the way to her neck. She lowered her head shyly and pushed Long Shan away, maintaining a safe distance from him. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure," Mu Yibai hurriedly explained. She didn't even know what had happened to her and why she had lost her composure. She could not help but lean into Long Shan's embrace. The sense of security that she hadn't felt for a long time made her feel extremely secure. "Hee, how could I have lost my composure? As long as you're willing, you can lean on my shoulder anytime you want." Long Shan scratched his head and said shamelessly. He was overjoyed in his heart. This was a great opportunity for him to show off. How could he let it go? He was a professional at wooing girls. "Get lost." Mu Yibai glared at Long Shan and said coquettishly. She then quickly turned her head away. She bumped into the ground to cover up her panic. She didn't know what to do. This was the first time she had such close contact with a man. Although Long Shan's words were teasing, she felt warm in her heart. She usually hated men who were glib, but Long Shan gave her a different feeling. "All right. Time is running out. We have to improve our cultivation as soon as possible. I only have 20 days to fight against Zhu Chongqing. I need to reach the 7th level of Sky Origin stage at least in 20 days. "That's right," Jiang Chen said. "Master, I believe in you." Mu Yibai stood up. She didn't know why she always believed in Jiang Chen's words. She always felt that he was omnipotent. As long as he wanted to do something, there was nothing he couldn't do. That's true. Little Chenzi is a freak who can do anything. When he comes to the Lin Kingdom, there will be no peace in the Lin Kingdom. Fei Queen. She is no match for little Chenzi. Long Shan smiled confidently. He knew Jiang Chen too well. There was nothing he couldn't do in the world, and there was nothing he didn't dare to do. A feather woman pretending to be a queen was nothing to him. "Alright, stop flattering me. We're on the same side." Jiang Chen didn't forget to glance at Mu Yibai as he spoke. Unknowingly, he was closing the distance between them. Most importantly, he was closing the distance between her and Dragon Shan. In this vast everlasting world, if the monkey could form a beautiful marriage with Mu Yibai, it would be a joyous occasion for the brothers. Jiang Chen was more than happy to see it happen. Hee, of course. Chapter 45-33. What's your plan, master? Mu Yibai had completely regarded Jiang Chen as his backbone. In the Azure Ocean, Jiang Chen was like a dragonfish that had entered the ocean and entered the deep pool. He had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, and he had a terrifying Black King by his side who had most likely reached the Star-Lord realm. Those Fire Beast spirits are very useful to me. If I can get a few Star King level Fire Beast spirits to help me break through to the 6th level of Heavenly Origin realm, it won't be a problem at all. My priority now is to focus on these Fire Beast spirits. Jiang Chen said. They had been in the Colored Glass Sea for more than 10 days. His cultivation had improved a lot, but Jiang Chen was not satisfied. Hunting these fire beasts was the most effective way. After all, there were many Star-Lord level fire beasts in the Colored Glass Sea. It wouldn't be difficult to break through to the 6th level of Heavenly Origin realm. There are sounds of fighting? They had already reached the depths of the Colored Glass Sea. At this moment they suddenly heard unusual sounds of fighting. That was strange. After all, few people would come to the depths of the Colored Glass Sea. After all, it was extremely dangerous here. A little carelessness could cost them their lives. Normal people wouldn't go so deep. We have to be careful. There are often some Heaven Realm disciples of the human race and the feather race training here, and they often meet each other. If we meet a powerful feather race expert, we'll really be in danger. Mu Yibai immediately raised his guard. After all, this was the 4th time he had entered the Colored Glass Sea. He didn't dare to be careless. As long as there were sounds of fighting in the depths of the Colored Glass Sea, be it the fire beasts, the humans or the elves, they were all a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Chen nodded and quietly approached the sound of battle. Then he saw a green-clothed youth fighting crazily with 2 powerful fire apes not far away. The 2 fire apes had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the Star-Lord realm. The fire ape's body was 30 feet tall, and its entire body was covered in flames. Its scarlet eyes were extremely violent, and a single punch from it was enough to destroy a small mountain. When its fist landed on the ground, the flames surged and the earth cracked. Shamanic fire apes? Xian recognized the nature of the two fire apes immediately. This kind of shamanic fire ape has a mutated physique and their bloodline is of the same origin. When they cooperate with each other they are like twin beasts. Once they fight together their strength will be doubled and their combat strength will be shocking. However, they have the aura of humans on them. They are not fire beasts from the colored glass sea. Xianxia saw the clues at a glance. The fire beasts in the colored glass sea were wild and bloodthirsty, but these two shamanic fire apes' eyes were filled with hatred. Furthermore, it was obvious that someone had used a special method to restrict their intelligence. Although the young man seemed to be losing ground, the fact that he could fight against two shamanic fire apes at the same level to such an extent was enough to prove his heaven-defying talent. At this time, Xianxia had no intention of making a move. He was going to observe. After all, Xianxia was very interested in this young man. Even from a distance he could feel his righteousness and extraordinary bearing. He didn't look like an ordinary person. How is this possible? Why is he here? Mu Yibai's jaw dropped when he saw the green-robed man. You know him? Xianxia turned his head and asked. The crown prince of the Lin kingdom, Lin Tianlin. Mu Yibai said very seriously, as the crown prince he naturally has a high status. 3 years ago he was already a 4th-layer Star Lord. I didn't expect him to only be a 3rd-layer Star Lord now. Instead of advancing he's retreating? No wonder we haven't heard much about him in the past few years. What happened to the #1 prodigy who once shocked the entire royal family? Why is he here all of a sudden? And why is he fighting against two shamanic fire apes? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this matter was even more fishy. At this time Xianxia noticed that there were two figures watching the battlefield from a distance away. Monkey, look over there. The Feather Tribe. Xian looked in the direction Xianxia was pointing at and recognized the two immediately. No matter how they tried to disguise themselves, they couldn't escape his fiery golden eyes, no matter how far away they were. What are they doing? Are they going to attack the crown prince? Mu Yibai said worriedly. With their current cultivation, saving the crown prince shouldn't be a problem at all. However, the Feather Tribe wasn't weak at all. Were they waiting for an opportunity? It's not that simple. Let's wait and see and attack according to the situation, Xianxia said with a frown. Seeing the Feather Tribe's expression, Xianxia suspected that there was a conspiracy behind this. The shamanic fire apes might be related to them. Damn it, my battle strength has regressed a lot again. The crown prince cursed. He had been living a miserable life for the past 3 years. No matter how hard he tried, his cultivation showed no signs of improvement. On the contrary, it had regressed. He had regressed by 1 level in 3 years. For ordinary people a level was nothing, but for him it was like the sky had collapsed. Without his talent he couldn't do anything about it. He was panicking. Roar. The shamanic fire apes became even more violent. The violent aura formed a powerful air wave and the flames on their fists grew larger. They attacked the crown prince with unstoppable force. Rumble. Puff. The powerful air wave sent Lin Tianlin flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He had lost the ability to fight. He looked at the two shamanic fire apes in front of him with a gloomy expression. His eyes were full of misery and his heart was full of unwillingness. At this moment the shamanic fire ape retracted its aura and did not continue attacking. Two figures suddenly appeared. They were dressed in the Lin Kingdom's attire, but they were transformed from the winged man. Lin Yong, Lin Chong, you came at the right time. Help me kill these two shamanic fire apes. I want to use their demonic spirits to stabilize my cultivation. Lin Yong and Lin Chong were his bodyguards. They had followed him for many years. They told him that the colored glass divine fire could cure his symptoms, so he followed them to the colored glass sea without hesitation. He didn't expect to encounter the shamanic fire apes and almost lose his life. Luckily they appeared at the most critical moment. Are you ordering us? Do you think you are qualified? Lin Yong crossed his arms in front of his chest and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. His ugly face was completely exposed as he looked at Lin Tianlin with disdain. Huh. What are you two talking about? Lin Tianlin was taken aback. He looked at their unfamiliar faces with a strange look in his eyes. Isn't the shamanic fire apes behind us enough? Lin Chong shrugged. Chapter 45-34. Could it be that all of this is a trap? Crown Prince Lin had already guessed what was going on, but he still couldn't accept it. Lin Yong and the others had followed him for so many years and he had never treated them like servants. Why would they betray him? He couldn't figure it out. Why? I've always treated you well. Why would you do this to me? Lin Tianlin roared. For the past few years he had been living in grief and depression. He had no one to talk about the grievances in his heart. His mother seemed to have changed into a different person, denying him time and time again. Her cold attitude had made him doubt himself. He didn't expect that his best brother would betray him. Moreover, he wanted to kill him. How sad. How sad. His heart was filled with despair. Ah, brother. Don't you think it's funny? How could we be brothers with you? We just want you to die. Lin Chong threw his head back and laughed. If it wasn't for the Emperor's aura in your body, you would be dead like your mother. What did you say? My mother? Dead? What's going on? Tell me clearly. My mother is in the palace. When Lin Tianlin heard Lin Chong's words, he immediately felt unwell. His face was full of panic and his mind was blank. His hands were trembling and he felt like everything was too unreal. It was as if there was a huge cloud hanging over his head. It's okay. You're a dead man anyway. There's nothing I can't tell you. Lin Yong smiled. Who do you think I am? Suddenly Lin Yong's back emitted a burst of white light, and an unusual aura rushed towards him. Lin Tianlin's expression was extremely ugly. The sudden change was like a bolt from the blue, ruthlessly striking him in the head. Feather? How could this be? Are the feather? Why didn't I notice? That's impossible. Lin Tianlin panicked. Lin Chong and Lin Yong were his bodyguards. How could they be replaced so easily? And he didn't know it? When did the feather sneak into the palace? He was scared just thinking about it. Do you remember the feather person who everyone wanted to kill? She called herself the Empress. She died a horrible death. You were involved. Lin Yong said with a smirk. She's my mother? Lin Tianlin's pupils shrank as if he had realized something. The pleading, helpless and desperate look in her eyes was so familiar. The human race and the feather race were irreconcilable enemies. In the end, he and the others did not show any mercy to the feather person who called herself the Empress. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Tianlin couldn't accept this outcome. He began to ramble. How could he kill his own mother? When she was at her most desperate, when she needed him the most, he wanted to kill her. You are the crown prince and have the Emperor's aura. We can't attack you directly. If we attack you, the Emperor will know that we did it. Besides, if we attack you too early, it will arouse the Emperor's vigilance. So, we can only limit your growth and get rid of you like a frog in warm water. Lin Yong didn't have any misgivings. As far as he was concerned, the crown prince of the humans was already a dead man. It didn't matter if he told him, as long as he could be a ghost in the underworld, he would know the truth. I didn't expect your willpower to be so tenacious. You are almost as strong as the Emperor and have completely inherited his bloodline. But our great plan is approaching and the human race is about to be destroyed. We can only ask for your help. Even if the Emperor investigates, you will die under the claws of the glazed sea fire beast. The perfect plan excited Lin Yong and the Emperor. The Crown Prince's death was the prelude to their plan. Humans. They were about to disappear from the Red Mid-region and be replaced by the Feather race. How ironic. After living for so many years, I was played by you feather people? Lin Tianlin's face was full of despair. He didn't have any strength left to fight against them. Even if he wasn't injured by the shamanic fire ape, there was no way he could defeat 2 8-winged feather people who were in the 4th layer of the Star-Lord realm. Their plan was flawless. The only thing they could do now was to pray that their father could discover the fake Empress's true face and save the human race. Time's up. You can go and accompany your mother in peace. Lin Yong said with a hideous smile. The shamanic fire ape jumped up again and reached out its fiery claws at Lin Tianlin. Lin Tianlin closed his eyes with tears of despair. Boom! They thought that was the end of Lin Tianlin's life. To their surprise, the shamanic fire ape's attack was blocked. 2 men, 1 woman and 1 beast slowly walked toward them. It's you? Lin Yong squinted his eyes when he saw Mu Yibai walking toward them. He had completely ignored Jiang Chen, who was walking in front of them, because Jiang Chen's cultivation base was too low. He didn't even have the qualifications to be put in Lin Yong's eyes. You feather people are so capable. You've really put in a lot of effort to deal with humans. Jiang Chen said calmly. Mu Yibai and Long Shisan followed closely behind him without saying a word. Lin Tianlin abruptly opened his eyes. When he saw Mu Yibai and the others, his face was filled with excitement. However, when he saw their cultivation bases, he immediately felt discouraged. Mu Yibai, are you here? As the crown prince, Lin Tianlin was very familiar with Mu Yibai. Mu Yibai was also the goddess of his dreams. His self-esteem was deeply hurt because his cultivation stagnated and regressed a few years ago. He had been looking for a way to recover. He didn't expect that she would risk everything to save him at such a critical moment. Crown Prince, you are the future of the Lin Kingdom. The Lin Kingdom can't do without you. We must save you. Mu Yibai said. Mu Yibai's words moved Lin Tianlin to tears. He wasn't afraid of death. He just didn't want to die in such a humiliating way. Even if he died, he would avenge his mother and comfort her soul in heaven. The Feather Race brothers soon calmed down after a brief moment of surprise, because Mu Yibai was the one with the highest cultivation among them. Although he had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Star-Lord realm, there was nothing he could do except get himself killed. I admire the courage of you humans. You know you're going to die, but you still charge forward without hesitation. The feather people shook their heads. They were all paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. They didn't know where they got their courage from with their current cultivation. That's hard to say. Mu Yibai said. Ah, how arrogant. Do you think you can leave today? Chapter 45-35. Lin Yong and Lin Chong didn't hide their murderous intent at all. The two of them were already at the 4th sky of the Star-Lord level. Together with the unparalleled speed of the Feather Race and the 2 psychic fire apes at the peak of the 3rd sky of the Star-Lord level, Jiang Chen and the others were no match for them. With Mu Yibai's current strength, he could at most fight against one of Lin Yong and Lin Chong. The two of them combined would be no match for them. The Crown Prince couldn't even defeat the 2 fire apes. As for Jiang Chen and Long Shisan, they were nothing in front of such a powerful battle. Little Chinzi won't be easy to deal with. Those 2 bastards even told us the secret of the fake queen. They're going to kill us no matter what. Long Shisan said with a frown. Master, what do we do? We have to save the Crown Prince. Mu Yibai was ready. The sword in her hand had already appeared. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Mu Yibai knew very well that she was the most important force at the moment. I have my ways. Jiang Chen's face was still full of confidence. His Immortal will scan the inside of the Dragon Palace. Jiang Chen originally planned to hide Mu Yibai and the Crown Prince in the Dragon Palace, but he didn't know if the Dragon Palace would reject outsiders. So far he had only brought De Huang into the Dragon Palace. Moreover, the Dragon Palace was Jiang Chen's biggest secret. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't let outsiders know about it. The current situation didn't require the Dragon Palace to hide yet. Inside the Dragon Palace, the Black King had already reached the level of a Star-Lord. He was at the terrifying 2nd sky of the Star-Lord level. One had to admit that the Dao Law had greatly improved the Black King's strength. Not only that, apart from the Dao Law itself, a bigger reason was that the Black King was already very powerful. After the Dragon Palace's curse was lifted, the Black King's strength was recovering quickly. Recovery and leveling up were 2 completely different concepts. Moreover, apart from the Black King, there were more than a dozen Star-Lord's auras drifting in the Dragon Palace. In other words, thousands of demons were recovering rapidly. This was undoubtedly good news for Jiang Chen. Black King, why did so many Astral Lords suddenly appear? Jiang Chen asked. He was more or less surprised by this. After all, the Black King's recovery speed was fast because he had obtained the Dao Law. It was almost impossible for other beasts to reach the Star-Lord level so quickly. Reporting to Master, it should be due to the environment of the colored glass sea. After the curse of the Dragon Palace was lifted, it automatically connected to the outside world, and all the great demons that have been promoted to fire attributed. They relied on the environment of the colored glass sea to quickly reach the Star-Lord level. This is something worth celebrating. The Black King said. Fantastic. Hey Wang, get all the Star-Lords and all the 9th layer Heavenly Source fire-attributed demons to come out. Make use of the environment of the glass sea to keep the 2 winged people and the 2 fire apes busy. I need some time, said He Wang. Jiang Chen said. Yes, Master. The Black King responded. In the next moment, with a swoosh, the void trembled and hundreds of great demons appeared out of thin air. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the sea of fire shook. The Black King led over a dozen fire-attributed Star Lords and over 89th Heavenly Layer Heavenly Source fire-attributed monsters to seal off the entire fiery domain. What's this? This sudden scene immediately stunned everyone present. Holy shit, little Xianxia, you're amazing. I didn't think you had so many tricks up your sleeve. Xian immediately grew excited. Master, are these your helpers? Mu Yibai's gaze towards Xianxia became even more reverent. No ordinary person could command so many monsters so casually. Since when did such a genius appear in Kirin province? It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak, and the cultivation of these monsters isn't enough either. If we really fight, we won't be able to solve the problem. The Crown Prince's gaze towards Xianxia could not help but change. As the Crown Prince of the Lin Kingdom, once the most dazzling genius and a young Star Lord, this was probably the first time he looked at a Heavenly Source disciple. Haha, you can't be so naive to think that you can stop us with these weaklings, right? Crown Prince Mu Yibai, let me tell you, you'll die today because you know the secret. I won't let you leave the glass sea alive. Lin Yong laughed heartily. Hurry up and kill them before anything bad happens. Lin Chong said. Crown Prince Yibai Black King, work together and keep them busy. Try to avoid casualties. I need some time. Xianxia said. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. The Black King and Mu Yibai responded at the same time, obeying Xianxia's orders. Although the Crown Prince was a little unhappy to be ordered around by a little disciple of Kirin province, this was not the time to act like a Crown Prince. Moreover, he could tell that this Xianxia was not a simple person. Without Xianxia, it would be impossible to change the situation today. Moreover, there must be a reason why someone as arrogant as Mu Yibai obeyed him. Kill! Lin Yong shouted. The two shamanic fire apes immediately became agitated and charged over in an extremely ferocious manner. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the Black King roared and transformed into the Tiger King. Although he was not a fire-attributed monster, he had a strong physique. At his level, the environment was no longer a problem. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk it was either you die or I live, and very soon they were engaged in a fierce battle. According to Xianxia's instructions, they were just going to fight and use the environment of the fire domain to buy time for Xianxia. Although they did not know what Xianxia was going to do, they were very clear that what Xianxia needed to buy time for must be the most appropriate and worthwhile thing in the current environment. Little Xianxia, what do you have up your sleeve? Xian looked at Xianxia. Using the environment of the fire domain, I will use the flame in my hand to set up the divine fire defense array. Xianxia said. Little Qian, I know that your formation is powerful, but if it's just a defensive formation, it won't solve the real problem. These two birdmen will definitely not give up until they die, and they will break the formation at all costs. Xian said. It doesn't matter. The divine fire defense array I set up can hold them off for 2 hours. 2 hours is enough. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a smile. What do you mean? What are you going to do in 2 hours? Xian was dumbfounded. After all, fighting for 2 hours didn't seem to be of any use in this situation. Do you see that Crown Prince? Mu Yibai said that this person had already reached the 4th heaven of Star Lord 3 years ago. Instead of improving in the past 3 years, his cultivation has regressed. He must have been affected by the fake Empress. I only need to help him solve his problem and his cultivation will return to the 4th heaven of Star Lord or even higher. Chapter 45-36. Hearing that, Xian came to a realization. Mu Yibai did mention that this Lin Tianlin was already a 4th Sky Star Lord 3 years ago and was known as the #1 genius of the Lin nation. His cultivation had regressed in the past 3 years, which was obviously because he was framed by the fake Empress. If Xianxia could solve Lin Tianlin's problem, the former #1 genius would have a great chance of regaining his former glory. If the Crown Prince's cultivation base recovered to the 4th layer of the Star Lord realm, then his current predicament would no longer be a predicament. Arg. The battle in the boundless fire realm was fierce. Great beasts screamed in pain as they were killed, but the great beasts didn't flinch at all. Even those who weren't Star Lords weren't afraid of death. They completely obeyed Xianxia and listened to Xianxia's orders, not daring to disobey him. Even if Xianxia asked them to die immediately, they wouldn't hesitate, let alone die in battle. Xianxia didn't waste any time. He knew very well that the sooner he set up the divine fire defense formation, the fewer great beasts in the Dragon Palace would die. Zhou Xian formed a seal with both of his hands and struck out a series of seals. The flames in his body surged and the green lotus starfire was separated into divine flames. At this moment the red lotus karmic fire, true dragon fire, lightning fire, Qilin sacred fire, and mystic flame heart fire seemed to come to life. They turned into fire dragons and were controlled by Zhou Xian like they were his arms. These divine fires were too powerful. Every one of them was the king of fire. Once they appeared, the surrounding fire realm would have to submit. Endless waves of fire began to gather around Zhou Xian. Different fire dragons spiraled and intertwined at high speed. Such powerful flames. He actually has so many divine fires. None of them look weaker than the glass divine fire. How can so many flames fuse together so perfectly? What the hell is going on? The crown prince was shocked when he saw all of this. He was a cultivator of fire and was even a young and outstanding alchemist. He had a unique understanding of fire, and it was because of this that he was so shocked when he saw Zhou Qian's flame. That's right. Master is truly a godly person. Mu Yibai was completely won over. She knew that Zhou Qian had a divine fire, but she didn't expect him to have so many. They were not the only ones. Even the 2 Feather Clan members were attracted by Zhou Qian. What is this bastard doing? His flames are so strong. This entire fiery domain is submitting to him. Lin Yong frowned. Hurry up and take action lest something unexpected happens. Although this person's cultivation base is weak, he gives me a dangerous aura. Lin Chong said. At his level of cultivation he had a certain level of premonition towards danger. Zhou Qian ignored the battlefield and focused on setting up the array formation. As an array formation grandmaster, it was extremely easy for him to set up a divine flame defense array. Of course, he still had to rely on the environment of this fiery domain. Without such an environment, even if Zhou Qian set up a defensive array, the amount of energy he could defend against wouldn't be enough to stop a Star Lord at the 4th sky. However, the environment here was different. Once the divine flame defense array was set up, he would be able to control and absorb all the fire energy in this fiery domain to maintain the stability of the array. It wouldn't be a problem for him to last for an hour. Zhou Qian's hands danced in the air, and a great array with a radius of a book gradually took shape. Roar. The fire dragons let out earth-shattering roars, and the fiery domain began to tremble. The fire dragons formed a huge circle. This was a great array made entirely of fire dragons. Arg! Screams of pain were heard again. The 2 Feather Clan members and the 2 Star Lord 3rd Sky Shamanic Fire Apes were too strong. Even 100 monsters couldn't resist them. Mu Yibai and the Crown Prince followed Zhou Qian's instructions and kept the enemies busy. Even so, a dozen monsters still died in such a short time. There were losses, but they weren't great. Also, Zhou Qian was unparalleled in setting up arrays. He finished the array in the shortest amount of time and kept the losses to a minimum. The array is ready. Come in. Zhou Qian roared loudly as he circulated his origin power. Yes, master. The Black King didn't waste any time. He led the monsters into the divine flame defense array and disappeared. They had returned to the Dragon Palace. Mu Yibai and the Crown Prince didn't know what was going on, but their opponents were too strong. They couldn't care too much at a time like this. They could only pin their hopes on Zhou Qian. The 2 turned around and entered the divine flame defense array as fast as they could. By the time Lin Yong and the other man reacted, all of their opponents had already disappeared. In front of them was an encirclement formed by several fire dragons. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to tell that this was a defensive formation. A defensive array. That bastard is setting up a formation. Lin Yong couldn't help but curse. The 6 wings on his back flashed, making him look extremely eye-catching. How powerful can a formation set up by a heavenly source brat be? Let me break it. Lin Chong violently stabbed the spear in his hand at the divine flame defense array. Bang! The array automatically emitted a powerful force. Lin Chong's spear struck the head of a fire dragon. The fire dragon trembled, but it wasn't damaged at all. What? Lin Chong was shocked. How is this array so powerful? Even my full-powered attack can't break it. This is ridiculous. This array formation is too exquisite. Only a true array grandmaster can lay down such a profound array formation. This array formation can borrow the environment here to absorb the surrounding fire energy for its own use. It seems we have underestimated this kid. Lin Yong said. So what? We'll use brute force to break it. This array won't last long. They're like turtles in a jar hiding in the array. As long as we break it, it'll be their death. A fire ape said. That's right. They're just turtles in a jar. This array is just a grave they dug for themselves. I'd like to see how long it can last. Let's break it together. Lin Chong refused to accept this. The spear in his hand appeared once again. Within the divine flame defense array, Mu Yibai and the crown prince's faces were filled with shock. Sensing the aura of the array around them, their gazes towards Jiang Qin became even more worshipful. They were both geniuses amongst geniuses. Their eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people, so they could naturally see how profound the array was. It was too perfect, completely at the level of a grandmaster. Most importantly, the amount of time that Jiang Qin had spent to set up the array was simply too fast. It was as easy as flipping his hand over. Chapter 45-37. Master, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in formations. Yibai admires you greatly. Mu Yibai bowed slightly to Jiang Qin, not concealing his respect at all. Yibai, you haven't introduced this brother yet? The crown prince asked. His heart was in turmoil. If he didn't take Jiang Qin seriously before, then his attitude towards Jiang Qin had completely changed now. For the first time in his life, the high and mighty crown prince was deeply interested in a heavenly source disciple. After all, the divine fire defense formation was too exquisite. There wasn't a second person in the entire Lin kingdom who could set it up. What shocked the crown prince even more was Mu Yibai's attitude towards Jiang Qin. Who is Mu Yibai? The young mistress of Kirin province, the #1 beauty of the Lin kingdom, and the peerless genius of the Lin kingdom. Mu Yibai's pride wasn't any lower than the crown prince's. In terms of wooing, even the crown prince didn't have the slightest confidence in wooing Mu Yibai. But now, such a prideful beauty was actually so respectful towards Jiang Qin, even calling him teacher. This was a little too ridiculous. There wasn't a single person in the entire Kirin province that Mu Yibai would call teacher. Moreover, this teacher's cultivation was only at the 5th heavenly layer. He hadn't even reached the Star Lord realm. His cultivation was worlds apart from Mu Yibai's. The crown prince wasn't a fool. He knew that if Mu Yibai still called Jiang Qin teacher despite the difference in cultivation, then Jiang Qin must have something special about him. Reporting to the crown prince, this is the new genius disciple of our Kirin province, Jiang Qin. Of course, if he's just a small disciple of Kirin province, then it would be too unfair to teacher. Teacher's ability is unparalleled even in the entire Crimson Cloud star boundary. Mu Yibai introduced, not holding back on his praises for Jiang Qin. Thinking about how Jiang Qin had answered his questions, Mu Yibai couldn't help but be amazed by Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang Qin's methods are indeed extraordinary. However, Yibai, even if Brother Jiang Qin has some tricks up his sleeve, it's not enough for you to call him your teacher, right? The crown prince didn't understand. In fact, the crown prince was very arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Qin had shown some talent, the crown prince wouldn't have been willing to say anything to him. Of course, this was normal. After all, the crown prince had a high position and status. His cultivation was also extraordinary. No matter how one looked at it, Jiang Qin was not on the same level as the crown prince. Your Highness, the crown prince, is still uncertain of teacher's abilities. Mu Yibai smiled and didn't say anything else. If he hadn't seen Jiang Qin's talent with his own eyes, he wouldn't understand how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Just like Mu Yibai, he didn't take Jiang Qin seriously in the beginning. Alright, enough with the compliments. Let's solve the situation in front of us first. Jiang Qin waved his hand and stopped the conversation. At the mention of their current situation, Mu Yibai's and the crown prince's expressions darkened once again. Although the divine flame defense formation was temporarily sheltering them from the storm, Lin Yong and the rest's attacks did not weaken at all. Explosions continued to sound outside, while they hid inside like turtles in a jar, unable to escape even if they wanted to. Once the defense formation was destroyed, their fates would be unchangeable. This formation can only last for an hour. Long Xian said. Teacher, what should we do next? This is the Azure Sea. We won't be able to find anyone to help us. Mu Yibai said with a frown. There's only one way. I'll help the Crown Prince resolve his illness and restore his cultivation to its peak. Then we'll fight our way out and turn the tables. Jiang Chen said as his gaze landed on the Crown Prince. Bang! To the Crown Prince, Jiang Chen's words were like a bolt of lightning striking his head. It was the kind of super shocking. His heart was immediately hit by a storm. Restoring his cultivation to its peak was something he had been working hard on for the past 3 years. However, he was unable to achieve it no matter how hard he tried. Not only was his cultivation unable to improve, but it was also dropping continuously. You can really solve my problem? To be honest, I don't even know what the problem is. The Crown Prince's tone was filled with disbelief, but his gaze toward Jiang Chen was still filled with unconcealable anticipation. Your Highness, believe in teacher. I believe that since teacher has said so, he'll definitely be able to do it. A hint of excitement appeared on Mu Yibai's face. He had personally experienced how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen had easily solved so many of his cultivation problems. The Crown Prince's problem shouldn't be difficult for Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, Mu Yibai wouldn't believe any other expert who said that he would help the Crown Prince recover his cultivation base. But when it came from Jiang Chen's mouth, he didn't doubt it at all. As the top genius of Lin country, how could your cultivation stop just like that? Even if it stopped, it wouldn't have regressed instead of advancing. The fake empress must have done something to you secretly to hinder your development. Xian said. I didn't expect my mother, who has been accompanying me all day, to be a spy for the winged people. My real mother is being treated like a spy. It's a pity that I didn't notice it. The Crown Prince clenched his fists tightly. Thinking of the fake empress, the Crown Prince felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He couldn't accept this reality at all. Your Highness Crown Prince, let's solve your problem first. Jiang Chen said that he hadn't told the Crown Prince about Lin Chaofeng's whereabouts. It wasn't the right time to do so either. It would easily make the Crown Prince feel heavy, which wouldn't be beneficial for the Crown Prince's recovery. After the Crown Prince's cultivation recovered, Jiang Chen would tell him about Empress Lin. Then he would help the Crown Prince to revitalize the human race and eradicate the root of trouble in Lin country. Alright, Brother Jiang, what do you think we should do? The Crown Prince said. Give me your hand. I'll check the situation in your body. Jiang Chen said. The Crown Prince didn't hesitate and gave his hand to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen placed his index finger on the Crown Prince's wrist and threads of soul power began to seep into the Crown Prince's body. Indeed, he found a black spot deep in one of the Crown Prince's meridians. The black spot was very well hidden. Even the Crown Prince couldn't find it. However, it couldn't escape Jiang Chen's soul perception. What a dense dark energy. It's the aura of a goo. Dark goo is indeed evil. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. There was a dark goo hidden in the Crown Prince's body, constantly eroding the Crown Prince's potential and hindering his development. Chapter 45-38. Brother Jiang Chen, how is it? The Crown Prince looked at Jiang Chen excitedly and expectantly. He was the only one who knew what he had been through for the past 3 years. It had always been his greatest dream to be able to solve his problem and regain his cultivation level. You've been poisoned by the fake empress. It's the curse of darkness. The curse of darkness will continue to grow in your body, and when it grows to a certain point, it will devour all your potential and turn you into a cripple. Jiang Chen said. The Crown Prince's face turned pale and extremely ugly. The curse of darkness was too ruthless. No wonder your Highness's cultivation level is declining instead of improving. Mu Yibai couldn't help but sigh. As powerful astral lords, they all knew what the goo poison was. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had the Emperor's qi around him. If it had been anyone else, they would have lost their life long ago after being poisoned by the dark goo poison. Is there a cure? The Crown Prince's voice quavered a bit. He knew exactly how terrifying the bug poison was. During the past 3 years he had searched every nook and cranny of his body, but hadn't been able to find any traces of it. What did that mean? It meant that the person who had poisoned him was extremely skilled. The curse of darkness can't withstand a single blow from me. This curse of darkness hasn't matured yet, so it's a piece of cake for me to get rid of it. Jiang Chen said with a smile, his face filled with confidence. He wasn't bragging. Things of the dark side were nothing in his hands. That's great. The Crown Prince and Mu Yibai were excited at the same time. There was no reason for the Crown Prince not to be excited. Once the curse of darkness was cleared, he would be able to completely get rid of the hidden danger and regain his cultivation level. He had waited for this day for too long. Edifying light. Zhou Xian bellowed, and the edifying light, which he hadn't used for a long time, immediately penetrated the Crown Prince's body. The Crown Prince's body trembled. He felt that his entire body was warm and indescribably comfortable. He felt as if his body had become a golden world and he had sunk into a warm ocean. The edifying light was truly a peaceful kingdom. Under the enhancement of the edifying light, the curse of darkness had nowhere to hide and was immediately trapped. The goo bug trembled violently as it struggled to break free. However, there was no way it could. In the blink of an eye, all of the gloom energy was purified, and the goo bug transformed into motes of light that vanished into the Crown Prince's body. These light spots are made of poisonous insects. I've already removed the poison. These are your potential and the energy you've accumulated over the past 3 years. They'll be of great help to you. They can restore your cultivation to its peak or even further to the 5th sky of Star-Lord. Zhou Xian said and slowly put away the light of expiation. Boom! The moment Zhou Xian withdrew the edifying light, a violent force and aura were released from the Crown Prince's body. Boundless energy surged and the Crown Prince's clothes fluttered like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, the Crown Prince's cultivation had recovered to the 4th sky of Star-Lord. And this seemed to be just the beginning. The parasite devoured the Crown Prince's belongings and returned them to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's hard work over the past 3 years was also extraordinary. Could be said that he had accumulated a lot and his cultivation level was heading straight for the 5th heaven of Star-Lord. Howl. The Crown Prince couldn't help but let out an earth-shattering howl. He's really recovered. Master's methods are truly earth-shattering. Ibai admires him. Mu Ibai's admiration for Zhou Xian had almost reached a peak. Or rather, it had been a peak before, but this peak was constantly being refreshed. Outside the Divine Fire Defense Formation, Lin Yong, Lin Chong, and the 2 fire apes were still madly attacking the formation from different directions, wanting to destroy it as quickly as possible. Who is this kid? How can a mere 5th heavenly source expert's formation be so powerful? We've been attacking it for so long but we still can't destroy it. Lin Chong couldn't help but curse. He had never seen such a powerful spell formation before. The spell formation had no flaws at all. It was simply perfect. The only way for them to break the spell formation was to use brute force. Even if the Feather Race's most proficient spell formation expert came here, they wouldn't be able to find a single flaw in the spell formation. This kid is indeed powerful. We have to eliminate him today, or he'll definitely become a threat to our Feather Race in the future. Fortunately, he's not strong enough, so his formation isn't enough to make us shrink back. We've been attacking for so long that the formation has loosened quite a bit. If we attack with all our might, we should be able to destroy it in an hour. Lin Tianlin is just a turtle in a jar right now. Once we destroy the formation, he'll die a painful death. Lin Yong said. Rumble, Lin Yong and the others continued to attack the formation. They had no way out now. The secret of impersonating Empress Lin had already been exposed. They had to kill everyone who knew about it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once the secret was leaked. At the very least, it was not something they could bear. Inside the Divine Fire Defense Formation, Zhou Xian didn't pay any attention to the attacks outside. He knew best how powerful the formation was. He had given the Crown Prince enough time. Moreover, it would be useless even if Lin Yong and the others broke the formation right now. The Crown Prince's cultivation had recovered to its peak, and he was advancing toward the 5th heaven of Star-Lord. Given the Crown Prince's current state, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Lin Yong and the others. As a matter of fact, the outcome of the day had been decided the moment the parasites were eliminated. Lin Yong and the others were doomed. The Crown Prince had learned the secret of the fake Empress, and he was framed by the person he trusted the most. He was filled with endless anger and he had to vent it on Lin Yong and Lin Yong. The Crown Prince's cultivation soared. An hour later, the Crown Prince successfully broke through to the 5th heaven of Star-Lord. It just so happened that the Divine Fire Defense Formation was on the verge of collapse under the constant attacks. The Crown Prince took a deep breath. His aura changed drastically. Golden light shone from the top of his head, along with a strong royal aura. The Crown Prince's eyes glittered. After becoming a 5th heaven of Star-Lord, The crown prince turned to look at Xianxia and bowed deeply to Xianxia. The crown prince bowed. In the entire Lin kingdom, Xianxia was probably the first person to do so apart from the emperor. Master, you saved my life. Heaven cannot compare to you. I Tianlin am unable to repay you. The crown prince's attitude toward Xianxia had undergone an unprecedented change. At this moment he finally understood why Mu Yibai addressed Xianxia as master. Even he had to address Xianxia as master respectfully, even though his cultivation was much higher than Xianxia's. Xianxia's methods were simply too impressive. The parasite that even he and his father could not deal with was dealt with so easily by Xianxia. Chapter 45-39. Xianxia nodded. The crown prince was a loyal person. Xianxia had already made up his mind. If the crown prince was ungrateful, Xianxia would shift his focus. Now it seemed that the crown prince was reliable. To expose the fake empress, the crown prince was indispensable. Your Highness, now you know how powerful I am. Mu Yibai smiled. She rarely smiled because her smile was too beautiful. But in front of Xianxia she smiled like a child. It was the kind of smile that belonged to a junior. Master's means are superb. Even my father couldn't do anything about the poison in my body, but Master solved it so easily. To me it's a miracle. The crown prince's face was full of excitement. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the attacks outside were still going on. Cracks appeared on the divine fire defense formation and it was about to collapse. Lin Tianlin's face was cold. Thinking of what Lin Yong and Mu Yibai had done, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. I never would have thought that the person closest to me, the person I trusted the most, was actually a feather person. My mother, who I respected so much, was also a feather person. It's a pity that my real mother died crying injustice. That day, everyone shouted at her to beat her up, including me. I truly hate myself. The crown prince slapped himself repeatedly. His eyes were full of regret and anger. Xianxia and Mu Yibai didn't say anything. No one would feel good if something like this happened to them. The crown prince slapped himself, which meant that he still had a conscience. Empress Lin is already dead. I received Empress Lin's last words and came to Lin country to seek justice for her and take revenge for her. Xianxia said. What did you say? You've seen my mother? The crown prince was excited. That's right. This is what your mother left behind. Xianxia took out all the things left behind by Empress Lin and handed them to Lin Tianlin, including the jade pendant and the sword. Lin Tianlin couldn't hold back his tears any longer as he stared at the familiar object in front of him, and he burst into tears. Ah, Lin Tianlin cried out as he fell to his knees. It couldn't be fake. How could it be fake? This jade pendant was unique in the entire Lin kingdom. It was the symbol of his mother. There was also this sword, the Phoenix Rising Sword. Only then did Lin Tianlin realize that ever since he had eliminated that winged person spy, he had never seen this jade pendant and sword on his mother again. Was there a need to explain all of this? Nothing else needed to be said. The object was the proof. Lin Yong and Lin Chong were proof. The darkness goo poison was proof. Everything had been proven. Lin Tianlin wept bitterly, as if the scars that had yet to heal had once again been ripped open, and were now dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight to behold. Thankfully the heavens had eyes. One day he would learn the truth and one day he would recover his cultivation base. That way he wouldn't sink into depravity and become a stepping stone for the villains. Then what he had to do next was to take revenge for his mother. This was the only thing he could do for his mother, the only thing he could do to atone for his sins. Your Highness, after the grief there are still many things to do. Xianxia said. Yes, there are still many things to do. Lin Tianlin carefully put away the jade pendant and sword. Xianxia didn't stop him. These things should have belonged to Lin Tianlin. He was Lin Chaofeng's biological son. He believed that Lin Chaofeng's spirit in heaven hoped that the things she left behind would fall into the hands of her son. This in itself was a kind of relief. Lin Tianlin stood up slowly. The tears at the corners of his eyes had disappeared, leaving behind endless coldness and murderous intent. Lin Tianlin wasn't a fool. He didn't need Xianxia and Mu Yibai to say anything. He had already guessed that the Lin kingdom was in a precarious situation. Although it looked strong on the surface, the Feather Clan and the Fairy Clan had already infiltrated it. Even he, the Crown Prince, was in such a state, not to mention other places. The 4 constabularies and 1 camp had probably already fallen into the enemy's hands. Lin Yong and Lin Chong had already started to kill him. Their grand plan had probably already begun. The human race was in danger. It might be a little late to find out the secret now, but it wasn't too late. What does the Crown Prince plan to do after we get out of the colored glass sea? Jiang Chen asked. I'll report to my father and expose the witch's true colors. The Crown Prince said fiercely. Ignorant. Jiang Chen said bluntly. Teacher, please teach me. The Crown Prince hurriedly cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Chen at all. With Jiang Chen's presence he felt truly at ease. The fake empress is now very powerful. I don't know how many people in the Lin Kingdom have been corrupted. There are also many people like Lin Yong and Lin Chong who have transformed from the Feather Clan or the Fairy Clan. Once they fall out with the fake empress, the Lin Kingdom will immediately fall into chaos. At that time, the Feather Clan and the Fairy Clan will take advantage of the situation. If they work together, the destruction of the human race won't be far away. Jiang Chen said. Hearing that, the Crown Prince and Mu Yibai's expressions changed dramatically. They were well aware that what Jiang Chen said was not an alarmist. The real situation was probably much more serious than what he said. External troubles weren't scary. What was scary was internal troubles. Moreover, it was internal troubles caused by ignorance. You couldn't tell who was who and who would suddenly stab you in the back. Increase our strength. Our strength is still too weak. While increasing our strength, we will dig out the outsiders and those who have been corrupted in the Lin Kingdom. We will destroy the fake empress system in the Lin Kingdom at all costs. Only then can we focus on fighting against the Feather Clan and the Fairy Clan. You are the most suitable person to deal with this internal trouble because you are the Crown Prince of the Lin Kingdom. Your cultivation has recovered and you are also the #1 genius of the Lin Kingdom. Your status and your appeal are all there. In the future, when the human race gets through the difficulties, you will ascend the throne. The Lin Kingdom will pay attention to you. Jiang Chen was like a real teacher teaching his students earnestly and earnestly. Teacher is right. With teacher's help, Tianlin will feel more confident. The Crown Prince was extremely humble. In his eyes, although Jiang Chen's cultivation wasn't high, he was unfathomable. He was like the reincarnation of a grand cultivator. With such an expert by his side, Lin Tianlin would feel much more at ease. Moreover, Jiang Chen was here to deal with the fake empress. His mother had asked him to come, so Lin Tianlin had to take it seriously. Boom, with another violent explosion, the divine fire defense formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. Under the powerful attacks of Lin Yong, Lin Chong and the 2 fire apes, it finally broke. Lin Tianlin die. Lin Yong's wild voice sounded. The divine fire defense formation disappeared, and Lin Yong and the others appeared in front of them again. The path of revenge starts with you. Lin Tianlin didn't hide his murderous intent at all. With a sway of his body, he arrived in front of Lin Yong and the others. He unleashed the aura of a 5th heaven star lord, stirring up endless waves of fire. What? Chapter 45-40. The 2 men who were originally unparalleled, lost all their momentum the moment they saw the Crown Prince. The 2 men and the 2 fire apes couldn't help but retreat. Their widened eyes were filled with endless fear. Impossible. This is impossible. How did you recover your cultivation? Lin Yong's face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. You were poisoned by the darkness insect poison. It's impossible to cure it. How did you recover your cultivation? Lin Chong's pupils contracted. The fear in his eyes was magnified. They had been assigned to the Crown Prince's side for a long time, so they knew the Crown Prince too well. They knew better than anyone how powerful the Crown Prince was at his peak. The title of the #1 genius of the Kingdom of Lin wasn't as simple as it sounded. To put it bluntly, 3 years ago, the Crown Prince of the 4th Heaven of Star-Lord would have been able to kill the 2 of them as easily as crushing 2 ants. Moreover, not only had his cultivation completely recovered, but it had also improved, reaching the terrifying 5th Heaven of Star-Lord. I've let you down. The darkness insect poison has been cured. Now it's time for you to die. The Crown Prince's aura was overwhelming. His eyes were extremely cold. In his eyes, Lin Yong and Lin Chong were already dead men. There was no way he would spare them. Let's go. Lin Yong growled. Without hesitation he turned around and ran with Lin Chong. They were all intelligent people who could see reality very clearly. No matter how unwilling they were in their hearts, no matter how much they wanted to kill the crown prince and go back to claim credit, the situation was already hopeless. If they fled now, they might be able to keep their lives. If they waited any longer, they would lose their lives here. Whoosh! Shadows flickered. Almost as soon as Lin Yong and Lin Chong turned around and tried to escape, the crown prince's figure appeared behind them, blocking their way. The two men's hearts sank. Fast, it was simply too fast. The crown prince, who was a fifth heaven star lord, wasn't someone they could fight. Their faces were pale. They already understood that with their current strength, they couldn't even escape from the crown prince. Killing you is as easy as pinching 2 ants to death. Do you think that 2 ants can escape from me? The crown prince sneered. He suddenly waved his hand, conjuring 2 giant red flaming hands that covered the sky and the earth. They instantly trapped the 2 fire apes like a cage. Howl! The 2 fire apes let out miserable cries as their mountain-like bodies shattered with a bang. After which they turned into nothingness and completely disappeared within the fiery domain. Killing 2 third firmament star lords with a wave of his hand was as easy as killing chickens. The 2 fire apes could not even put up any resistance. This was the power of a star lord at the 5th heaven, the power of the top genius of the kingdom of Lin. With the crown prince's current state, even a star lord at the 6th heaven would be useless. At the side, Jiang Chen nodded to himself. The crown prince was indeed a talent that could be molded. The crisis of the human race could not be avoided without him. Lin Yong and Lin Chong's expressions became extremely grim. They could smell the scent of death coming from the crown prince. Your Highness, don't kill us. We know we were wrong. We can betray the Empress and truly rely on you. We can work for you in the future. Lin Yong begged for mercy. Your Highness, since we've been at your beck and call all these years, please spare our lives. We're willing to work for you in the future. Lin Chong also hurriedly begged for mercy. No one could remain calm in the face of death. No one wanted to die. The better one lived, the less they wanted to die. It had not been easy for Lin Yong and Lin Chong to cultivate to the level of Star Lord. They had gone through countless trials and tribulations. They had a bright future ahead of them and endless cultivation time. If they died, everything would be for naught. Work for me? I don't need the winged people's work. The crown prince laughed loudly. Then he turned into a blur and grabbed the necks of Lin Yong and Lin Chong with his hands covered in boundless flames. Crack! Without any mercy, the crown prince exerted force and broke the necks of the 2. Then their heads exploded. They died a horrible death. There was no reason to negotiate with the winged people. They were dead. Moreover, even if they were real humans and not winged people, the crown prince would not have any reason to spare them. The crown prince knew very well how Lin Yong and Lin Chong had treated him. If he had not met Jiang Chen today, he would have died in the colored glass sea. At that time, the crown prince did not expect Lin Yong and Lin Chong to show him mercy. If he died, he would truly die with a grievance. He had been kept in the dark about the goo poison. He would not even know the secret of the fake empress. Teacher, what should we do next? The crown prince asked respectfully as he walked up to Jiang Chen and withdrew his godlike presence. First, cultivate in the glass sea and try to increase your cultivation. Your present strength is not ordinary, but it is not enough to control the situation. Also, I have a 1-month agreement with Zhu Chongqing of Vermilion Bird Camp. There is not much time left. There's not much time left, Jiang Chen said. That's right. Zhu Chongqing is at the peak of the 1st heaven of Star Lord. He might even reach the 2nd heaven of Star Lord in a month. He's not easy to deal with. Teacher, there's a huge gap between you and Zhu Chongqing. Mu Yibai frowned. That's not a problem. I can cancel the battle agreement. I have a lot of power in the Vermilion Bird Camp. The Vermilion Bird Camp is the army of the royal family and I have always been in charge of it. However, Mother, no, that fake empress has been telling me what to do behind my back. I've always listened to her, which has made her reputation in the Vermilion Bird Camp very high, the Crown Prince said. No, the battle agreement cannot be cancelled. No, you can't cancel the battle agreement. I was the one who proposed it, so there's no need to cancel it. The Vermilion Bird Camp has definitely been infiltrated by the fake empress. My battle with Zhu Chongqing will draw attention to me. Since the Crown Prince is in charge of the Vermilion Bird Camp, that's for the best. Now that you know the secret of the fake empress, you can secretly reorganize the Vermilion Bird Camp and take control of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Once the secret is revealed and we start a war with the winged race and the elves, the Vermilion Bird Camp will be a sharp sword. Zhou Xian said. It was for the best if the Crown Prince was in charge of the Vermilion Bird Camp. The Crown Prince would probably have a lot of things to do after he returned. However, with teacher's current strength, it will be dangerous to fight Zhu Chongqing. Chapter 45-41. I have my own plans. Time is of the essence, so I plan to travel alone. Let's part ways here. Zhou Xian said. The Crown Prince's matter had been dealt with, so the remaining time was up to him. Zhou Xian needed to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 7th heavenly layer before he could fight Zhu Chongqing. There were less than 20 days left, so it was indeed extremely urgent. Zhou Xian liked to travel alone, especially when he was training. He would always feel restricted if someone followed him. No, that's too dangerous. The Crown Prince and Mu Yibai said almost at the same time. This was the Lapis Glass Sea, a place filled with danger. Even Star Lords would find it difficult to travel safely, let alone Zhou Xian, who was only at the 5th heavenly layer. Wasn't this a joke? That's it. With that, Zhou Qian's figure disappeared with a sway, turning into a wisp of flame that disappeared into the fire realm, completely ignoring the objections of the Crown Prince and Mu Yibai. Master. Mu Yibai wanted to stop him, but Long Shirshan stopped him. Don't worry, First Miss and Your Highness. You don't understand little Qinzi. No one can stop him from doing what he wants to do. Moreover, a mere lapis glass sea is still far from being able to take little Qinzi's life. Long Shirshan said with a relaxed expression. He was not worried for Zhou Xian at all. Long Shirshan understood Zhou Xian far too well. Since he wanted to travel alone, he definitely felt that others would be a hindrance. There's no need to worry, Your Highness. Although Master's cultivation is a little weak, he's extremely capable and can deal with most difficulties. Moreover, I have a bold guess that Master might be the reincarnation of a great expert. Mu Yibai said in an extremely serious tone. Yibai, it's not just you. I also have the same thought. Only a true reincarnation of a great expert can possess such miraculous abilities. The Crown Prince said. When Long Shirshan saw the two of them guessing seriously, he tried hard not to laugh out loud. However, it was undeniable that even a true powerhouse might not be much better than Zhou Xian in terms of cultivation. In terms of attainments in cultivation, even a powerhouse would have to call Zhou Xian teacher. 10,000 miles away, the fire demons were wreaking havoc. A dragon-like silhouette moved freely among the fire demons. Resplendent sword light shot out everywhere. Everywhere it passed, there would be a fire demon that was sliced in half. The demon spirits of the fire demons danced in the air and were caught by that silhouette before being devoured. This figure was none other than Zhou Xian. It had been 10 days since he parted ways with Mu Yibai and the rest. During these 10 days, Zhou Xian had purposely chosen places with the highest number of fire demons and slaughtered his way through. He had lost count of how many fire demons he had killed and how many demon spirits he had devoured. If he encountered a Star Lord level fire demon, Zhou Xian would use the Great Void technique to flee. During these 10 days, Zhou Qian's cultivation had reached the 6th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. It had stabilized at this level and was heading towards the peak of the 6th heavenly layer. Asterisk roar. Asterisk roars filled the air. Zhou Xian had completely fallen into the swarm of fire demons. Powerful fire demons were everywhere, covering the sky and covering the earth. Zhou Xian had transformed into a fire dragon. His 300-meter-long body was even more powerful than the fire demons. He rampaged through the swarm of fire demons, sweeping through everything in his path. In an environment like the Glass Sea, Zhou Xian of the 6th heavenly layer was completely invincible against anyone below the Star Lord realm. Even ordinary 1st heavenly layer Star Lords would find it extremely difficult to kill him. Although there were many fire demons, numbers meant nothing to Zhou Xian. It was like an elephant against an ant. There was no difference between one ant and 10,000 ants before an elephant. No matter how many ants there were, they would not be enough for the elephant to trample on. Zhou Xian killed another 100 fire demons and devoured their demon spirits. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. However, devouring demonic spirits was no longer useful to Zhou Xian. It was no longer realistic to rely on devouring the demonic spirits of the fire demons to reach the 7th heavenly layer. There's no point in continuing like this. Counting the days, the battle with Zhu Chongqing will be in 7 days. I need to reach the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of heavenly source to have a chance against him. Zhou Xian frowned. There's no point in fighting these fire demons. Demon spirits have already reached their limit. I need to find another way. Reaching the 7th heavenly layer in 7 days was undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even for a monster like Zhou Xian, it was not an easy task. After all, Zhou Xian's cultivation had risen far too quickly in the glass sea. There was a limit to everything and Zhou Xian was currently at it. Relying on demon spirits was no longer feasible. Without any other methods, reaching the 7th heavenly layer in 7 days was basically a dream, let alone the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. If I can obtain the colored glass divine flame and fuse it into the azure lotus starfire, reaching the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of heavenly origin will be a piece of cake. Zhou Xian thought of the colored glass divine fire. He had heard from Mu Ibai that the origin of the colored glass ocean was the fire seed of the colored glass divine fire. This was not a baseless statement. Zhou Xian was almost certain that the fire seed of the colored glass divine fire existed. Roar. A wave of fire devils surged in front of him. An incomparably powerful chi suddenly spread out. Zhou Xian's facial expression changed. There were at least a dozen Star Lord level fire devils in front of him. These fire devils had already locked onto him. Obviously, Zhou Xian's rampage had attracted the attention of these fire devil kings. The infuriated fire devil kings were afraid that they would tear him apart. Zhou Xian's figure flickered as he prepared to rely on his wondrous movement technique and unparalleled speed to escape. He did not want to fight the powerful Star Lord fire demons. Zhou Xian was not afraid of fighting them. In such an environment, it would not be easy for an ordinary Star Lord fire demon king to kill him. Moreover, there were quite a few Star Lord level monsters like the Black King in Zhou Xian's Dragon Palace. He could summon them to fight at any time. However, Zhou Xian did not want to waste time. Time was far too precious to him right now. Instead of wasting time here, it was better for him to find other methods to increase his cultivation. Rumble. Just as Zhou Xian was about to leave, a rumble suddenly rang out from the depths of the tide of fire demons. Soon after, Zhou Xian saw a flaming door. The door seemed to have appeared out of nowhere without any prior signs. Chapter 45-42. Rumble. The rumbling became even louder and the flaming gate turned from illusory to solid, turning into a real gate. The fire door of the void. The glass sea itself is an alternate space and now there's a fire door of the void in the alternate space. I wonder where the overlapping spaces lead to. Zhou Xian's interest was immediately piqued when he looked at the flaming door. At the same time, the azure lotus flame in Zhou Xian's body became agitated. Zhou Xian couldn't help but be surprised. The azure lotus flame was a new flame that he had condensed from several other divine flames. It could be said to be the best of the best. It was the ancestor of all flames, a true king. There was only one possibility for the azure lotus flame to become agitated, and that was the appearance of a powerful divine flame. The azure lotus flame wouldn't be interested in ordinary flames. I found it. It's the glass divine flame. It must be the glass divine flame. No wonder Mu Ibai said that countless experts have come to the glass sea to no avail. It turns out that the glass divine flame is hidden in the overlapping spaces. How could it be found under such circumstances? I've stumbled upon the opening of the spatial door by accident. It's really my fortune. If I miss such an opportunity, the heavens will not forgive me. It had been a long time since Zhou Xian had been so excited. After coming to the eternal world, this was the second thing that excited him besides the stairway to heaven. Roar. The fire demon kings also sensed the existence of the glass divine flame. As if they were summoned by a god, they all madly charged at the fiery door. Zhou Xian didn't waste any time. He charged forward at full speed. Now wasn't the time to retreat. Even though there were countless fire demon kings in front of him, Zhou Xian still took half a step back. This was his last chance in the glass sea. Obtaining the glass divine flame and fusing it with the azure lotus flame would bring unimaginable benefits to Zhou Xian. The heavenly source fire demons couldn't stop Zhou Xian at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xian arrived before the fiery door. Roar. On the other side of the door, a first heavenly layer Star Lord Fire Demon King opened its mouth and bit at Zhou Xian. It clearly didn't want Zhou Xian to enter. Black King. Zhou Xian shouted coldly. In order to obtain the colored glass divine flame, he had to rush in. He didn't have time to tangle with the Fire Devil King. Boom! A black fist the size of a small mountain shot out from the void and fiercely smashed on the fire demon's head. The fire demon let out a miserable howl as its head was smashed and it died on the spot. Zhou Xian grabbed the demon spirit in his hand. A Star Lord level fire demon spirit was a priceless treasure. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. After killing a fire demon, Zhou Xian stepped forward and entered the overlapping space. The scene in the space appeared before Zhou Qian's eyes. This was a very small overlapping space, only about a dozen miles in radius, and one could see the end of it with a single glance. There was nothing in the overlapping space except for a single flower floating in the very center. It was a flower made of glass, resplendent and transparent, and surrounded by roiling flames. It's the glass divine fire. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. He didn't hide his desire for the glass divine fire at all. The legendary colored glass divine flame really did exist. This million-mile-wide colored glass sea existed because of the existence of the colored glass flower in the small overlapping space. More than a dozen fire demon kings surrounded the colored glass divine fire. They dragged their mountain-like bodies and knelt before the colored glass divine fire like devout believers. Black King, summon all the Star Lords and stall these fire demon kings for me. I'm going to get the glass divine fire. Zhou Qian ordered. Yes, master. The Black King obeyed Zhou Qian's orders. With a summon, a dozen Star Lords rushed out of the Dragon Palace and charged at the Fire Demon Kings kneeling before the glass divine fire. These Fire Demon Kings were nothing to Zhou Qian. The most powerful one among them was only a second heavenly layer Star Lord, and there was only one of them. The Black King was enough to deal with them. As for the other Fire Devil Kings, their numbers were almost the same as his Star Lord's demonic beasts. Although they had the advantage of the environment, it wouldn't be a problem for his subordinates to tangle with them for a while. Zhou Qian's purpose was to obtain the colored glass divine fire, not to kill these Fire Devil Kings. Asterisk roar. Asterisk seeing the foreign invasion, the Fire Demon Kings were enraged. They got up angrily and started fighting with the beast. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk this was a chaotic battle between Star Lords and it was simply too spectacular. The battle had already reached its climax. Violent combat power and murderous intent filled the overlapping space, and the aftermath of the battle was everywhere. If it was an ordinary heavenly source cultivator, the aftermath of the battle alone would be enough to tear them to pieces. Only someone as unpredictable as Zhou Qian could survive such a battle and come and go as he pleased. After entangling all the Fire Devil Kings, Zhou Qian became a river dragon that fishes in troubled waters, easily approaching the colored glass divine flame. Without hesitation, Zhou Qian made a grabbing motion and enveloped the glass divine fire. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the glass divine fire emitted endless flames, each of which was like a sharp sword, enough to cut a mountain into pieces. The glass divine fire had existed for countless years and had long developed intelligence. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to get the glass divine fire and make it submit. Just like now, when Zhou Qian wanted to get the glass divine fire, he was resisted by the divine fire. I am the ancestor of all flames. How can you resist? Submit to me. Zhou Qian was incomparably domineering and his king's position rippled. A flame dragon appeared in his palm, and the green lotus star fire spurted out like a tide. The glass divine fire immediately trembled violently and it began to submit. The glass divine fire was indeed a divine fire, an extremely noble existence among flames. Otherwise it would not have formed a large glass sea. However, compared to the green lotus star fire, the glass divine fire could only lower its head. Not to mention the fused azure lotus spark, just the karmic fire of the red lotus and the fire of thunder were not inferior to the colored glass divine flame. Now that the azure lotus spark was superior, the colored glass divine flame had no choice but to submit. Asterisk roar. Asterisk when the Fire Demon Kings saw Zhou Qian attacking the glass divine fire, they roared and wanted to rush over to stop it. Unfortunately, they were entangled by the Black King and couldn't get away at all. The demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace had helped Zhou Qian a lot at the crucial moment. Zhou Qian could deal with the glass divine fire in peace, and he didn't have to worry about the Fire Demon Kings disturbing him. Asterisk crack. Asterisk not long after, cracks appeared on the colored glass divine flame. The will within the colored glass divine flame began to submit. The next moment, Zhou Xian flipped his palm and the glass divine fire moved. The glass flower became the size of a rice grain and Zhou Xian grabbed it in his hand. Fuse. Zhou Xian didn't hesitate at all. After getting the glass divine fire, he immediately fused the fire seed of the glass divine fire into the green lotus star fire. Chapter 45-43. Zhou Xian had too much experience in flame fusion. Even a high-level existence like the colored glass divine flame was vulnerable in front of Zhou Xian. Almost at the moment when Zhou Xian swallowed the colored glass divine flame, the colored glass divine flame had completely surrendered and lost all resistance. Roar. Seeing that the colored glass divine flame was taken away, the fire demons suddenly became extremely irritable. Each of them seemed to have gone mad as they fiercely attacked Zhou Xian. Stop them. Master's going to advance now. The Black King shouted. All the demonic beasts acted as if they didn't care about their lives. They used their own flesh and blood to fight against the fire demons so that they wouldn't disturb Zhou Xian. Moreover, after Zhou Xian swallowed the colored glass divine flame, the environment had already begun to change. The surrounding temperature began to gradually decrease, and the surrounding flames began to gradually decrease. It was like a river that had lost its source and no longer had any power to continue. Under such circumstances, the advantage that the fire demons had by relying on the environment became smaller and smaller. As a result, the advantage that they had when fighting against the demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace was about to disappear. The gap between them was also undergoing a certain reversal. At this moment, Zhou Xian completely ignored the battle here. He operated the clear green lotus flame and began to frantically merge with the colored glass divine flame. The merging of the divine flame required a certain process. In addition, Zhou Xian needed a certain period of seclusion in order to improve his cultivation. According to Zhou Xian's estimation, it would take at least 3 days. Thinking of this, Zhou Xian shook his head and looked up at the battle royale. At this time he had no choice but to rely on the Dragon Palace. Black King, come back. Zhou Xian opened the door of the Dragon Palace. The Black King and the other demonic beasts abandoned their opponents and returned in a flash. Even Zhou Xian entered the Dragon Palace at this moment. The Dragon Palace itself turned into a speck of dust and floated in the depths of the void as if it didn't exist. The Buddha Prison Palace itself was a treasure left behind by Long Futu. Long Futu was a peerless almighty and was at least a supreme expert at the Infinity King level. He was infinitely close to an eternal existence, which meant that the Buddha Prison Palace was destined to be of a higher level. The space power of this tiny alternate dimension was much weaker than the space power of the Buddha Prison Palace itself. To put it bluntly, Zhou Qian's Buddha Prison Palace and Stairway to Heaven were like two cheats. As long as he didn't run into an undefeatable existence, it would be harder to kill him than to ascend to the heavens. Just like now, Zhou Qian, He Wang and the others had suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared before. Those irritated fire devils were all dumbfounded. Roar. After a moment of confusion, the fire demon kings became irritable again. They swayed back and forth and searched everywhere, trying to find Zhou Qian and the aura of the glass divine flame. Unfortunately, the glass divine flame had completely disappeared. Even though they were living creatures born from the glass divine flame, they couldn't sense the existence of the glass divine flame at this moment. Crack, crack. Cracks began to appear in the surrounding space, producing cracking sounds. This overlapping space, which was only a dozen or so miles in circumference, was about to collapse and disappear into the endless nothingness. The overlapping space originally existed because of the existence of the glass divine flame. Now that the glass divine flame had disappeared, this overlapping space couldn't continue and could no longer sustain itself. Roar. The fire demon kings began to feel fear and restlessness. They had completely lost their backbone. It wasn't just the fire demon kings. The moment the glass divine flame disappeared, the million miles of the glass sea also began to change greatly. All the cultivators who were training here, as well as the living creatures, fire demons and demonic beasts, were all restless. Because everyone could feel that the flames here were rapidly diminishing and the temperature was gradually decreasing. In the colored glass sea, millions of kilometers of sea of flames were undergoing earth-shattering changes. What's going on? Why is the temperature decreasing? The flames here are decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some fundamental reason must have happened. The entire glass sea is changing. It's a disruptive change. At this speed, the flames here will be completely extinguished in less than a month. The million miles of the glass sea will completely become a deserted alternate dimension. No one wasn't shocked. No one knew what was happening. Everything happened too suddenly. At the peak of a volcano, the Crown Prince, Mu Yibai and Long Shisan also sensed the changes. They were equally shocked, especially the Crown Prince and Mu Yibai. This wasn't the first time they had been to the glass sea, and they were extremely familiar with the environment here. It was the first time such a huge change had happened. How could this be? The glass sea can't continue. The Crown Prince frowned. Haha, I got it. Long Shisan laughed heartily. His face was full of joy. Damn monkey, what are you laughing at? What do you know? Mu Yibai glared at Long Shisan. After coming into contact with the glass sea, Mu Yibai's impression of Long Shisan had become extremely good. His impression of him was also increasing rapidly. Little Chinzi must have found the fire seed of the glass divine fire and devoured it. Think about it, to extinguish the flames of the million miles of the glass sea, other than losing the fire source, is there any other possibility? Long Shisan said. You're saying that teacher obtained the fire seed of the glass divine fire? The Crown Prince's eyes widened. That's right. It might sound unbelievable, but nothing is unbelievable when it comes to little Chinzi. Long Shisan said proudly. So the legend of the glass divine fire is true. The fire seed really exists. Teacher's methods are indeed beyond our imagination. The existence of the glass sea has existed for so many years and countless Starlord experts have entered, but none of them have been able to find the location of the glass divine fire. Teacher has found it now. Mu Yibai sighed. His eyes were full of admiration for Jiangchen. Mu Yibai wouldn't have believed it if someone else had obtained the glass divine fire. However, if this happened to Jiangchen, Mu Yibai didn't doubt it at all. In fact, he believed it without a doubt. Yes, teacher's methods are beyond our imagination. This is the true reincarnation of an almighty. With teacher around, I'm confident that the threat of the human race can be resolved. The Crown Prince said. The admiration he had for Jiangchen was no different from Mu Yibai's. More importantly, the two didn't feel jealous when they heard that Jiangchen obtained the glass divine fire. Chapter 45-44. Moreover, if the glass divine flame disappeared, the Crown Prince and Mu Yibai would have 10,000 reasons to believe Long Shisan's words. The one who obtained the glass divine flame was definitely Jiangchen. Apart from Jiangchen, no one else possessed such an ability. Let alone obtaining the glass divine flame, no one had even been able to find the location of the glass sea in the countless years it had existed. Yet the glass divine flame had disappeared the moment Jiangchen had entered. Wasn't this obvious? If the colored glass divine flame disappears, the colored glass sea will not be able to continue. The fire demons and living creatures that were born because of the colored glass divine flame will become extremely agitated. I'm afraid that the colored glass sea will be in great chaos in the following period of time. Mu Yibai said. The more chaotic the better. I like chaos. Long Shisan's eyes of fire and gold flickered in thought. This fellow who craved for the world to be in chaos was someone who could not stay still. Moreover, Long Shisan had slain quite a few fire demons in the glass sea over the past dozen or so days. He had even obtained a few treasures, allowing his cultivation to advance once again, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Whether it was Jiangchen or Long Shisan, this trip to the glass sea had been worth it. Their cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the fire demons wreaked havoc. As the flames and temperature disappeared, all the fire demons in the glass sea became restless. They began to run around and bite people as if they had gone mad. The fire demons felt like the end of the world had arrived. The disappearance of the glass divine flame had caused them to lose their backbone and faith. The fire demons have gone mad. Many of them want to leave the glass sea. Mu Yibai said. We can't leave. Teacher hasn't appeared yet. Let's go find him together. These fire demons aren't a threat to us, said the Crown Prince. He was worried about Jiangchen's safety. In the short time they had spent together, the Crown Prince had developed a great reliance on Jiangchen. In particular, after learning the secret of the fake empress, the Crown Prince felt that he could not leave Jiangchen for even a second. If he left Jiangchen, he would not be able to do anything when he returned. Jiang Qin was his backbone and the person his mother had chosen. I wonder where teacher is right now. Mui Bai said. We're looking for little Qin but we won't be able to find him. We'll have to wait for him to find us. Long Xian said. When the group of fire demons saw Dragon Xian and the other two, they immediately dashed towards them crazily. Their faces were ferocious and their eyes were bloodshot, filled with bloodlust. The fire demons had fallen into an endless frenzy. The disappearance of the glass divine fire had severely affected their minds. Unfortunately, the crown prince and the other two were tough. It was impossible for the fire demons to eat them. They would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Jiang Qin was currently in the Dragon Palace. The disappearance of the overlapping space did not affect the Dragon Palace at all. In the Dragon Palace, Jiang Qin quickly absorbed the colored glass divine fire and fused it into the azure lotus star fire. The whole process was effortless. Boom. Powerful fire energy wreaked havoc in Jiang Qin's body, almost going berserk. However, it was an extremely comfortable feeling for Jiang Qin. His body was just too tough and he was extremely resistant to fire. The glass divine fire would only bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Qin. It would not be able to cause any harm to Jiang Qin. As the violent energy wreaked havoc, Jiang Qin's cultivation broke through to the 7th heavenly layer in almost an instant. However, this was not the end. This was only the beginning. The boost that the glass divine fire brought to Jiang Qin was unprecedented. After reaching the 7th heavenly layer, Jiang Qin's cultivation soared, heading towards the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Jiang Qin paid no attention to the situation outside. He focused all his attention on refining the glass divine fire and stabilizing his cultivation. This seclusion lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Jiang Qin's cultivation reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. He was only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. By this time, the boost that the glass divine fire had given to Jiang Qin had been completely used up. It had to be mentioned that Jiang Qin's body was like a bottomless pit. He could endure any amount of energy. The powerful glass divine fire seed had only increased his cultivation by a level. It's time to go out. I wonder what's going on outside. Jiang Qin's eyes shone brightly as he slowly stood up. The confidence on his face was even greater now that he had reached the 7th heavenly layer. If he were to fight Zhu Chongqing in his current state, he was confident that he could defeat him. Of course, this was on the premise that Zhu Chongqing's cultivation remained stagnant for the past month. His current state was the same as it was a month ago. If Zhu Chongqing's cultivation progressed like Mui Bai's, let alone the 3rd heavenly layer of Star Lord, Jiang Qin would not be Zhu Chongqing's opponent even if he took a step further and reached the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord. Of course, Jiang Qin did not care. His current state was enough for him to fight Zhu Chongqing. Moreover, he had a solid foundation. If Zhu Chongqing reached the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord, Jiang Qin would be able to put up a fight. He might even be able to use Zhu Chongqing's pressure to increase his cultivation to the 8th heavenly layer of Heavenly Source. Once Jiang Qin reached the 8th heavenly layer of Heavenly Source, it would be useless even if Zhu Chongqing reached the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord. He was destined to be defeated by Jiang Qin. Unless Zhu Chongqing's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds and he reached the 3rd heavenly layer of Star Lord, that was impossible. Not everyone had a fortuitous encounter. How many people could advance 2 levels in a month? If Mui Bai had not come across a fortuitous encounter, it would have been impossible for him to progress so quickly. Moreover, the Black King's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds once again, reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of Star Lord. The Black King was definitely a great help to Jiang Qin in the eternal world. The 3rd floor of the Buddha prison palace began to stir restlessly. Jiang Qin felt that the 3rd floor of the Dragon Palace would open as long as he reached the 8th heavenly layer of Heavenly Source without needing to become a Star Lord. If there were no surprises, the 3rd floor was very likely to contain the laws left behind by Long Futu. The laws on the 3rd floor would definitely be more profound than those on the 2nd floor. Jiang Qin planned to split the laws between the Black King, De Huang and Long Xian when the 3rd floor opened. The laws contained a certain amount of powerful energy that was extremely beneficial to anyone. Chapter 45-45. As soon as Jiang Qin walked out of the Dragon Palace, he immediately sensed that the environment of the colored glass sea had changed. The intensity of the flames was at least a dozen times weaker than it was 3 days ago, and the temperature had also dropped by at least a dozen times. If the environment of the colored glass sea was said to be unbearable for ordinary heavenly source experts, then the current environment could even allow earthly source experts to survive without any problems. Looks like refining the colored glass divine fire has greatly affected the environment of the colored glass sea. This fire domain of 1,000,000 miles is about to become a desolate alternate dimension. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Unknowingly, Jiang Qin had destroyed an alternate dimension. Fire demons wreaked havoc, demonic beasts overflowed, and the colored glass sea was in complete chaos. Jiang Qin could feel the aura of battle and slaughter everywhere. This was unprecedented chaos, the end of an alternate dimension. Jiang Qin knew that from now on, the colored glass sea would become a thing of the past, a legend fated to disappear in the river of history. Whoosh! 2 figures suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Jiang Qin. They were both fierce and young, but their cultivations were extraordinary, both at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, only a step away from becoming a Star Lord. Brat, hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your life. One of them said viciously. Jiang Qin sneered. He had run into a robber. You 2 humans, why don't you go rob the winged race and the elven race? Jiang Qin asked. Brat, this is the colored glass sea. The colored glass sea is in chaos right now, so who cares what race you're from? We're geniuses of the Azure Dragon Hall, so you'd best not resist. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death. The other person said. Their cultivations were nothing in the colored glass sea, where Star Lords were everywhere. They had always been bullied, and whenever they encountered a Star Lord, they would have to flee with their tails between their legs. Now that they had finally encountered someone with a lower cultivation, they had to show off their strength. I advise you to be kind. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. Kind? Ha, I didn't hear wrongly, did I? This kid is talking to us in the colored glass sea. Cut the crap. Kid, seeing that you're also a human, hand over all your treasures and I can spare your life. Both of their faces were filled with ridicule, especially when they heard the word kind. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there were actually people who talked about kindness. Wasn't this a joke? Alright, I'm not some kind-hearted person anyway. You 2 blind dogs actually dared to rob your ancestor. Hand over all your treasures right now, and I'll spare you on account that you're both humans. Jiang Chen's expression changed abruptly. He looked more like a bandit than they did. In terms of robbery, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen was the founder. What? The 2 were stunned and the smiles on their faces disappeared. Robbing them instead? He must be sick. This brat's head is bigger than a donkey's. You actually want to rob us? You're really courting death. Kill him. The 2 were enraged. Terrifying presences erupted from their bodies as they attacked Jiang Chen from the left and right. Swish. Jiang Chen also moved. His movements were very simple and clean, throwing out a punch from his left and right. But 2 miserable cries rang out. The chests of the 2 9th heavenly layer Azure Dragon Hall disciples caved in as they vomited blood. Jiang Chen's punch had almost shattered their organs. And this was only because Jiang Chen had been lenient. Otherwise the 2 of them would already be dead. Impossible. You're only at the 7th heavenly layer, how can you be so strong? What a powerful fellow. Just who are you? The 2 of them were shocked. Their previous arrogance had completely vanished, replaced by endless fear. They knew that they had kicked a steel plate. In a place like the Lapis Glass Sea, the name of the Azure Dragon Hall was useless. Not a single person who had managed to survive until now was a pushover. If they made a single mistake, they would die here. Jiang Chen did not reply. He simply extended his hand. Fine, we brothers have lost today. Take it. The 2 understood Jiang Chen's meaning and casually tossed the universe ring over. Jiang Chen did not stand on ceremony, grabbing it. 2 Azure Dragon Hall geniuses who were second only to the Star Lord were extremely valuable. Ignoring everything else, just the number of origin stones they had was quite a lot. Although Jiang Chen did not lack origin stones, his consumption was just too great. His need for origin stones would only grow larger and larger, so he naturally would not reject anyone. Scram. Jiang Chen waved his hand, not killing the 2 of them. He was in a good mood right now, or they would not be so lucky. The 2 of them did not dare to tarry, hurriedly fleeing like a wisp of smoke. If these 2 were unlucky and ran into someone with a lower cultivation than them, they would be able to rob him. Who would have thought that they would lose all their treasures and even suffer heavy injuries? Even if Zhou Xian did not kill them with their current condition, they would have to leave the lapis glass sea immediately. Otherwise their lives would be in danger. The battle with Zhu Chongqing is only a few days away. It's time to go out. I have the stairway to heaven with me so I can use it to leave the lapis glass sea and return to Kirin province. However, I still need to look for Houzi and Muibai first. Zhou Xian said that the stairway to heaven was his trump card. Could help Zhou Xian travel through space at will. For example, if Zhou Xian was willing, he could use the stairway to heaven to return to Kirin province at any time. The lapis glass sea was not large, so it was very easy for Zhou Xian to sense Long Shersan's location. Using his extreme speed, Zhou Xian traveled several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. The air in front of him surged and a figure suddenly appeared. Then a cold light floated beside Zhou Xian, slashing towards Zhou Qian's head. Zhou Xian used the Great Void technique and moved horizontally, easily dodging the attack. Scoundrel! Zhou Xian snorted. Who else could be so good at sneak attacks other than the elves? Kiki! An ear-piercing sneer rang out and a figure flickered in front of him. An elven Star Lord expert appeared, holding a half-curved weapon in his hand. It gave off a dark glow, giving off an extremely cold feeling. A mere 7th heavenly source realm can actually dodge my sneak attack. The geniuses of the human race are getting more and more interesting. The old elf's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhou Xian with great interest. What's even more interesting is yet to come. You might die in the hands of a heavenly source realm expert today. Zhou Xian sneered. Chapter 45-46. Hehe, the human race really is useless because they only know how to boast. Kid, I really want to know where your confidence comes from. The old elf chuckled. His gaze towards Zhou Xian was filled with mockery. You'll know in a bit. If you choose to run now, you might have a chance to live. Zhou Xian said indifferently. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I can crush you to death with one hand. Die. The old elf clearly did not want to waste any more time. He decided to strike and kill Zhou Xian in a single strike. The old elf was right. The elves were the most skilled in movement techniques. He had already arrived beside Zhou Xian before anyone could see him move. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere. The blue hand glowed with a dark light. It seemed soft and powerless, but it was actually extremely lethal. It swatted towards Zhou Qian's head. Zhou Qian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the true dragon palm. A violent dragon claw appeared out of nowhere, meeting the old elf's blue hand head-on. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the void collapsed and spatial cracks appeared everywhere. Incomparably violent energy tore the space apart. Asterisk thump thump thump. Asterisk Zhou Qian's palm was destroyed, forcing him to retreat several dozen meters before stabilizing his body. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. A Star Master expert was indeed not easy to deal with. There was an uncrossable gap between the Heavenly Source realm and the Star Master realm. Kid, you can actually block a palm of mine. When did such a genius appear in the human race? You're only at the 7th heavenly layer. If you're allowed to mature, you'll definitely become a great threat to my elven race. Although the old elf had gained the upper hand in a single move, repelling Zhou Xian, there was no excitement on his face at all. Instead, it was filled with shock. He was a powerful Star Master. Although he was only at the 1st heavenly layer, he was still a supreme existence to ordinary heavenly source experts. The old elf understood his own strength extremely well as the power of his palm strike. Let alone a 7th heavenly layer heavenly origin, even a 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin would die without a doubt. However, the 7th heavenly layer heavenly origin human genius had only been pushed back. He was completely unscathed and had not even suffered a scratch on his skin. How could the old elf accept such an outcome? This was simply a blow, an invisible blow. Dragon transformation. Zhou Xian didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately transformed into his dragon form. The palm strike just now had made him understand the true strength of a Star Lord. With his current condition, he had to transform into his dragon form to kill him. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the dragon's roar shook the heavens, causing the space within a radius of 1,000 miles to tremble. At this moment, Zhou Xian transformed into an azure dragon. His eyes were like those of an ancient god of death, devoid of any emotions. Transformation. The old elf's expression changed. He could clearly feel that Jiang Chen's battle prowess had increased by at least 10 times after his transformation. The old elf couldn't help but be shocked. A tenfold increase in combat power could very well change the situation. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiang Chen used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Space shattered as he took a step towards the old elf. I'd like to see just how powerful a puny heavenly origin expert can be. The old elf gnashed his teeth and became furious. A powerful energy wave swept across the area, and a blue flame emerged from his body. The blue blade in his hand started expanding, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, slashing toward Jiang Chen. Boom! The powerful pressure from the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was like a mountain. The blade in the old elf's hand was unable to move at all, and he was actually forced back several steps by Jiang Chen's steps. What? The old elf was at a loss. His eyes were about to bleed. He stared at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. He was even beginning to doubt whether Jiang Chen's cultivation was really only at the 7th layer of the heavenly source realm. Since when did the 7th heavenly layer become so powerful? Boom! Jiang Chen naturally did not give the old elf any time to react. The second step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps had already arrived above the old elf's head. The old elf felt helpless. He felt like an invisible mountain was pressing down on him, about to crush his body. He could only continue to raise the blade in his hand to block. The powerful pressure was unparalleled. Even a main soldier was unable to do anything about it. Jiang Chen's foot stepped on the old elf's blade, causing it to produce a cracking sound. Wah! The old elf was sent flying several dozen meters, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The old elf was already unable to block the second step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and was injured. Before he could even react, Jiang Chen's third step had already landed. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each step was stronger and more powerful than the last, and the speed of each step increased. Coupled with the fact that this powerful true dragon battle skill had fused with Jiang Chen's heaven-surmounting Dao, it had become a battle skill of Dao. Wah! The old elf vomited a mouthful of blood on the third step. He could no longer resist. Rumble! Jiang Chen's fourth step had also landed. It came from above as if he was about to stomp an ant to death. The old elf's hand that was holding the blade was trembling. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. How could he still have the strength to block the terrifying fourth step? Crack! The fourth step landed mercilessly. The bones in the old elf's body produced cracking sounds. It was as if his entire body was about to be torn apart by the power of the 5 elements. At this time the old elf began to regret. He regretted appearing at this time and encountering such a ferocious guy. Even at this time, apart from regret, the old elf still could not understand how a heavenly source realm cultivator could have such terrifying battle strength. It was so terrifying that it could make one's hair stand on end. Jiang Chen's strength had directly shattered the old elf's understanding of cultivation. This was a subversive change. Even in death, the old elf would not be able to rest in peace. Go to hell. Jiang Chen had always taken advantage of his opponent's weakness to take his life. How could he give his opponent the slightest chance to react? The last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps had also landed. No. The old elf used the last of his strength to roar. He raised his head and looked at the illusory foot that was formed from the powerful combat skill. It was like a real dragon descending to the world. The old elf felt like his body was about to be torn apart. He was locked on by an invisible mountain. He did not even have the ability to escape. Boom! The violent power swept everything. The 5th step landed mercilessly in the end. The old elf could not fight back at all. Under this foot his entire body was stomped into meat paste. He died tragically in the void. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and put away the old elf's sharp blade. This was a main combat weapon and it was worth a fortune. Putting aside whether it was useful to Jiang Chen or not, it could still be sold for a good price. An ordinary first heaven star lord can't even withstand a single blow from me. There's no pressure. Chapter 45-47. After killing the old elf so easily, Jiang Chen gained a certain understanding of his own battle prowess. Although I can kill a star master like the old elf, it'll still be rather difficult for me to fight Zhu Chongqing. A genius like Zhu Chongqing is not someone the old elf can compare to, so I can't be careless when the time comes, thought Jian Chen. He would never have a rival in love, especially a powerful one. As a young genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp, Zhu Chongqing's talent was not much worse than Mu Yibai's. Jiang Chen only had the ability to fight Zhu Chongqing because he had reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of heavenly source. If he was not at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, Jiang Chen would not stand a chance against Zhu Chongqing. Killing the old elf was only a small interlude for Jiang Chen. He needed to reunite with the Crown Prince and the others first. In the next few days, Jiang Chen rampaged through the lapis glass sea, killing countless fire demons. If he encountered an opponent he could not defeat, he would immediately flee. With the Great Void technique, his speed was unparalleled. Coupled with the Stairway to Heaven and the Dragon Palace, he was basically a fish in the lapis glass sea, swimming without fear. It was impossible for anyone to kill Jiang Chen. On this day, Jiang Chen successfully reunited with Long Shisan and the others. Seeing the changes in Jiang Chen's cultivation and the unparalleled ruler's aura, the Crown Prince and Mu Yibai could not help but be shocked once again. This was especially true for Mu Yibai, because he was well aware of Jiang Chen's cultivation when he first arrived at the lapis glass sea. It hadn't even been a month, but Jiang Chen had already reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. This kind of improvement could no longer be described as leaps and bounds. He was a monster amongst monsters, a monster amongst monsters. We can be at ease now that teacher is fine. The Crown Prince breathed a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. He had been quite worried for Jiang Chen recently, especially after the changes in the lapis glass sea. The fire demons were rampaging and killing was everywhere. How could a heavenly source expert like Jiang Chen not worry? Teacher, did you obtain the glazed divine fire? Mu Yibai asked curiously. Although he already had some guesses, he still wanted to ask Jiang Chen personally when he saw him. After all, this matter involved the colored glass divine flame and it was truly touching. That's right. I've already found the colored glass divine fire's fire seed, so the environment here has changed. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything. He flipped his palm and the glass flower rippled out. Scarlet flames danced on Jiang Chen's palm, beautiful and fiery. It really is the colored glass divine fire. The Crown Prince's eyes lit up. Master is indeed a god. The colored glass sea has existed for countless years, and the legend of the colored glass divine flame has also been passed down for countless years. Countless experts from the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary have entered the colored glass sea to find the colored glass divine flame, but they all ended up in failure. I didn't expect that the colored glass divine flame would fall into Master's hands today. Congratulations. Mu Yibai sincerely admired Jiang Chen. He looked at the glass flower on Jiang Chen's palm, and his eyes couldn't help but burn with passion. Of course it was only passion. He didn't have any other thoughts, let alone greed. Mu Yibai only had a yearning for this legendary flame. Now that he was fortunate enough to see it, he was somewhat surprised and longed for it. I was just lucky. However, now that I've taken away the glass divine flame, this glass sea will likely be destroyed. Before long, the flames here will be completely extinguished and the temperature will return to normal. The space within 1,000,000 miles will also be abandoned, turning into a completely abandoned space. Jiang Chen said faintly as he slowly put away the colored glass divine flame. Great, Master has overturned the colored glass sea. This in itself is a miracle. The Crown Prince said excitedly. His admiration for Jiang Chen was like a torrential river flowing endlessly. Master, the battle with Zhu Chongqing is almost over. It should be tomorrow. We should go back. Mu Yibai reminded. Yes, I remember. Jiang Chen nodded. Master's cultivation has improved a lot, but he's still at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. He hasn't even reached the 8th heavenly layer. It's still very worrying for him to fight Zhu Chongqing in his current state. The Crown Prince frowned. He had never personally witnessed Jiang Chen's battle prowess, so he was naturally very worried. After all, Zhu Chongqing was a genius disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp. There were no mediocre people in the Vermilion Bird Camp. Even if Zhu Chongqing hadn't made any progress in the past month, he was still much stronger than an ordinary first heavenly layer Star Lord. Jiang Chen and Zhu Chongqing were going to fight to the death. Why don't I go find Zhu Chongqing and get him to give up on the battle? The Crown Prince suggested. The Vermilion Bird Camp was under his jurisdiction. As long as he said the word, let alone Zhu Chongqing, even the elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp would not dare to say a word. No, I'm the one who proposed the battle. Plus, Zhu Chongqing has probably already been corrupted by the fake empress. We might be able to dig out some things from him. This battle is unavoidable. Plus, I'm not afraid of Zhu Chongqing. Go. Let's leave the Azure Sea. Jiang Chen said. Zhu Chongqing had hurriedly jumped out when the guards at the city gates had discovered the elf's spy. It was clearly unusual, so how could Jiang Chen let go of such an opportunity? All right, I'll personally supervise the battle tomorrow, said the Crown Prince. He originally wanted to say that he would not let Zhu Chongqing harm Jiang Chen, but when he thought that it would be disrespectful to Jiang Chen and even look down on him, he immediately shut his mouth. It was very easy for a dead person to leave the Azure Sea. The space of the Azure Sea was unstable and there were spatial cracks everywhere. As a powerful Star Lord, tearing through space to return was a piece of cake. Space rippled and light flashed. Before long, Jiang Chen and the others left the Azure Sea and returned to Kirin Province. The place where they came out of the space was the place where they had entered, the peak of Muibai's White Cloud Peak. The Crown Prince couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at the hazy air currents around him. For him it was indeed a feeling of rebirth. The Crown Prince could be said to have narrowly escaped death on this trip to the Azure Sea. If not for the appearance of Jiang Chen and Muibai, he would have died at the hands of Lin Yong and Muibai. There was no way he would have been able to see the light of day again. Moreover, not only was the Crown Prince not dead, but he had also resolved his hidden danger. His cultivation recovered, and he had even reached the fifth heaven of Star Lord, becoming a true expert. With the Crown Prince's cultivation as a fifth heaven of Star Lord, it was undoubtedly more advantageous for him to take charge of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Your Highness, your cultivation has already recovered and it's even stronger than before. In this way the fake empress will definitely be worried, and it's inevitable that she will secretly make things difficult for you. You have to be careful. Chapter 45-48. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's face could not help but darken once again. Although he had gained quite a lot from this trip to the Glass Sea, he had also suffered a huge blow. The person he trusted the most wanted to kill him, was a spy from another tribe, and the mother he respected the most was actually an impostor who had secretly poisoned him. The Crown Prince didn't know how to react to this sudden blow. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. But for the Crown Prince's temperament, this was undoubtedly an extremely intense trial. If he didn't break down, he would rise, truly rise. Jiang Chen's words were extremely influential to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince knew very well that the fake empress had already planned to act against him. Killing him would be the start of their grand scheme. Now that he wasn't dead and his cultivation had recovered, the fake empress would definitely notice him. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, the Crown Prince wasn't very safe right now. He had to be extremely careful. Of course, this was the capital and the Crown Prince had his greatest support. With his cultivation as a fifth heaven Star Lord, as long as he was careful, it wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person to harm him. Don't worry, teacher. I know what I'm doing. I don't know how many spies from other races have infiltrated the Great Forest, or how many have been corrupted by the fake empress, but I do know who is more reliable. I'll move in secret and gather people. We'll start by reorganizing the Vermilion Bird Camp. We'll dig out the spies one by one and quietly eliminate them. The Crown Prince's eyes were cold and ruthless. He had to be ruthless now. Monkey, go with the Crown Prince to the Vermilion Bird Camp. Jiang Chen looked at Long Shisan. I'm going to the Vermilion Bird Camp? Long Shisan froze, then looked at Mu Ibai with some reluctance. That's right. The Crown Prince needs your help to control the Vermilion Bird Camp. You have the eyes of fire and gold, so you can discover the elves and winged spies in the Vermilion Bird Camp. Jiang Chen said. That's great. With Brother 13 following me, I'll be even more confident. A look of excitement appeared on the Crown Prince's face. He had already experienced Long Shisan's abilities. He had praised him endlessly in the Colored Glass Sea. It was no exaggeration to say that although Long Shisan's cultivation had not reached the level of a Star Lord, he was much more useful to the Crown Prince than a truly powerful Star Lord. Alright, then let Grandpa Monkey go to Vermilion Bird Camp and find those birdmen and little elves and whip their corpses. Long Shisan chuckled. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth also curved into a smile. He could already see the Nashi spies disguised in the imperial capital beginning to suffer one by one. The imperial capital was also about to usher in new changes. The The path of revenge that Jiang Qin had promised Empress Lin had officially begun. Previously in the Red East region, Jiang Qin had single-handedly wiped out the entire winged race. Now that he was in the Red Middle region, Jiang Qin wanted to repeat the results of the battle in the Red East region. He wanted to wipe out the winged race and the elves, and let the human race become the true masters of the Red Cloud astral domain. I'll go back and make arrangements. Tomorrow your battle with Zhu Chongqing will be held in Kirin province. I'll bring Zhu Chongqing here so there's no need for master to go there, Lin Tianlin said, apologizing to Jiang Qin. Lin Tianlin said apologetically to Jiang Qin. Although he was the 5th Heavenly Star Lord Crown Prince and had a noble status, he didn't dare to show any arrogance in front of Jiang Qin. He was just like a junior. It's fine. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the location of the duel at all. He was already looking forward to the battle with Zhu Chongqing. With his current combat strength, dealing with Zhu Chongqing was a piece of cake. He didn't panic at all. After the Crown Prince and Long Shisan left, Jiang Qin returned to his previous residence. After the incident with Wang Lin, it had become a lot quieter. Almost no one came looking for trouble. However, when Jiang Qin returned, he found that it was a bit too quiet. De Huang and Xiaolong weren't there. Where did those two guys go? Jiang Qin frowned. At this moment, Ozzy walked in from outside. Seeing that Jiang Qin had returned, Ozzy's face immediately bloomed into a smile. Big brother Jiang, you're back. Mu Yixi's bright eyes sized up Jiang Qin as if she was looking at a rare object. After all, to be able to return from the colored glass sea in one piece was shocking. Well, where are De Huang and Xiaolong? Jiang Qin asked. The two of them went to the minor cosm world to train. You guys went to the colored glass sea. How could the two of them stay idle? Mu Yixi said. Where's the minor cosm world? Jiang Qin said. The minor cosm world is a small world opened up by the Great Lin Empire. Usually, the geniuses of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp would go there to train. Does Big Brother Jiang want to go there? Mu Yixi asked. No need. I'll fight Zhu Chongqing tomorrow. It's fine if those two guys go there to train. Jiang Qin smiled. He could understand why De Huang and Xiaolong wanted to enter the minor cosm world. Those two guys weren't easy to deal with. Asking them to stay in Kirin province to train would be harder than beating them to death. Moreover, Jiang Qin was relieved that Xiaolong was with De Huang. It was even harder to find someone who could make De Huang suffer. Big brother Jiang, are you confident in fighting Zhu Chongqing tomorrow? Zhu Chongqing is very powerful. Mu Yixi looked at Jiang Qin with worry written all over her face. Don't worry. Jiang Qin patted Mu Yixi's shoulder with confidence. The next day, early in the morning, the Crown Prince brought Zhu Chongqing to Kirin province. At this time, Kirin province was really in an uproar. The battle between Jiang Qin and Zhu Chongqing had stirred up a lot of commotion, but it was soon forgotten by everyone. After all, such a battle was meaningless to them because the two of them weren't even on the same level. There was no comparison between the two of them. Moreover, because Jiang Qin went to the colored glass sea in the eyes of the people, the hope of Jiang Qin walking out of the colored glass sea alive was extremely slim, let alone fighting Zhu Chongqing. Only now did people suddenly realize that not only had Jiang Qin returned alive from the colored glass sea, he had also fulfilled his promise with Zhu Chongqing a month ago. This was a miracle. They're really going to fight. How is Jiang Qin going to fight Zhu Chongqing? If it weren't for the young miss, Jiang Qin would have been killed by Zhu Chongqing already. Yeah, what's the point of a fight like that? There's no suspense at all. But this Jiang Qin is truly extraordinary. He was able to come back alive after going to the Azure Sea. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this alone is enough to make me admire him. Yeah, what kind of place is the colored glass sea? Even the Star Lord can't guarantee that he'll come out alive. Even Heavenly Source experts have a slim chance of survival. The fact that Jiang Qin managed to come back alive is enough to prove his ability. Chapter 45-49. The voices of people were like a cauldron of boiling cauldrons. Early in the morning, the central plaza of the Qilin mansion was already filled with people. Everyone's gazes were gathered on the battle stage in the center of the plaza. That battle stage was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. At that moment, there was already a man standing on the battle stage. He was wearing a golden armor and looked extremely powerful. His entire body was filled with battle intent and arrogance. Of course, this was normal. Anyone who possessed such a cultivation at his age would feel proud because he was none other than Zhou Chongqing. Look, His Highness the Crown Prince brought Zhou Chongqing here personally. It was supposed to be a small fight, but now His Highness is here. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, His Highness the Crown Prince is here. All the leaders of Kirin province have to come out to welcome him. Even the prefecture lord is here. This is going to be an unprecedented event for Kirin province. Did you guys notice that His Highness the Crown Prince looks much better than before? His cultivation seems to have recovered. He's much stronger than before. No way, didn't they say that His Highness cultivation has not improved at all in the past 3 years? Sigh, if the #1 genius of the Great Lin Empire can't recover, it would be a pity. I hope His Highness can recover. Without a doubt, Lin Tianlin had become the focus of everyone's attention. After all, they were two completely different people. Lin Tianlin was His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Lin Empire. He used to be the #1 genius of the Great Lin Empire. Even though he had fallen from grace, he was still not someone ordinary people could compare to. Moreover, many people had noticed that Lin Tianlin's strength had recovered. Once His Highness the Crown Prince regained his former glory, he would still be the most outstanding young man in the Great Lin Empire. Before long, all of the higher-ups of the Qilin mansion were dispatched. They descended onto the central plaza and stood in front of Lin Tianlin. The leader was wearing a dark blue robe. He looked to be around 50 years old. His posture was graceful and his aura was unparalleled. As soon as he appeared, the entire square quieted down. Countless disciples looked at the old man with respect. The old man was none other than the prefecture lord of Kirin province, the pillar of the Great Forest Empire, Star Lord Ninth Sky expert Mu Tianheng. Next to Mu Tianheng were 3 vice mansion masters, all of whom were at the 8th heaven of the Star Lord realm, and a group of elders, all of whom were at the 5th heaven of the Star Lord realm or above. These supreme cultivators represented the entire Kirin province, and even the peak of the Daoist Empire. Normally, it was impossible for all of them to appear together, especially Mu Tianheng. He almost never appeared in public, so many disciples of Kirin province had never had the chance to see this legendary chief. If it weren't for His Highness the Crown Prince's arrival today, it would be almost impossible for many disciples to see Mu Tianheng. Oh my god, I've been in Kirin province for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen the governor. Me too. It's my honor to be able to witness the mansion master's glory with my own eyes. The aura of a supreme expert at the 9th heaven of the Star Lord is simply too powerful. Every single move he makes exudes supreme dominance. His Highness the Crown Prince is the next emperor of the Great Forest Empire. I'm afraid only His Highness the Crown Prince can make the governor show up in person. Mu Tianheng was a legend, a 9th sky of the Star Lord realm. He almost stood at the peak of the Crimson Afterglow Astral. Even the current emperor of the Great Forest Empire had to respect him. Mu Tianheng walked in front of Lin Tianlin and saluted. Your Highness has arrived, I salute you. You're too polite, Chief Mu. Tianlin can't accept it. Today is a duel between Zhu Chongqing of the Vermilion Bird Camp and Jiang Chen of the Kirin province. I'm interested, so I came to watch, the Crown Prince said. Said the Crown Prince. He was extremely courteous to Mu Tianheng, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Jiang Chen. Mu Tianheng frowned. Father, he's a new disciple of our Kirin province. He had some conflicts with Zhu Chongqing before and set a duel in a month. Mu Yibai hurriedly explained and told Mu Tianheng about what happened outside the Imperial City Gate a month ago. After all, an expert like Mu Tianheng wouldn't pay attention to such trivial matters. Even though Jiang Chen had caused a stir in the Imperial City, he couldn't attract the attention of the real big shots. A heavenly source cultivator challenging a Star Lord. Isn't this a joke? It even attracted the attention of His Highness. Mu Tianheng frowned even more. He felt that it was a joke. But what was more unbelievable was that such a joke would attract the attention of His Highness the Crown Prince. Did His Highness have nothing better to do? Obviously not. Mu Tianheng knew Lin Tianlin very well. Even though Lin Tianlin hadn't been doing well in the past 3 years, he had been working hard and never gave up. This was also the reason why Mu Tianheng cared so much about Lin Tianlin. As a result, Mu Tianheng became interested in Jiang Chen, who he had never met before. Thinking of Lin Tianlin's cultivation, Mu Tianheng's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the Crown Prince again. This time he couldn't help but tremble. "Your Highness, your cultivation has recovered." Mu Tianheng was surprised. With his cultivation and eyesight he could naturally see the change in Lin Tianlin. It was as if he had been reborn. "That's right. My problem has been completely solved and my cultivation has improved. I've reached the peak of the 5th heaven of the Star-Lord realm. I can reach the 6th heaven of the Star-Lord realm at any time," the Crown Prince said. He couldn't help but feel proud. Of course he knew very well who gave him this pride. Congratulations, Your Highness." Mu Tianheng laughed, his face full of relief. It was clear that Mu Tianheng had always felt sorry for the Crown Prince's fall from grace. Now that he saw the Crown Prince regaining his former glory, he couldn't help but feel happy for him. This kid's cultivation has actually recovered. How is that possible? Next to Mu Tianheng, an old man frowned, a trace of coldness flashing in the depths of his eyes. Lin Tianlin's recovery clearly made him extremely puzzled and even very disappointed. This old man was a deputy institute master of Kirin province, Dan Liang. "Ibai, where's Lao Zhangchen? Why hasn't he appeared yet?" Lin Tianlin looked at Mu Ibai and was about to say the word teacher. But he immediately felt that it was inappropriate and changed it to Jiang Chen. "He should be here soon. He'll definitely be punctual," Mu Ibai said. Chapter 45-50. The white-clothed figure was none other than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's appearance immediately caused an uproar in the central square, making him the absolute focal point. "Look, Jiang Chen's here. He really dared to show up. I thought he was going to back off. Yeah, I really don't know where he gets the courage to challenge a Star Lord as a heavenly source expert. Just this courage alone is enough to make me admire him. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the courage to step onto the stage. Have you guys noticed? Jiang Chen's cultivation is progressing very quickly. Look at his presence, he's already at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. It's only been a month, yet he's progressed so quickly. What the hell is he doing? He can't even cultivate day and night. Yeah, did he eat some kind of miracle pill? Otherwise, how could he progress so quickly? He's inhuman. What a pity. Even if he's improving so quickly, there's still a huge gap between him and Zhu Chongqing. Zhu Chongqing's already at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer, only a step away from the 2nd heavenly layer. He could reach the 2nd heavenly layer at any time. What does Jiang Chen have to fight him with such a huge gap? And a battle to the death? Isn't that just courting death? See, Jiang Chen should have his own trump card. He's not an idiot after all. There's no point in courting death. Jiang Chen's appearance was shocking and his rapid progress was even more shocking. However, most people still felt that this was a battle without any suspense, a battle where Jiang Chen was courting death. This was the first time Mu Tianheng had seen Jiang Chen, but his eyes lit up. He's unfathomable. I can't even see through him. He's like the deep sea, bottomless. Mu Tianheng was rather shocked inside. With his supreme cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer of Star-Lord, he actually felt something strange about a heavenly source expert. This in itself was a miracle. It's just that his cultivation is a little too weak. No matter how much of a genius he is, he has no chance of winning against a 1st heavenly layer Star-Lord as a 7th heavenly layer heavenly source. Mu Tianheng shook his head helplessly. He suddenly felt that Jiang Chen was a reckless man who didn't have the slightest self-awareness. According to Mu Ibai, it was Jiang Chen who proposed the 1-month duel. Sending a challenge to a Star Lord with a cultivation of the heavenly source realm was an idiotic act. Just wait and see. Jiang Chen will surprise you. Mu Ibai couldn't help but say when he saw his father's expression. That's right. Brother Jiang is very powerful. If he hadn't saved me, I would have died in the Hurricane Sky region. Mu Yitzi shook her fist and cheered for Jiang Chen. Then I really have to take a good look. Mu Tianheng said with some interest. He might not care about Mu Yitzi's words, but since even Mu Ibai said so, it proved that Jiang Chen definitely had some tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, Mu Tianheng had absolute reason to believe that the Crown Prince had come to watch the duel because of Jiang Chen and not because of Zhu Chongqing. Although Zhu Chongqing was a master disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp, he was far from being valued so highly by the Crown Prince. Not to mention that Zhu Chongqing was not the only master disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp. The two experts faced each other on the stage. Zhu Chongqing looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, his eyes filled with disdain. However, there was also a sliver of shock in his eyes. He was shocked that Jiang Chen's cultivation had risen so quickly. It must be mentioned that Jiang Chen had only been at the 2nd heavenly layer a month ago. In just a month he had reached the 7th heavenly layer. Zhu Chongqing would never have believed such a terrifying cultivation speed if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes. It was basically a miracle. "Kid, how did you advance so quickly?" Zhu Chongqing asked curiously. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Chen shrugged. "Afraid? Ah." Zhu Chongqing seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He could not help but laugh out loud. "I'm afraid of you? Kid, you're indeed a prodigy. It's rare for you to advance so quickly in a month. At the very least I can't reach that level. It's a pity that your cultivation is still too weak. You're just an ant to me. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." Zhu Chongqing's face was filled with viciousness as killing intent surged from him. He had to kill Jiang Chen in front of everyone today to defend his dignity. "One move. I only need one move to kill you." Zhu Chongqing raised his middle finger at Jiang Chen in an arrogant manner. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. "You'll know when you try." Zhu Chongqing's aura fluctuated and he took the initiative to attack. He suddenly punched at Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. The void above the fighting stage was penetrated by this punch. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Jiang Chen. Qilin Divine Arm. Jiang Chen swayed his arm and the Qilin Divine Arm rippled out. His body was covered in flames. With the enhancement of the Azure Lotus Starfire, the power of the Qilin Divine Arm was amplified infinitely. Its attack power was 3 times stronger than the true Dragon Palm. Rumble. The Qilin Divine Arm collided with Zhu Chongqing's Divine Fist heavily. It had an earth-shattering momentum. Below the stage the Crown Prince and Mu Yibai looked nervous. Although they had great confidence in Jiang Chen, the gap between their cultivation was too big. The disciples of Kirin Province were almost certain that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to withstand Zhu Chongqing's punch. Waves of air surged and flames danced. Jiang Chen was pushed back hundreds of meters by the punch. He felt an indescribable pain in his chest. Even his qi and blood had been violently shaken. However, his body's recovery ability was extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, the discomfort brought to his body by the violent shock had completely disappeared. "What?" The smile on Zhu Chongqing's face instantly froze. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. It was the same as when he fought against the Elven Star Lord in the Azure Sea. Although Zhu Chongqing had the upper hand, the result was completely different from what he had imagined. His punch, which was supposed to crush Jiang Chen into minced meat, had failed to harm even a hair on Jiang Chen's body. "Impossible. This is impossible. You're only at the heavenly source stage. How can your battle power be so strong? It's even more impossible for you to withstand my punch." Zhu Chongqing couldn't believe it. At the same time the spectators became restless. Disbelief filled their eyes. My heavens, is Jiang Chen really that strong? He's able to fight a master genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp with a cultivation of the 7th heavenly source stage and come out unscathed. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Amazing. This fellow is indeed capable. With such a powerful battle prowess, if he can continue to grow, his future will definitely be limitless. It's a pity that he's still not Zhu Chongqing's opponent. But there's going to be some excitement in today's battle. Chapter 45-51. Shock appeared in Mu Tianheng's eyes once again. It was an unprecedented shock. As the provincial master of Kirin Province, he had seen too many geniuses, including the Crown Prince. However, even Lin Tianlin couldn't be compared to Jiang Chen at all. Lin Tianlin was able to take on a 1st heavenly layer Star Lord genius with a cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer. Most importantly, a 1st heavenly layer Star Lord was incomparable to a Lord genius. What did that mean? 3 levels, and one of them was a great level. The heavenly source stage was a chasm for a Star Lord. Jiang Chen was still unscathed under such a great disparity in cultivation. Just this alone was enough to make Jiang Chen a supreme genius. Mu Tianheng had no interest in this at all. He had only appeared because the Crown Prince had arrived. But now he was interested. On the towering battle platform, Zhu Chongqing's aura had reached its peak. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had changed for the first time. He no longer looked down on Jiang Chen but now looked more serious. "Jiang Chen, you've indeed surprised me, but that was just a probing attack. Now I'll show you what despair is," Zhu Chongqing said lung. What will surprise you is yet to come. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen's chi was like a rainbow. He raised his head to the sky and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, creating a hole in the sky. Under countless horrified gazes, Jiang Chen turned into a blood-red dragon with a shake of his body. He no longer looked like a half-human half-dragon, but a peerless true dragon. He soared in the sky with emotionless eyes. Look, what's that? It's a true dragon. Oh my god, is Jiang Chen a cosmic dragon? What a powerful true dragon aura, but his human aura is still strong. His body carries 2 bloodlines. This is an ancient transformation technique. So powerful. His battle prowess is at least 10 times stronger than before. Amazing. He actually has such powerful means and trump cards. No wonder Jiang Chen is so arrogant. He doesn't even put Zhu Chongqing in his eyes and dares to step onto the fighting stage. A 10-fold increase in battle prowess. Even an ordinary taboo technique wouldn't be able to achieve that. This guy is really too shocking. If Jiang Chen's battle prowess is increased by 10-fold, he would truly have the strength to fight against Zhu Chongqing. Today's battle will be completely worth watching. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. There was no one who wasn't shocked. The dragon transformation had shocked everyone. No one had ever seen such a transformation technique before. Even the most powerful taboo technique couldn't do it. This was simply a miracle. Teacher actually has such a trick up his sleeves. The crown prince's eyes shone brightly. He was shocked as well. All the worries he had in his heart vanished at this moment. Having personally witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities, the crown prince's respect for Jiang Chen had risen to another level. Asterisk roar. Asterisk Jiang Chen let out a sky-shaking dragon roar. Zhu Chongqing wasn't easy to deal with. Jiang Chen immediately displayed his most perfect dragon transformation. Previously, when he was fighting against the old Sidhe, Jiang Chen was able to instantly kill him in his dragon transformation state. However, it was impossible for him to instantly kill Zhu Chongqing. However, given Jiang Chen's current state, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat Zhu Chongqing. Blood almost seeped out of Zhu Chongqing's eyes. The guy that he had looked down on from the beginning had surprised him again and again. At this moment, facing Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, Zhu Chongqing couldn't help but feel a trace of pressure despite having the cultivation of a Star Lord. A heavenly source realm cultivator was able to bring pressure to him. This in itself was a very terrifying thing. I'd like to see how powerful your dragon transformation technique is. Universe strike. Zhu Chongqing moved. His murderous aura soared into the sky. No matter what, he had to get rid of Jiang Chen today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any face left in the imperial capital. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Zhu Chongqing conjured a seal with both of his hands, causing the entire void to collapse. He created a world of his own. There seemed to be an ancient wild beast swaying in the void. Airwaves that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed towards Jiang Chen. This was an absolute killing move. At this moment, Zhu Chongqing no longer dared to hide anything. His belief of killing Jiang Chen in one move had already collapsed. Now all he wanted was to kill Jiang Chen. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen roared and casted the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Combined with the True Dragon Palm, he unleashed an unparalleled mightiness. For a moment, the entire void collapsed. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the sky surged. This was the most barbaric collision, the most primitive slaughter. The void collapsed and the center of the battle had almost become a land of death. No one was not shocked. Everyone was shocked. No one in the central square spoke. Countless gazes were nervously watching the battle in the sky that was almost annihilated. The violent shockwaves of the battle stirred up tornadoes. Many people paled, especially the Heavenly Source disciples. They thought to themselves that if they were in the battle right now, there would be no suspense at all. They would immediately be minced into meat paste. This is too terrifying. I wonder who's going to win. Yeah, I thought Zhu Chongqing would win for sure, but it's hard to say now. Jiang Chen is just too terrifying. He's only at the 7th heavenly layer of Heavenly Source, yet he's able to fight a master genius to such an extent. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? I'm so nervous. If Jiang Chen wins, he'll basically create a miracle in Kirin province. He'll create a legend that will go down in history. Many people became nervous. Although they were not the ones fighting, they seemed to be even more nervous than the people fighting. They had originally thought that the battle was meaningless, but it had become a classic. Asterisk thump thump thump. Asterisk a while later, a figure was ejected from the chaotic center of the battle. He wore golden armor and should have been a heroic figure, but he was currently in an extremely miserable state. Who else could it be other than Zhu Chongqing in this attire? Zhu Chongqing's face was currently pale. A sliver of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his hair was completely disheveled. On the other side, Jiang Chen constantly roared as the true dragon floated in the air. His presence was just as powerful as before, and Zhu Chongqing's universe strike had failed to harm him at all. He had lost. Zhu Chongqing had lost, or rather he had not been completely defeated. However, he had truly fallen into a disadvantageous position with this move. Asterisk voila. Asterisk the entire square began to stir. This outcome had overturned everyone's imaginations, overturned their previous understanding, and even overturned their thoughts. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? Chapter 45-52. Zhu Chongqing has actually lost. How is this possible? How can Jiang Chen be so powerful? Although he hasn't been completely defeated, Zhu Chongqing has indeed been defeated by that attack. Jiang Chen is just too powerful. He's able to defeat a master genius with a cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer. I'm speechless. Zhu Chongqing should still have some trump cards up his sleeves, but it won't be easy to defeat Jiang Chen in his current state. If Jiang Chen wins today, he'll become famous. Everyone was shocked. The shock was just too intense. It had completely overturned everyone's understanding. So powerful. The Crown Prince clenched his fists in excitement as his eyes rippled with endless emotions. Muibai was the same as well. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen were filled with endless admiration. Mu Tianheng saw the expressions of the Crown Prince and Muibai and was even more certain that the Crown Prince had come for Jiang Chen. The admiration in their eyes could not be concealed. It was clear that they had known Jiang Chen for a long time and knew of Jiang Chen's abilities. This person is unfathomable. This was the second time Mu Tianheng had evaluated Jiang Chen as unfathomable. He had even begun to rejoice that he had not missed out on such a dazzling battle. At the top of the sky, Zhu Chongqing's expression was extremely ugly. He could feel the ridicule from the countless gazes that landed on him. A feeling of humiliation rose from the bottom of his heart. He could not accept losing to a puny heavenly source expert. It was an unprecedented blow to him. Zhu Chongqing, you're not my opponent. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Jiang Chen said in a clear and domineering voice. Jiang Chen, you're indeed very powerful, but you're dreaming if you want to kill me. You forced my hand. Zhu Chongqing laughed heartily. His eyes suddenly turned red as if he had been possessed by a demon. Saint Spirit Curse activate. Zhu Chongqing went crazy. Suddenly, a strange aura rippled out from his body. This aura was filled with boundless evil. Black chi started to spread out from his body. At this moment, Zhu Chongqing seemed to have entered the path of evil. Crack crack. Cracking sounds came from Zhu Chongqing's body. His bones started to change and his body started to move. In the blink of an eye, his body doubled in size and his eyes turned from blood red to azure. It was hard to tell whether he was human or ghost. At the same time, Zhu Chongqing's cultivation began to soar. In the blink of an eye, he went from the peak of the 1st heaven to the 2nd heaven of the Star-Lord realm. What the hell is that? Such an evil presence. How can the master-level genius of Vermilion Bird Camp know such an evil skill? An inexplicable soul seems to have appeared in his body, adding an unexpected human aura to it. However, it's different from Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen's true dragon bloodline is pure yang. He's definitely not an evil demon. So terrifying, Vermilion Bird Camp doesn't have such an evil method. Countless people's expressions changed greatly. Zhu Chongqing's transformation once again pushed the battle to a new peak. What's that? The Crown Prince's expression changed slightly. If Zhu Chongqing couldn't beat Jiang Chen before, he wouldn't have been worried. However, Zhu Chongqing had used a special method to increase his cultivation to the 2nd heaven of the Star-Lord realm. That was a completely different story. How could Jiang Chen be a match for him? This is the Holy Spirit Curse of the winged race. Why would it appear on Zhu Chongqing? He's joined the winged race. Mu Tianheng's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw the truth of the Holy Spirit Curse. People like him who were at the peak of the Great Lin Empire had interacted with the winged race many times. He was very familiar with some basic things about the winged race. As I thought. The Crown Prince's expression turned cold. If it was before, he might have been shocked, but after learning about the fake Empress, he wasn't shocked at all. Also, he knew that there was probably more than one person like Zhou Xian in Vermilion Bird Camp. Even many of the upper echelons had been corrupted. The Holy Spirit curse wouldn't fall on a human for no reason. The person affected by the Holy Spirit curse must be under the control of the winged race. Mu Tianheng's expression also became extremely cold. The main genius of Vermilion Bird Camp had been affected by the Holy Spirit curse. This probably wasn't a good thing. Ibai, kill him. Don't hurt Xianxia. The Crown Prince looked at Mu Ibai and said nervously. Yes, Your Highness. With that, Mu Ibai's body swayed and he soared into the air. Mu Tianheng didn't stop him. This was the Crown Prince's order. Also, he felt that Zhou Xian should be killed. If he didn't kill him and lost a powerful genius like Xianxia, it would be a loss for Kirin Province and even the Lin Kingdom. A loss that couldn't be recovered. Go back. Mu Ibai heard Xianxia's yell when he was only halfway there. Mu Ibai stopped and looked at Xianxia worriedly. A pair of dragon eyes stared at him with a commanding expression. Yes, master. Mu Ibai didn't dare to be stubborn. He turned around and went back. Your Highness, he must have his own tricks. If I kill Zhou Xian now, I'm afraid it will make him unhappy. Mu Ibai said. Yes, let's wait and see. If there's no other choice, we still have to act to ensure his safety. The Crown Prince said. Countless people's expressions changed. The meaning of this battle had changed. Even though many people didn't know what the Holy Spirit curse was, Zhou Xian's change had already made people come up with a plan. This was no longer a main genius that Vermilion Bird Camp had focused on nurturing. This was a real evil demon. Zhou Xian let out a roar. At this moment he had lost his mind. There was only killing intent in his eyes. He only wanted to kill Xianxia. Xianxia die. Zhou Xian shouted and charged at Xianxia with the momentum of a mad demon. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Xianxia casted the ancient Soaring Dragon technique once again and faced Zhou Xian head-on. His battle intent was even higher than before. His body was covered with a violent flame as if it was going to dye the sky red. He didn't retreat at all. He was a true warrior, a king warrior. Zhou Xian was powerful, but Xianxia was fearless. He wanted to use the pressure from Zhou Xian to increase his cultivation to the 8th heavenly layer. Due to the divine glass fire, Xianxia's cultivation was already at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, half a step into the 8th heavenly layer. Xianxia only needed an opportunity to break through and become an 8th heavenly layer, heavenly layer, heavenly layer. The battle with Zhou Xian was an opportunity, the best opportunity. How could he let Mu Ibai interfere at such a time? Bumble. Chapter 45-53. The entire sky had turned chaotic. Even though they were so far away, the people below could still feel a chill that made them shiver. If they were mixed in the battlefield at this moment, there was no need to even think about it. Just the terrifying shockwaves of the battle alone would be enough to kill them instantly. Too powerful. He's too powerful. I don't know what kind of technique Zhou Xian used to advance to the 2nd heavenly Star Lord realm, turning the situation around. I'm afraid that Xianxia is no match for him. Yeah, the difference in cultivation is a little too great. It's already very terrifying that Xianxia can kill someone so many levels higher than him. Unless he reaches the 8th heavenly layer of heavenly source, it's basically impossible for him to defeat Zhou Xian. Just now, Eldest Miss was about to attack. Zhou Xian might have undergone some kind of demonic transformation, but he was stopped by Xianxia. Seems like Xianxia has some confidence. Let's wait and see. I'm afraid that the next battle will be very exciting. It was hair-raising. Who would have thought that a battle with no suspense at all would turn into such an intense battle? Asterisk rumble. Asterisk space shook. Xianxia was finally forced out by the violent force. Dragon scales danced in the air and many wounds appeared on his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Asterisk roar. Asterisk Xianxia let out a sky-shaking dragon roar. Just when everyone thought that he couldn't hold on any longer, he swayed his mighty body and dashed towards Zhou Xian once more, as if he didn't care about the injuries he had suffered at all. You're courting death. Zhou Xian had completely entered the path of the blood demon and lost his consciousness. A cruel smile filled his face when he saw Xianxia charge at him again. After reaching the 2nd heavenly layer of Star Lord, Zhu Chongqing could completely suppress Jiang Chen. As a result, Zhu Chongqing did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Jiang Chen's powerful healing ability was comparable to divine pills. As long as the injuries weren't fatal or didn't harm his origin, he wouldn't care at all. For example, the injuries that Zhu Chongqing had inflicted on him could be healed in an instant. Jiang Chen was able to recover completely in just a few breaths. Jiang Chen was searching for the critical point to break through with the pressure from Zhu Chongqing. He had already found it. Rumble. Jiang Chen was bounced out for the second time, and the injuries on his body increased. Worry could be seen on the faces of the Crown Prince, Mu Yibai, and the others. The only person who wasn't worried was Dragon Zhou Xian. He had been calmly watching the battle since the beginning, and he didn't show any signs of worry. This was a sign of his confidence in Jiang Chen, a great confidence in him. This confidence surpassed his own. Only Long Shan had absolute reason to believe that Zhu Chongqing would definitely die today. No one could defeat Jiang Chen when he got serious. Jiang Chen would either not attack, or once he did, it would be the end of the world for his enemies. He's too fierce. This Jiang Chen is too fierce. He keeps fighting and pressing forward. His injuries don't seem to affect his fighting spirit at all. How can such a person not be strong? This is a temperament that belongs to the strong. If we can possess such a temperament, we'll be able to go very far in the future. I can tell that Jiang Chen wants to use Zhu Chongqing's pressure to increase his cultivation to the 8th heavenly layer. Once he reaches the 8th heavenly layer, he'll have a chance to turn the tables and truly defeat Zhu Chongqing. That's right, I can tell too. This is just too exciting. Let's hope he succeeds and let us witness a miracle. Many people were convinced by Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. Let alone the disciples of Qiren province, even the patriarch Mu Tianheng and the crown prince Lin Tianlin were completely convinced. Lin Tianlin's admiration for Jiang Chen in particular had reached a peak once again. Rumble. Jiang Chen was knocked back once again. He was covered in injuries. Roar. However, in the next moment Jiang Chen roared at the sky. His 300-meter-long body spun around 3 times in the air as his presence underwent a tremendous change. His cultivation soared through the clouds, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of heavenly source. The aura of Jiang Chen, who was at the 8th heavenly layer, was gradually rising. The injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, he had recovered to his peak condition. He's broken through. Look, Jiang Chen's broken through. Oh my god, is that even possible? He's really broken through in battle. It's just too awesome. No wonder he didn't let the young miss fight. This is Jiang Chen's true intentions. Zhu Chongqing has helped Jiang Chen. After reaching the 8th heavenly layer, Jiang Chen's battle prowess will definitely rise. I hope he can turn the tables. The crowd was stunned once again. Mu Yibai and the crown prince looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen's progress was unbelievable, especially Mu Yibai. Back when he had brought Jiang Chen to the Glass Sea, Jiang Chen had only been at that level of cultivation. Only a month had passed since then. Zhu Chongqing, you're done for. Jiang Chen's presence was like a rainbow as an ancient aura erupted from his body. Clang. In the next moment, the heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he had fused with the sword. 26 swords. Ultimate killing move. 26 swords, dragon and sword as one. In the sky, the man was the dragon was the sword, and the sword was the man. There was no distinction between them. What sword technique is this? It possesses supreme mysteries. I've studied the way of the sword for so many years, but I can't even see the slightest bit of it. What a powerful sword technique. Everything in the world has become the only sword technique. This is a supreme way of the sword. Only a true grandmaster of the way of the sword can use it. I've comprehended many things from it. The supreme way of the sword once again shocked everyone, especially those who were proficient in the way of the sword. Their eyes were filled with boundless fanaticism. They had never seen such a profound sword technique before. Some Star Lord experts felt that this sword technique alone was enough for them to learn for a lifetime. They might not be able to reach the height of 10,000 years. Howl. The sword whistled as it pierced through the sky and slashed down on Zhu Chongqing's head. Ka 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 ka. This sword slashed through all of Zhu Chongqing's attacks with irresistible force and finally landed on Zhu Chongqing's body. A blood-curdling scream was heard. Zhu Chongqing was cut into half by Jiang Chen's sword. "Don't kill him!" The crown prince shouted, but it was too late. Zhu Chongqing was already dead. "Your Highness, you want to learn about the Holy Spirit curse from Zhu Chongqing, right? It's useless. Those who have been cursed by the Holy Spirit will never reveal any secrets." From the moment Zhu Chongqing activated the curse, he was destined to die. Chapter 45-54. Zhu Zhangqing had been cursed by the Holy Spirit, and the crown prince knew the secret of the fake empress. He definitely wanted to learn something from Zhu Zhangqing, or at the very least find some spies hidden in the Vermilion Bird Camp. In reality, it was as Mu Tianheng had said, the Holy Spirit curse would kill Zhu Zhangqing. Even if he didn't die, Zhu Zhangqing wouldn't know any secrets. What the fake empress wanted to do must have been flawless. Even if two cursed members of the Vermilion Bird Camp met, they wouldn't know each other's identities. Even a master-level disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp has been cursed. It's not just the Vermilion Bird Camp. The other 4 prefectures are the same. How many of the disciples and upper echelon of Kirin province have been cursed by the Holy Spirit? The human race of the Great Lin Empire is truly in danger. Fortunately, teacher is here giving me confidence. The crown prince's heart was in turmoil. Only after witnessing it with his own eyes did he know that what Jiang Chen had said back then wasn't just an alarmist. The empire was currently being corroded. If war broke out at this time, there would be internal and external troubles. The human race would most likely face a true crisis or even extinction. In the sky, Zhu Zhangqing's corpse slowly fell from the sky. Jiang Chen withdrew his dragon form and reverted to his human form. He stood in the sky in white, giving off a domineering aura. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him seem like an emperor that had descended from the heavens. Countless gazes of admiration fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had become famous in a single battle, establishing his position in Kirin province. Even the master-level geniuses didn't have the glory Jiang Chen had, because Jiang Chen's cultivation was only at the heavenly source realm. He had killed a star lord with a cultivation of the heavenly source realm. In the entire Kirin province or even the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, there wasn't a second person like him. Amazing, this is too amazing. Other than amazing, I can't find any other words to describe Jiang Chen. He actually killed Zhu Chongqing. This has completely overturned my understanding. This reversal is simply too exciting. Who would have thought that a battle with no suspense at all would lead to such a huge reversal in the end? After this battle, Jiang Chen's fame will be completely established. Once he becomes a Star Lord and becomes a masterclass genius of Kirin province, his brilliance will outshine all the other masterclass geniuses. Why does he need to become a master-level genius? The current Jiang Chen has already made all the geniuses in Kirin province pale in comparison. Not to mention the normal master-level geniuses, even the crown prince who was once the #1 genius in the Great Forest, was not as heaven-defying as Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked. No one felt sorry for Zhu Chongqing's death because this was a life-and-death battle. There was nothing to feel sorry for being killed in a life-and-death battle. This was the most normal result. Moreover, Zhu Chongqing had turned into a demon in the end and left a very bad impression on the people. Once the matter of the Holy Spirit curse was spread, Zhu Chongqing would become a spy of the feather race. No one would pity him. Even if he died, he would be despised. Chief Mu, the battle is over. Goodbye. The crown prince saluted Mu Tianheng with his fists and left with Long Shan. Many people saw that when the crown prince left, he had a smile on his face. It seemed that the Vermilion Bird Camp had lost a master-level genius, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Mu Tianheng bowed slightly in the direction of the crown prince. He couldn't help but show a trace of a smile on his face. As an old fox who had lived for so long, he could naturally see that the crown prince had come today for Jiang Chen and not for Zhu Chongqing. Reality proved that Jiang Chen did have the qualifications to be valued by the crown prince. Not just the crown prince, from now on as the chief he would also have to value this disciple. As a disciple of Kirin province, this person would definitely bring glory to Kirin province in the future. In 3 months, it will be the annual competition between the geniuses of the 4 battalions. This Jiang Chen can be trained well. Mu Tianheng looked at Mu Yibai and said, "Father, I understand." Mu Yibai smiled, but his heart was beating like a drum. Train Jiang Chen? What a joke. Even his father, Mu Tianheng, was probably only qualified to be trained by Zhou Xian, let alone his first Mississippi. This kind of Zhou Xian was the reincarnation of a great master. Did he still need to train Kirin Province? It would be more appropriate for him to train Kirin Province. Of course, Muibai did not say much about Zhou Xian. If he caused Zhou Xian to be unhappy because of his big mouth, it would not be worth it. The duel came to a perfect end. The huge crowd in the central plaza also slowly receded and became quiet. Zhou Xian came to the Mu sisters and circled around them. Suddenly he frowned. De Huang and Xiaolong are not back yet. Zhou Xian still did not see De Huang and Xiaolong. This gave him a bad feeling. Normally there was nothing wrong with the two of them going to the minor cosm realm to train. However, Zhou Xian knew De Huang very well. De Huang knew that Zhou Xian was worried about him after his battle with Zhu Chongqing and would definitely come back to watch. However, until now Zhou Xian still did not see De Huang dog. Moreover, having reached the level of a general, one would have comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. He had a feeling that they would not come for no reason. Big brother Jiang, didn't I tell you? De Huang and Xiaolong are training in the minor cosm realm. Mu Yizhi said. As soon as Mu Yizhi finished speaking, Jiang Chen's expression changed again. There was a strong fluctuation in his heart. De Huang and Xiaolong are in danger. De Huang is sending me a distress signal. Jiang Chen said. He had been with De Huang for too long. They had long developed an inexplicable telepathy. This telepathy was especially strong after they achieved Tao, especially when they were not far away. The minor cosm realm was attached to the imperial capital. It was naturally not far away. One could open the door to the minor cosm realm from Kirin Province. If De Huang dog sent a distress signal to Jiang Chen would definitely be able to sense it. What? Mu Yizhi's mouth was slightly agape. She did not expect De Huang dog and Xiaolong to be in danger. Ibai, bring me to the minor cosm realm quickly. Jiang Chen looked at Muibai. If Big Yellow hadn't encountered a real danger that he couldn't solve, he wouldn't have sent a distress signal to Jiang Chen. As the young mistress of Kirin Province, Mu Ibai's cultivation was strong. She would definitely be able to open the door to the minor cosm realm. All right. Mu Ibai did not dare to be negligent. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Chen so nervous. Even when he was surrounded by the feather tribe in the lapis glass sea, he did not panic. Mu Ibai knew that De Huang dog and Xiaolong were the most important people by Jiang Chen's side. If something really happened to them, Jiang Chen would probably turn the imperial capital upside down. Chapter 45-55. Mu Ibai waved her hand and took out a spirit talisman. This was the door to the minor cosm world. There weren't many people in the entire imperial capital who had this kind of talisman door, but Mu Ibai was definitely one of them. Be it cultivation or identity, she was destined to have everything she wanted in the empire. The talisman flickered with endless light, and an illusory door immediately appeared. The aura of an alternate dimension drifted out from the door. Let's go. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen disappeared into the door in the blink of an eye. The microcosm world was dependent on the capital. It was the Great Lin Empire's own microcosm world, a place for the disciples to train. Under normal circumstances, only heavenly source disciples would enter. Very few Lord-level geniuses would enter. At this moment, in another part of the microcosm world, a mountain mist pervaded the air. At the center of the endless mountain range, De Huang dog and Xiaolong were enveloped by an invisible force of air, like an inescapable net. Both Big Yellow and Xiaolong were at the 6th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. This kind of improvement was already very fast. Such a speed was something that ordinary cultivators could only look up to. However, even 6th heavenly layer heavenly source experts could do nothing against the force of a Star Lord. It was purely a force of energy, not a restriction or formation. If it were a formation, it would not have been able to stop De Huang dog. There was no formation in the world that De Huang dog was not proficient in. Let alone a Star Lord, De Huang dog could even break through a formation cast down by a powerful Star Emperor without any effort. However, it was very difficult to break through a force of energy. There was no method to break through it, so one needed to rely on true strength. Outside the force was a hideous old man, his face filled with killing intent. The old man was none other than Elder Wu, who had tried to kill Jiang Chen in Kirin Province a month ago. Wang Lin was his master. You old fart, this is the microcosm world, a place for disciples to train. You're just a Star Lord elder, Yet you've come here just to deal with us. Aren't you a little too shameless? De Huang Dog said angrily. The microcosm world was indeed a rare place to train. His and Xiaolong's cultivation had skyrocketed after entering, and they could basically move unhindered in the microcosm world with their current strength. Even if they encountered a 9th heavenly layer heavenly source expert, they would not fear them if they worked together. They might not be able to defeat them, but staying alive was not a problem at all. Yet a Star Lord just had to appear at this moment, and a 2nd heavenly layer Star Lord at that. Shut up, damn dog. You killed my disciple and I must avenge him. Too bad you have the protection of the eldest and 2nd miss in the Qilin mansion, so I can't do anything to you. That Zhou Xian and Dragon Shan have made me hate them to the core. Since I can't kill them, I'll find a way to kill you two first. I'll kill the most important people around them and let them taste the feeling of losing something. Elder Wu said fiercely. He was not in a hurry to attack. After all, the two of them were like turtles in a jar. With his strength he could easily crush them. Old man, you make it sound so dignified. If I'm not wrong, you're a spy for the Feather Clan, right? Or perhaps, you've secretly joined the Feather Clan. De Huang Dog said. What did you say? Elder Wu's expression changed abruptly. The way he looked at De Huang Dog became even colder, and his killing intent became even stronger. It was as if his veil had been lifted, and his ugliness was completely revealed. Seeing his reaction, De Huang Dog was even more convinced of his thoughts. The fake empress was behind all this, and the capital had already fallen. Jiang Qin and the others had just entered Kirin province, and someone had already come to make trouble. Moreover, they knew that they were Second Lady's friends. He would never believe that they were not under someone else's orders. Wang Lin might not be a spy and was only listening to his teacher, but Elder Wu might not be the one giving the orders. Didn't I hit the nail on the head? Trash. De Huang Dog shook his big head and said. Damn dog, you are indeed smart. Unfortunately, you are smart in the wrong place. I'll kill you now. Elder Wu was angry. His eyes were filled with viciousness. He reached out his hand and grabbed De Huang Dog through the wall of qi. Little guy, get out of the way. De Huang Dog used his body to push Xiaolong away. A golden light appeared on his head and he charged at Elder Wu's palm. Rumble, a powerful wave of qi spread out. De Huang Dog's indestructible head unexpectedly let out a cracking sound. His whole body was sent flying and smashed into a mountain behind him. Brother De Huang. Xiaolong roared and clenched his fists. He looked at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog fell at the foot of the mountain. His head was covered in blood. After wriggling a few times, he completely stopped moving. Bastard. Xiaolong became irritated. He thought that De Huang Dog had been killed, which almost made him go berserk. Xiaolong entered a state of madness. His eyes turned blood red as an extremely powerful presence suddenly surged out from his body. Endless rage burned within him. Xiaolong's cultivation also began to move as his rage burned, reaching the 7th heavenly layer in an instant. This was not the end. Some kind of forbidden power seemed to be triggered in his body, causing his cultivation to rise once again. It only stopped when he reached the 8th heavenly layer. What a brat. I never thought that you would have such a rare constitution. If the patriarch saw it, he would definitely nurture you like a treasure. It's a pity that even though you've reached the 8th heavenly layer, you're still too weak. You're still an ant before me. Die for me. Elder Wu's face was filled with shock. The sudden change in Xiaolong was as if it had triggered some kind of ancient physique, shocking everyone present. However, the more it was like this, the more Elder Wu wanted to kill him. He could not allow him to grow. Although Xiaolong had advanced 2 levels, he was not Jiang Qin after all. He did not have the monstrous abilities of Jiang Qin, so it was basically impossible for him to fight against a 2nd heavenly layer Star Lord with his cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer. Elder Wu struck out again. He used the same hand he had used against De Huang Dog before, swatting towards Xiaolong. Xiaolong was fearless. He no longer knew what fear was. All he knew was that Brother De Huang was dead, so he needed to avenge Brother De Huang. The terrifying fist carried a thick golden energy that originated from the ancient times, and violently shook Elder Wu's attack. You're just a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Chapter 45-56. Xiaolong felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. But at that moment, a warm current flowed through his body. Xiaolong's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, he was back to normal in no time. This insane recovery speed was way stronger than Jiang Chen's. Brother De Huang, how are you feeling? Xiaolong laid on top of De Huang's body and shook it with all his might. But De Huang dog did not make a single sound. This showed how much damage he had done to De Huang. Little bastard, how did you recover from your injuries so quickly? What kind of body type do you have? When Elder Wu came closer, he saw that Xiaolong's body, which should have been in tatters, had recovered to its original state. He was shocked beyond words. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen anything like this. But Elder Wu was not an idiot. The only explanation he could think of was that this kid's body type was extraordinary. It could very well be a godly body that had been passed down from the ancient times. Elder Wu could not help but reveal a look of greed on his face. If I can extract your bloodline and use it on myself, wouldn't I be able to soar to the skies? What a blessing from the heavens. Elder Wu laughed out loud. He felt that his spring had arrived. A perfect bloodline was right in front of him. As long as he could kill this kid, extract his bloodline and use it on himself, he would be able to rule the world one day. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Elder Wu struck once again. This time he wanted to kill Lin Fan. Since this little fellow had such a strong regenerative ability, he would not give him any time or opportunity to recover. He wanted to kill Lin Fan directly. Roar. Just then a furious dragon's roar could be heard. A blood-colored dragon's claw sliced through the sky and blocked Elder Wu's attack. Who? Elder Wu's expression changed as he shouted out. Grandpa, it's me. Robed as white as snow, Jiang Qin had a ferocious dragon above his head. He looked like a god of war who had descended. Big brother, Brother De Huang is about to die. Looking at Jiang Qin, Xiaolong cried out. He held onto De Huang's head with one hand and wiped his tears with the other. B** starred. Looking at the lifeless De Huang dog lying on the ground, Jiang Chen's anger soared. With no time to deal with Elder Wu, Jiang Chen appeared beside De Huang dog with a flicker. Jiang Chen held onto De Huang dog's head with one hand. The divine wood qi gushed into De Huang dog's body like a tide, while he checked on De Huang dog's condition. After checking, Jiang Chen became even angrier. Big Yellow had suffered an unprecedented injury. All his bones were broken and his internal organs were badly damaged. His vitality had dropped to the lowest point. If it wasn't for Big Yellow's strong vitality, he would have been dead by now. Even if he wasn't dead, Jiang Chen's divine wood qi could only sustain De Huang dog's last breath. It was obviously impossible for De Huang dog to recover completely. Jiang Chen, ha. Great. I didn't expect you to come back alive from the Azure Sea. Great. Today I'll kill you as well. Seeing that it was Jiang Chen, Elder Wu was shocked. Then he was pleasantly surprised. Killing Jiang Chen would be a great merit for him. The higher-ups would definitely reward him handsomely, and he could also avenge his dead disciple. Elder Wu, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Another cold voice sounded. Mu Yibai appeared. Seeing the situation, Mu Yibai was furious. She knew how important De Huang dog was to Jiang Chen. Elder Wu killing De Huang dog was equivalent to touching Jiang Chen's reverse scale. Jiang Chen was truly furious. Young miss. Elder Wu's expression changed. The arrival of the young miss made his heart sink. He might not care about others, but he couldn't ignore Mu Yibai. He didn't have the ability to kill Mu Yibai, and with Mu Yibai here he couldn't kill anyone. Elder Wu, I've already told you about Wang Lin's matter. Punishing Jiang Chen and Long Shan to the Azure Sea will be the end of this matter. Yet you secretly did such a despicable thing. You don't even put me in your eyes. Mu Yibai's anger couldn't be quelled. She couldn't give Jiang Chen an explanation for Elder Wu's actions. Young miss, do you think I'm an idiot? You went to the Azure Sea to train yourself and took those two brats with you. What kind of punishment is this? My disciple can't die for nothing. But since young miss is here, I'll give young miss some face and spare their lives. After Elder Wu finished speaking, he turned around to leave. He was a smart guy. He knew that he had no chance today. Staying here would be meaningless and he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Don't even think about leaving. Mu Yibai's body flashed and blocked in front of Elder Wu. His body was filled with killing intent. He had to kill Elder Wu today to reduce Jiang Chen's anger. For Jiang Chen, Kirin province didn't matter much if they lost a small major elder. Young miss, are you going to kill me? Elder Wu's expression turned cold. He had already felt the change in Mu Yibai's cultivation level. The current Mu Yibai's cultivation level was higher than his. Adding on his talent, he was no match for him. Elder Wu broke the rules. I have to punish you, Mu Yibai said. Let me do it. Jiang Chen's cold voice echoed. He slowly stood up from the ground and arrived in front of Elder Wu. He signaled Mu Yibai to step down. Teacher. Mu Yibai frowned. Let me do it. Jiang Chen's tone was unquestionable. He had to avenge his brother with his own hands. De Huang Dog's condition had stabilized. He had to kill Elder Wu first to avenge De Huang, then find a way to save De Huang. Yes, teacher. Mu Yibai didn't dare to hesitate. He retreated to Xiaolong and De Huang Dog's side. What did she just call you? Elder Wu was stunned. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Teacher? Mu Yibai actually called Jiang Chen teacher? He thought he had heard it wrong. Boom. The sky dragon sword appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen didn't bother to talk to Elder Wu. He immediately used sword 26. What? Elder Wu's expression changed drastically. He didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at first, but Jiang Chen's attack had blinded him. A mere 8th heaven of the heavenly source realm made him, a 2nd heaven star lord, feel unprecedented pressure. That's right, it was pressure. This was too ridiculous. How could a heavenly source expert be so powerful? What was more terrifying was the sword. It was unparalleled and unparalleled. Elder Wu dared not underestimate Jiang Chen's attack. In an instant, a violent black blade appeared in his hand. He injected all his energy into the violent black blade and used it to defend against Jiang Chen's sword. Chapter 45-57. Plang. The sword and blade clashed. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was reduced to nothingness. Although Elder Wu was at the 2nd heaven of the Star-Lord realm, he couldn't be compared to Zhu Chongqing. At most, he was equivalent to Zhu Chongqing before the Holy Spirit curse was activated. Jiang Chen didn't need to transform to kill him. The 26th sword was invincible. It wasn't something that Elder Wu could resist. Although with a cry, Elder Wu's blade flew out of his hand. Half of his arm was almost torn off. The powerful sword chi from the heavenly dragon sword had left many wounds on Elder Wu's body, making him bleed profusely. No, it's impossible. How can you be so strong? Elder Wu's eyes were wide open as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. How could a heavenly source expert be so strong? This had completely overturned his understanding of the world. Of course, Elder Wu didn't know that Jiang Chen had just killed Zhu Chongqing of the Vermilion Bird Camp. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to fight against Jiang Chen. He would have chosen to run away instead. Old dog, you hurt my brother. You'll pay with your life. Jiang Chen was furious. He swung the heavenly dragon sword in his hand again and slashed at Elder Wu. Kid, you can't kill me. Elder Wu was furious. A violent evil power instantly roared out of his body and gushed out of his body like a tide. Another Holy Spirit curse. In the distance, Mu Yibai's face turned cold when he saw the change in Elder Wu's aura. The aura that Elder Wu gave off was exactly the same as Zhu Chongqing's at the crucial moment. Elder Wu was also affected by the Holy Spirit curse of the Feather Race. Zhu Chongqing of the Vermilion Bird Camp and Elder Wu of Kirin Province. How many spies of the Feather Race were there in the capital? And these were just humans who had been corrupted. Die, you trash. Jiang Chen's sword 26 was already in front of Elder Wu, not giving him any chance at all. As a result, Elder Wu's curse of the Holy Spirit was only half opened, and the other half was not fully opened. Before his cultivation could be improved by the curse of the Holy Spirit, Elder Wu was killed by Jiang Chen with one sword move. He was cut in half and could not be more dead. After killing Elder Wu, Jiang Chen's anger subsided a little. He sheathed his sword and returned to De Huang Dog. Teacher, what exactly is this Holy Spirit curse? Mu Yibai could not help but ask. It's an evil secret skill of the soul, an ancient curse. It has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that this curse can forcibly increase a person's cultivation by one level after it is activated. The disadvantage is that the person who is cursed has to be completely controlled and obey orders. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger at any time. Zhu Chongqing and Elder Wu activated the Holy Spirit curse, which actually foretold their demise. Once the Holy Spirit curse is discovered, The person who cursed them will use the Holy Spirit curse to kill them and prevent them from revealing the secret. This is also the reason why I killed Zhu Chongqing. Jiang Chen said. What a terrifying secret skill. If that's the case, who knows how many people the fake empress has secretly used this Holy Spirit curse on. If many people were forced to do it, it would be a pity. Mu Yibai's mood was a little complicated. The Holy Spirit curse was too terrifying. Undoubtedly, the Holy Spirit curse had completely penetrated into the imperial capital. Who knew how many spies were hidden in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp? There's nothing to be pitiful about. There's another drawback to the Holy Ghost curse. It can't be forced on anyone. Everyone who suffers from the Holy Ghost curse is willing. If you're unwilling, no matter how capable the fake empress is, she can't force the Holy Ghost curse on you. Otherwise, the Holy Ghost curse alone would be enough to make the human race fall. Jiang Chen said. If such a terrifying secret skill could be used at will, it would be the end of the human race. If that's the case, those traitors are too despicable. Who knows how many people like Zhu Chongqing and Elder Wu are hiding in the imperial capital? Mu Yibai snorted coldly. His face was filled with worry. By the way, teacher, how are De Huang's injuries? Mu Yibai looked at De Huang Dog. He could only sense that De Huang's breath was extremely weak. He couldn't help but worry. If anything happened to De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen would probably really flip out. His foundation is injured, but I'll think of a way to help him recover. Jiang Chen said that with his means, as long as he didn't die, there would be room for negotiation. Good. Mu Yibai heaved a sigh of relief. He was completely relieved. The two of them approached Xiaolong and De Huang Dog. Mu Yibai's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaolong. Xiaolong, how did your injuries recover so quickly? Mu Yibai was shocked. When Xiaolong fought Elder Wu head-on just now, he was severely injured as well. Although his injury wasn't as severe as Big Yellow's, it wasn't something that could be healed in an instant. However, judging from Xiaolong's condition, it seemed like he was completely fine. Xiaolong's physique is very special. His self-recovery ability is very strong, much stronger than my divine Wu Qi. I once saw with my own eyes that the scars left on his body healed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen said. Could it be the legendary immortal body? Mu Yibai sighed. Immortal body? Jiang Chen was stunned. He knew many kinds of physiques, but it was the first time he heard of the immortal body. The legendary divine body is the pinnacle existence in the universe. I've only read about it in the most ancient books. However, this kind of physique is too ancient and has never appeared before. Therefore, it has always been a legend in the eternal world. However, with Xiaolong's abnormal self-recovery ability, I'm afraid there's no other physique other than the legendary immortal body. Mu Yibai said. Big brother, if I have the immortal body, then my blood is the immortal blood. Why don't you give my blood to brother De Huang? Maybe it'll work. Xiaolong said. The immortal blood. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. There was no doubt that Xiaolong's bloodline was extremely powerful. Just like what Mu Yibai had said, Xiaolong might very well possess the legendary immortal body, and the blood of immortals flowed within its body. If that was the case, Xiaolong's immortal blood might really have a miraculous effect. It was just like his divine Wu Qi. Not only could it heal his own injuries, it could also help others recover. Alright, let's give it a try. However, don't hurt your origin. Jiang Chen said. Don't worry, big brother. I know what I'm doing. De Huang Dog was injured in order to save me. Not to mention some of Xiaolong's blood, Xiaolong wouldn't hesitate to take Xiaolong's life.